Period ah.
Period
Period ah.
Main Hasanabi kicking ass, taking names, haters lining up, watching their schemes go up in flames. Now we don't know what we might have spit on YouTube. Put out your fire.
I spit on you. Period
Period ah.
Period
Period ah.
Period
Period ah.
Period Period
Period ah.
Period
Period ah.
Period
Period ah.
Period
Period ah.
Period
Hasanabi, himbo player with flowing hair, the daddy daycare. Time will stare, debonair.
Period
Period ah.
Period
Period ah.
Period
Period ah.
Period
Period ah.
Period
Period ah.
Period
Period ah.
Period
Period ah.
Period
Period
I
ah.
may be a weeb, and I have to confess that I never really know how to compress. But I got balls of steel, I've never been a nerd. Even when I was meant for saying what America deserved. You could try to shake me, but you won't get too far. I'm King Keemstar, I've got a million comeback for every insult I take. And a million segues for the top of the hour ad break.
Got him. Period What's going on, everybody?
Period ah.
Period I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, this is our broadcast coming to you live from kind of sunny but still pretty cold California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. That's right. I think a lot of you know why it's a very special day. It's a day of joyous celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's the second day of Black History Month. It's February 2nd. But it's also an important day for other reasons. That's right. It's the same fucking reason every goddamn week. It's motherfucking Friday, folks. That's right.
It's Friday again. It's Friday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again. It's Friday, Sunday.
It's Friday, baby. That's right. Day of celebration. A joyous occasion. It's fucked up Friday. It's fucking fans, moms Friday. It's Friday then. Saturday, Sunday. Ooh. That's right. It's Friday. My hair's out of control. It's February 2nd, 56 degrees and sunny here in California after a torrential downpour. The sun is out, so at least that's going on. And my hair has gone absolutely nutty mode. It's gone crazy. Jeff has abandoned you. God has abandoned me. Jeff has abandoned me as well. Why is this community so unfunny? Is the people that say that are the ones who are also the ones who are unfunny themselves. Anyway, folks, I guess it's Groundhog Day. I didn't even know. I don't know. That's like such a weird, like, white American person tradition I just am completely oblivious to. But anyway, it's Friday. And honestly, there's a lot of funny parts about this community, okay? There's a lot of funny parts about this community. We'll get to it in a little bit. That's a meme from, well, not even a meme, but yeah, a while back I tried to do a You Laugh, You Lose for charity and realized that I had like an existential moment. Realized that like there's not a lot of humor in this community. Everyone is like super serious all the time and don't actually appreciate jokes. It's partially because we like banned a lot of the people who weren't racist, but maybe were making some jokes that we perceived as racist. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, they call me the Tech King God. Ended the broadcast last night. Bubble maxed, tub maxed. You already know what it is. You laughed at a dog farting for 30 minutes, sir. That is universally funny. That is universally funny. The drummer, having only 9 shares, successfully sued to have Elon's $56 billion pay package rescinded, and now Elon must repay it. Wait, what? That's crazy. What's crazier is that it wasn't Megaphonics that sent me this, you know? Anyway, and yeah, it was a guy farting on a dog, not a dog farting on a guy. So get it right. That's a major distinction. It's very important to understand. That is like, a dog farting on a guy is also funny, but a guy farting on a dog is like, that's peak. A lot of people looked at dog farting on guy and we're like, yeah, this is Kino. This is probably the peak of cinema. It won't get any better than this. I've never laughed as hard. Until the very same people that brought you dog farts on guy came back with a completely revitalized, completely new vision. And many people thought that like you probably wouldn't be able to get away with that, really. A guy farting on a dog? What? That's crazy. Human beings, like, but they did that. They did that. You would not have expected it, but they did that. And honestly, the fact that they got snubbed at the Oscars for guy farting on dog, I feel like that really put a lot of prep in their step. And this time around, dog farting on guy, snubbed. Guy farting on dog will not get snubbed. This award season, you are going to be hearing about guy farting on dog. Okay? As the old saying goes, dog farts man, that's not the news. Man farts dog, now that's the news. We're going to be hearing about that in the news. Specifically at the Haas and Iber broadcast. Will there be Kaya chewing things on cam today? Always. If Will Smith just farted on Chris Rock, no one would be mad. I mean, that would have been fucking awesome. Dude, that is... Imagine Chris Rock is done. He's like done making fun of like Jada Smith or whatever. Will Smith just walks up. Okay? Will Smith just walks up to Chris Rock and like gets ready for a slap. But instead of a slap, he turns around and he cocks his butt up like this and just lets one out. And it's a fat one. That would be, Hollywood would never be the same ever again. Little turn and poot. Little turn and toot. Anyway, the old grab and twist. Not a single person would have ever called him a cuck again. Yeah, no. I think like it's very respectable. Anyway, he could have killed him. Yeah, no one would say that with the fart. That's it though. As far as personal news goes, took Kaya to the dog park. Did some structured walking. It's unfortunately too wet for me to go and actually play basketball because like the courts are still wet. Also, I hit up all of my friends, including Mike Malak. Hey, Big Mike, as you guys know, host of the Impulsive podcast. Okay. And Big Mike cooked me. Okay. He cooked me. We were supposed to work out. This week. And I hit him up at like 5:30 a.m. and I was like, "Are you ready? Are you down to go like today?" And he hit me back up at like 9:30 and was like, "Bro, what is this like 5 a.m. business? Like, why are you texting me at like 5:57?" I was like, "Listen, man, gotta wake up. Early bird gets the worm, if you will. You know, maybe you don't know about this despite the fact that you're a podcast guy. Maybe you don't talk about this kind of stuff at your podcast, but I'm a podcaster myself, and I do a lot of this. I do a lot of this. Early bird gets the worm. I know I sleep in 2-hour intervals. By the time it's 2 p.m., I've had 3 days. You've only done 1 day, half a day. I've had 3 days by that point. Add that up to a month, I've had a year. Don't know how to do math. My brain doesn't really work too good, but let me tell you. Anyway, yeah, I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. Thank you. Rise and grind. Hey, awesome. Teaching high school right now as we speak. Today I've been showing the clip of you making fun of Tom Cotton and the TikTok CEO to explain to my kids what a racist dog whistle is. Really love your content and the messages you share. Damn, dude. These kids lucked out. They're just watching TikTok at class. That's crazy. What's happening with our education, folks? We're queering our youth, brother. They got Hassan Abi fans teaching our children. The next generation being taught by some guy wearing a condom beanie. Some guy watching another guy wearing a condom beanie. What the fuck? Anyway, abolish the DOE, baby. That's what I say. That's what I advocate for. Anyway, all right. Matt Walsh got ratioed into oblivion. I'm burping so much. Oh, yeah. We'll talk about Matt Walsh's like difficult job meta. At least not a condom catheter. I don't know what that is. The Macy's, thank you for the playlist. Yeah, we got salacious Fannie Willis DA conversations. There's some big drama happening in Georgia, or not Georgia. In Georgia. Yeah. Hey Hassan, would you be interested in interviewing Starbucks baristas, the organizers of the Western States for SBWU? Oh, sure. Avraham Gil, 19, an Israeli diplomat's son, ran over a cop because he hates waiting behind traffic. No license plate in the same motorcycle with the words "Please chase" were spotted from 2 earlier incidents from fleeing the police. Damn. It's like, who am I? This is a weird situation because on the one hand, I'm like, oh, that sucks. But then I see this part and I'm like, okay, well, that's not the worst thing. And then I see the reasoning and I'm like, okay, that's also fair. I feel like hyper focusing on this one specific person is anti-Semitism sweaty. who doesn't run over cops in Miami? Everyone drives like shit. How do people get those winter hats fitting so well? Do you just roll it up? Yes, I just roll it up. Anyway, all right, let's blast it. The hat rides up enough on your head. It looks like you're hiding a 5 head. It's fine. I don't care. It's like a fun little secret. It's a fun little secret when it's not. You know what I mean? I pull it out and you see my luscious locks and my beautiful hairline. And you go, oh my God. Oh, he's got such great hair. He's got such luscious flow. That's what you say. And then it's cool. He looks like a lighthouse dude. Better that than looking like a White House dude. Am I right? Brandon curses behind the scenes. That's what we're going to be talking about today. Wait, hold on. That's not the right emoji for this shit. Let me get a better emoji here. He's dressed like he's from Seattle and owns a kombucha company. Yes, and I underpay my employees severely. Brandon cursing would improve his numbers 100%. That's why they're leaking it. Okay. Swift psyop continues. We must do Hogwatch again. Yeah, I think we should. Hogwatch is back in a big way. They leaked his cursing last time before the election. Same old game. Yeah, they're so washed. It's not even funny. His team is so washed and just being absolutely carried. They're being carried aggressively by the Republican Party's like incompetence and mania. The Biden stuff reminds me of when Beto O'Rourke was trying to curse to get the votes and that didn't work. Yeah, or it did kind of work at first and then he just kept hitting that same vein over and over again. More fun reacts, more variety. Okay, buddy, get in now. Scary gaming. 2. It used to be that the GOP was competent, but now both parties are chasing each other to steal defeat from the jaws of victory. Yeah, I mean, the GOP used to have at least like they had a harder time. They had to like at least try a little bit to win, I think. And now they're just trying to lose. Both parties are trying to lose. There's no way to look at it other than both parties seemingly are trying to lose. I don't know what's going on. It's weird. You don't know vuracağım diyor ABD. Yeah, I know. Be hyped for scary gaming. That Papers, Please ass game that came out, I might play that as well, like the Border Patrol one. NBC's doing a spinoff of the show Suits. How much you want to bet Meghan and Harry show up season 1? I think, God, everything is the same. I have so much disdain for our culture. Okay? I hate everything. I hate everything. Everything is the same. There's nothing new. Nothing new ever happens. Time is a flat circle, but it's just flat now. It's not even a circle. It's just flat. Everything is flattened. Okay? Everything sucks. And I legitimately believe that the Taylor Swift stuff is like low-key a product of this, where they're just trying to look at like something that's perfectly normal, a celebrity being super famous and being beloved by all, especially because of the demographics that she captivates, and people are losing their lives. Except One Piece, lol. Yeah, I mean, One Piece is actually, say what you want about One Piece, but like one of the things that's great about One Piece is how different it is. Like all of the characters, their powers, the way they look, like it's very weird. It's so weird that sometimes I would say it's off-putting. I think like it's that weird that sometimes you're like, what the hell is this? Like, why does this guy have a piece of steak stuck to the side of his face? You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know. It's just, it's interesting. It's interesting to think about. Yeah, Virgo. More gaming? Okay, maybe I'm dumb, but I actually believe in not copium. I mean, I gamed yesterday. I gamed 2 nights in a row, and I will continue to game. But anyway, regardless, the thing I was saying is just like Avatar. I want to talk about Avatar a little bit. Okay? Every single thing that I've heard about the Avatar live action, which is the first time it's ever been made, obviously there's no other Avatar. There is no War in Ba Sing Se, and there is no other Avatar. Okay? If you try to tell me about like M. Night Shyamalan and his Avatar series, I will say, who is that? Avatar has never existed. There's only one Avatar, and that is the animated one. So so much of what I have heard about Avatar in general has just been so disappointing. It happened, you cowards. I don't know what you're talking about. It never happened. Bro, you need Desi friends. M. Night. Yeah, I can't say his last name correctly. It's Bro, I can't say English names correctly either, okay? It's not even about like his last name being Desi. I can't say English names either. Shyamalan. I'm sorry, I never asked you to cover a political topic. I'm just very passionate about politics, and the news coverage is like a comfort blanket to me. Wait, what? I know everyone else feels like that, gaming variety, so I guess I'm brain broken. Sorry for getting so much enjoyment out of the politics section. What is happening, Sheltered Rosebud? It's all good. I think it's a Hassan thing, not a white thing. Yeah, because I'm white, people are like, oh, racist white guy doesn't know how to say someone's last name and is making jokes. And it's like, no, dude, I don't fucking, it's hard, all right? You can say Douglas, McFuck Douglas. Yeah, well, that I got it. All right, anyway. Yeah, I got to spam Poppy Playtime 3 into existence. I mean, I'm down. I'm down to play Poppy Playtime. So, anyway, all right, get to politics. Well, guess what? If you think that I'm just only going to talk about politics right now, you'd be right. I'm going to be talking about Avatar. Avatar: The Last Airbender is a beloved franchise from my childhood. It is probably one of my favorite pieces of IP of all time, I think. It's phenomenal. It is the closest that like a Western shop has ever gotten to like, doing anime, I guess. Avatar: The Last Airbender, commonly abbreviated to ATLA, is an American animated fantasy action television series created by Michael Dante DiMartino and Brian Konietzko, produced by Nickelodeon Animation Studio. Okay. And it has everything. Okay. I've tweeted about this in the past. I've talked about this in the past. It is actually kind of one of the most woke shows out there. But luckily, it was not released in a time when our culture warrior brains have been permanently broken in irreparable ways, so that people couldn't like make secondary content off of like how woke it actually is, and everybody was just able to consume it. Okay. It's the story, for those of you who don't know, I guess it has like Asian Arctic inspired world. There's 4 elements: water, earth, fire, or air. And these people bend these elements, and it's inspired by Chinese martial arts. Okay. And also, I would say other Asian martial arts as well. And it's awesome. There's like an avatar that's basically like the Dalai Lama, similar process. The avatar comes to life in it's the same person basically, and the same soul being transmitted through multiple different generations. And it's not that good. It's peak. It's actually peak. He gets reincarnated over and over again, but everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Lord Ozai comes in, fucking, kind of ruins the vibes a little bit. And then they do a genocide on all the airbenders. Aang is 12 years old. This is far too much for Aang to handle at the age of 12, and he runs away. Okay? And when the world needed, Sozin. When the world needed him the most, right? Aang, little bald guy with the arrow on his head, vanishes. Just watch the fucking trailer. Honestly, I don't know why I did that. I should have just shown you the goddamn trailer, as a matter of fact, because it is literally the best way to describe to you the story. Here.
Water, earth, fire, air. Long ago.
Is there anyone who's never seen this? Is a good question. Is there anyone who has never seen this? Like me? Wait, really? Fuck. I wish. Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. I wish this was my first time watching Peak. Okay? I wish this was my first time encountering Peak. Oh my lord. It's so good.
The 4 nations lived together in harmony. Then, everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Only the Avatar, master of all 4 elements, could stop them. But when the world needed him most, he vanished. 100 years passed, and my brother and I discovered the new Avatar, an airbender named Aang. And although
the thing is, it's so like comfy, it's so cozy, it's so fun. And I won't say, Will said he doesn't like it. Yeah, I don't care. Okay. Love Will, but like, live your life, everybody. You don't have to get permission from Mr. Cinema. Okay. It's good. It's really good.
though his airbending skills are great, he has a lot to learn before he's ready to save anyone. But I believe Aang can save the world.
So basically, Yeah, he just has to go and master all the skills that he wasn't able to do in the normal process because of the genocide against the airbenders. And that's the whole story. It's like pretty basic, right? Hero's journey, yada yada yada. However, along the way, the friends that he makes are incredible. There's like a story about rehabilitation and retribution. There is literally like war criminals being rehabilitated, but not in a negative way, like in an actual rehabilitation for war criminals. I'm not talking about like George W. Bush getting rehabilitated because he fucking paints trees and shit. Like, you know, one of the most goated characters, one of the best characters in the entire universe is literally a disabled person. Like straight up. Toph is like Toph. I don't know how I'm gonna say it right. I don't want to fuck it up, but like, and it's so perfectly interwoven into the story. And obviously a disabled woman, only because she's short. That's her disability. Anyway, so and it ultimately it's like it's one of those things where it's like it doesn't get in the way at all. Like it's not it's like they tackle these concepts. They tackle concepts like ableism. They tackle concepts like sexism. They tackle concepts such as like childhood trauma and what kind of impact that might have on you in a phenomenal way. Okay? In a phenomenal way. And I think that it's an awesome story for that reason. I'm glad that it existed when I was growing up. I'm gonna ride. Yeah, it tackles duty to country versus moral clarity. That's a good one too. Back then it wasn't woke, it was politically correct or PC. Yeah, I mean, but absolutely zero people got mad at this shit. You know what I mean? Like no one was going, this is really fucked up. Yes, as I've talked about before, her disability is known and acknowledged without being heavily handed on a silver plate for the viewer. Like it's not like the main thing, you know what I mean? Or it's like not heavy-handed basically. Same thing with like misogyny. Like one of the characters, Sokka, goes through his own arc of like learning about how women can also, how his own insecurities have led him to be a misogynistic person, but then is like is no longer misogynistic. Like I don't know. Anyway, yeah, there's no tokenization. So my point is this, okay? That yeah, they tackle propaganda and its effect on people. Remember Katara and the Earthbender saved the Earth Kingdom. Citizen who got stuck under the mudfall, and then the Earth Kingdom citizen reported the Earthbender to the Fire Nation. Yeah. And it's not like anime-y at all. It's not like annoying in the way that you would normally see a lot of like anime shit. Like animes do have a lot of like inaccessible boundaries that'll come across as like genuinely off-putting for the average normie who's like, you know, getting involved. So the point is, it's great. It's a great show. It's a great cartoon, and it's phenomenal. And with phenomenal works, it's very difficult to change the original dynamic in which it was created and intended to be consumed, right? And that is unfortunately that's where it ends. Basically, it's good while it lasted. Will called it mid the other day. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. It's very feel good. It feels awesome. It's a lot of fun, and it's good while it lasted. And then now they are, you know, trying to desperately rehash the IP because everything old must become new again because we have no new ideas. And it sucks. So let's get to why I'm talking about it. Because why am I talking about it? Well, I'm talking about Avatar: The Last Airbender because unfortunately they keep teasing new things. Netflix is making a live action version of it again. And they keep adding like new things. They keep leaking new things about it on the timeline that just suck. And it turns out the OG creators of Avatar: The Last Airbender actually pulled out of this project because they had disagreements. What do you mean again? That's true. There's also another look. The meme in this community is that there's another Avatar: The Last Airbender movie, but I do not acknowledge it because it's the most dog shit. I've actually never watched it. It is the most dog shit piece of shit ever made. It should have never been made at all. And it's messed up. Anyway, so Yeah, if you want to truly experience a masterpiece that's like really, really, really, really fun to watch and really feel good, I will suggest Avatar: The Last Airbender. The Korra series is also fine. The one that followed, it's not as good, but it's still decent. You know, to be fair, the creators made Legend of Korra, which is ideologically very anti-communist. Sadly, I know. Oh, did I say Korra? Whatever. Shut up. Korra, and it is it is very liberal. But let's look at some of the idiotic things that have come out so far about it. One of the things that I saw that was inevitable was that made its way into my timeline. That was very frustrating. Was this? Here, I'll read it out. Netflix push for the decision to remove Sokka's sexism from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Certain areas of Katara's character have also been removed, including some gender issues that didn't quite translate from the cartoon. Now, a couple things I want to point out here. People originally were very mad that this character wasn't like being portrayed by an actor who's indigenous, and obviously these characters are indigenous characters. Turns out he actually fucking is indigenous, and everyone just constantly fucking harps on shit like this, and it blows up on the timeline. So I looked into it. Okay. You want to know what's super sad about the situation? Not only is he actually indigenous, he's not from a tribe that is like acknowledged by the federal government, which is why, he's from a tribe that is not recognized by the federal government. That doesn't mean he's not fucking indigenous. Okay? People are so dumb. Yeah. Imagine. Yeah, he's like extra indigenous. Okay? It's not recognized by any Cherokee Nation. Listen. He's a fake Cherokee. It's a fake tribe. We don't recognize them. From what I understand, there are a bunch of tribes that are not recognized federally at all, partially because one, they've either been completely wiped out, or two, they never actually made deals with the federal government at all. So now it's just completely unrecognized, even if they are literally a part of even though they are indigenous. Anyway, the blood quantum freaks in the chat need to back the fuck off. Yeah, I know. White liberals in a vein to be inclusive end up self-reporting about their racism. Yeah. In Seattle, the Wamish natives are now recognized, and they were Seattle's first settlers. This tweet sums up my feelings. Yeah, I saw this, and we'll talk about that in a second too. So anyway, regardless of this dude's native background, okay, beyond this dude's like native background, okay, that's like not the main point that we were going to talk about. That was the original thing that people were mad about, but that like kind of was cast aside. Who gives a shit? Okay. But ultimately, Netflix apparently is pushed to delete like a fundamental part of Sokka's journey, which was that he was like sexist. And that was a part of his character development, like learning that he should not be, right? That's supposed to be character growth. I don't know if it's like the Netflix diversity team that is just like, no, you can't even show this at all, or what the fuck it is. Like, it has to be like a perfect child or something. It's just, I don't know. I think one problem is misogyny hits different when the actor's in his 20s and not 13, but he's portraying like a teenager ultimately. Okay. Anyway, here it is.
So it's my fault.
I knew I should have left you home. Leave it to a girl to screw things up.
You are the most sexist, immature nurse to be related to you. Ever since Mom died, I've been doing all the work around camp while you've been off playing soldier.
Katara?
The entire point of Sokka's character being sexist is that it is a perfect way to explain what fucking sexism is. Okay? Sokka is a coward. He's a fool, but he's a man. And therefore, automatically, in a way that is not dissimilar to like Ben Shapiro's Lady Ballers, right? He thinks, because of his misogynistic tendencies, that he's automatically better than the female character, his sister, who is a very powerful waterbender, Katara. That's the whole point. And he just keeps getting his fucking ass beat by women until he realizes, like, never mind. This is like, I'm fucking dumb. Okay? That's the best way to describe it. It is supposed to be about male fragility, misogyny, and how this kind of bigotry basically dulls your senses and your sensibilities and makes you a dumber person overall. That's the whole point. It's also a big part of like other very important characters' arcs as well, including, I think, probably one of my favorite characters. What was the Suki, right? The one with the face paint. Like, is that her name? I forget. Yeah, who is, you know, dope. God, there are so many great characters in this show. It's awesome. Anyway, it also touches on how the tribe's customs were sexist, just how in the real world the environment teaches shit like this. Exactly. So they literally find the Avatar because he's sexist in this scene. Yeah. Like her anger and her waterbending cracks this iceberg, which reveals the Avatar in here.
Let me tell you, my fault.
I knew I should have left.
So that was one of the things that they said. They felt like a lot of moments in the original show were iffy. Yeah, it totally adds Eon Osli Sokka. There are things that were redirected just because it might play a little differently in live action. I think that there is not a lot of trust here with the team developing this now. That's the problem. Having the original creators of the show not be involved in it, that's a red flag. Having this be such a beloved franchise to begin with that they tried to remake in live action, that's already like riddled to the brim with red flags, considering that someone else has already tried to do this and it sucked. And then basically like neutering the characters. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck they're going for here, and it's very dumb, I think. As Entertainment Weekly notes, there are entire Reddit threads about Sokka's sexism discussing how the original Sokka prior to his character's journey would make remarks like, girls are better at fixing pants than guys, and guys are better at hunting and fighting. Yes, Sokka is supposed to be like a dumbass podcast bro. Okay? The fuck are we doing? That's like, there are people like this in the real world. This is a very real part of how human beings are. Anyway, I don't know. Part of me also thinks like maybe we are like going crazy and overanalyzing it because we don't trust it. Right? That could be it too. That could be part of it. But yeah, overall, apparently the original creators fell out with the Netflix over these changes and putting ad breaks on the show. Oh my God. I thought you were literally talking about ad breaks for a second. That's such a good debate. Fuck you. You did the first one of the day. This is my thing. Only reason I was ever excited was because creators were on board. The moment that they left, I started to lose faith. And this last week is destroyed any remaining faith. They also said Aang in the book 1 doesn't have a guiding reason to head to the North Pole, so they're giving him a vision instead. The whole point is him wandering because he's still afraid to face being the Avatar. Yeah, I don't know. Oh shit, these are sweetened. Okay. We very well may be. They don't have to copy the OG script word for word to make it work. Hope it works. I don't think it's gonna work. Okay, I don't think it's gonna work at all. Because the show itself is like made for kids, but you can definitely consume it as an adult, if that makes sense. So, anyway, One Piece LA work is they listen to the source material and work closely with Oda. They did the opposite here. Avatar: The Last Airbender creators spent 2 years developing the live action adaptation for Netflix before they shocked fans by announcing their exit due to creative differences. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Don't have a difference with that. Subscribe. Which left Kim as a sole showrunner. He recently told Entertainment Weekly that it was absolutely daunting to stick with the show without them. You'd have to be an idiot not to be intimidated a little bit, Kim said. My first reaction after Hell Yeah was, holy shit, do I really want to do this? Is there a way to improve upon the original? Whenever you tackle something that's already beloved by millions of fans, you have to ask yourself those questions. Yeah, I think a lot of these like IP recycle opportunities for people like this are oftentimes tackled by people who don't care about the source material, who don't love the source material, who are just in it for a buck to keep it a stack. Okay. And I think that is precisely what's going on. It's like you have to have negativity. You have to have racism. You have to have sexism. You have to have phobias of different variety because they exist in the real world. Like, you shouldn't add it on simply because you want to make a point or whatever, because then you're lecturing people and you're not actually you're lecturing people and you're not actually trying to make this to an enjoyable work, right? Yeah, ableism. All of those things exist in the real world. That's what makes art good. That's why you can't really fucking AI this shit, you know? there's such a bad problem with media literacy right now, and the studios are making it much worse by dumbing down content. I'm so tired of people trying to cancel a character instead of learning why you shouldn't be like the character. Yeah, I don't like that at all. Like, I absolutely despise it. I think it's so lame. It is like the liberal version of what these guys do all the time, like the fucking neck-bearded losers do all the time, when they're like constantly chirping about like, there's a woman in this show. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut up. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. Like, you don't have to magically be like, well, this concept was actually talked about in the show and it's triggering to me, so I fucking hate it. Or from either direction, really. Doesn't matter if your politics are good. Doesn't matter. I'm not making like a moral equivalence between bigotry and anti-bigotry. I'm simply talking about this from the framework of content and art and how it should be consumed and what it actually means. Okay? What's frustrating about this is that people get very, very invested and think that like movies are real, but they do it either in a woke way where they go, well, movies are real and this character is a bad character. Why did they actually show a bad character here? Or they do it in a movies are real and why is this movie woke? As in like, why is there a black person in this movie? Can't believe they did that. Okay, let's stop calling it content for starters, please. Sure, you're right about that. Anyway, it's vital to improve media as society grows, but I love moments of growth in the original series. DiMartino, Konietzko, and Nick Malice created young, flawed characters that grew up and impacted countless young kids who grew into better people because of it. Now, I don't think that like this show taught me lessons or whatever, but it's a good show, and these parts of the show are important to keep in my opinion, because it's just like they exist in the real world and it's a part of the character arc, right? So anyway, but yeah, this was a good take. Every time Matt Owens spoke about One Piece, you could tell he grew up and loved that franchise, the passion, and knew exactly what made it work. Every time Albert Kim talks about Avatar, you can tell he views animation as a lesser medium. It is so wild to me, and this person is correct. It's wild to me that they were able to make a better live action rendition of an anime that is virtually impossible to create in live action, like One Piece, instead of Cowboy Bebop, which is tailor-made for live action. Like, Watanabe's work is, one, predominantly focused on a Western audience, and that's why it does way better in the Western world than it does in Japan. Okay, that's 100% true, by the way. And it's usually even a burden on the actor, or not the actor, sorry, is a burden on the studio itself that releases this project, because for example, Space Dandy was panned critically in Japan, that, you know, it just kind of died out. And it is mind-boggling to me. It is mind-boggling to me that Cowboy Bebop, which is basically a movie, like perfectly created to be a movie, was just such a ginormous flub. Love Watanabe. Space Dandy is not good. I think Space Dandy is good, but not as good as his other work, obviously. But yeah, I think that Matt Owens has so much respect for One Piece and loves One Piece. As you guys saw, friend of the show, when he came over and he talked about One Piece, like, you could tell, like, he loves it. He loves it so much. He like legitimately is invested in it. And it's not just like a dude that took on this job because he was like formerly on like Marvel recreations, and then that's like the natural career trajectory for him. It wasn't like that at all. So anyway, there's also a bunch of this stuff. To make Avatar: The Last Airbender a serialized drama, Aang will not go on many detours looking for adventures like riding the elephant koi. We essentially give him this vision of what is going to happen, and he says, I have to get to the Northern Water Tribe to stop this from happening. People are mad about that too. So yeah. Okay, we're not going to look at live action. Okay, I'll show you. I'll punish you with this. This is... Yeah, there you go. Here, if you want to understand how bad this fucking thing was, the live action Cowboy Bebop, here.
Me, you, bottle of Chianti, 2 bottles.
I don't know why I'm doing this, but Black History Month, second day of Black History Month, I'm again slaughtering the remaining Black Hasanabe heads in the community with this one. I'm sorry, this is 2 for 2. First, we did the me get the pussy turn red, and then now today I'm doing this to you. I'm sorry.
Me, you, bottle of Chianti, 2 bottles if we're feeling dangerous.
Sounds to me like blackmail.
You're damn right it is, because, Jet, you are black and you are male.
You are black and you are male. It's so bad. It's like, it is like this is what Vladimir Putin, the FSB suggested to Vladimir Putin that he should use that clip on Navalny, and he was like, "Niet, I can't. This is too much. Suka bliat is too much. It's too much. Use the enriched, use the enriched polonium instead. This is too much." That's what they said. Anyway, so I'm doing war crimes, yeah. So yeah, they there was like a master list of all the different things that that they've released so far, and I don't know if I liked it or not. I'm trying to find it now, but I wanted to go through it real quick. Someone who I think a Hasabi had actually posted it, and then I saw someone. Where is it? Yeah, I can't find it. But there was like a list of all the things. Random, but I miss when you were cool with Bruce Dio. I don't blame you for not being cool anymore though, dude. I've never done anything to Bruce. Like, I've never said a thing about him that was mean. Like, I have no love lost. Like, I've only been nice to him. If there is any love lost on that front, it's just entirely on his end. I've never said a damn single fucking bad thing about him ever. Okay? Yeah, oh yeah, this is the list. The dweebles. In the past few days, the Netflix Avatar: The Last Airbender series has misinterpreted Sokka's sexism, misinterpreted Katara's nurturing role, misinterpreted Aang's detour, wants to make Avatar: The Last Airbender like Game of Thrones. Every new thing I learn makes me lose faith. Please stop. I see this comment. The showrunner actually gives me hope that we will still see, despite Aang having all these responsibilities, he's still just a kid. I think that comment conflicts with Aang being determined comment, but ultimately the show is the final judgment. So yeah, it's just, we'll see. I mean, I think we are making a mountain out of a molehill in many ways. Like, I think maybe we're just getting so mad. Bruce has no problem with you, dog? I don't know why that chatter said that. Yeah. I mean, he has like, I think he's like been, I think he's like talked shit a little bit, but you kind of have to do that if you get a kick deal. Like, it's literally a part of the deal, right? The jacket that I'm wearing is from Teddy Fresh. Are you going to watch the live action trailer? We did see it. I agree that we should have flawed characters, but Sokka's main arc is not him being sexist. Yes, you're right. It is actually overcoming not being powerful, like not having any bending capabilities in a world where all the most powerful people are. He's like Usopp in that way, kind of. I feel like, yeah, I feel like Sokka and Usopp have like very similar character flaws, but I think that a big part of it is also his insecurities. Aang's detours are crucial to his characterization. All right, anyway. So we shall see. We shall see what happens. The one saving grace of the show that I have seen so far, is that the bending goes hard. Okay? The bending goes super hard. It's really good. Like, the fight choreography without even the visual without even like the CGI, when I saw that a couple months back, I was like, damn, that looks actually pretty sick. So we'll see if that like carries in and of itself or not. But we'll see what happens. Mr. B says, this might sound crazy, but I thought things far away looking super blurry was normal, lol. I just got my eyes checked and apparently have bad stigmatism. Started wearing contacts recently, and wow, my eyesight is 3x better, and I don't squint and can actually open my eyes normally. He said, dude, I gotta join Team Glasses here soon. I can't see anything, lol. I said, old, because he is. Okay, he's getting old. Also, that's crazy to me that you just did not know that that was you couldn't see. Daniel Day Kim as Fire Lord Ozai in live action. Yeah, also Daniel Day Kim is fucking sick. Okay, he is a surgeon. What is this? PSYOP to get you to stop punching mannequins, by the way? What is that? I'm blocked by this person as well. 55-year-old claimed he confused a 4-year-old child with a mannequin. That's a crazy ass thing to do. Bro, that's wild. He just knocked out a fucking 4-year-old like that. After 5 years of watching you, I have that feeling that all political commentators see the whole thing just to shit on the other side and make profit of it. So I want to know, why not stop covering political things, since you won't make a difference? Neither the other political figures make a difference besides making good wealth for themselves. That's just the annoying thing, that both sides make a living for themselves, says Alf Vomelmak. I have I've talked about this a bunch, but I'll answer your question. If my goal was to simply make money for myself, I would just be a right winger. That's it. Like, I believe in the things that I talk about, and I do think that, like, marginally I do make a difference. Like, I get people. That was a bad answer and pathetic. Wait, what? Jesus, why are you so angry? Guy who's been apparently following me for 5 years, but account created in 2024 1/22 and following since 1/22 2024. Jesus. Okay, well, as I was saying, as I was describing to you, you seem kind of angry, but maybe you aren't. My goal from the jump, look, bro, being a wannabe Che Guevara, you have to put more than words into the thing. Yeah, it seems like you have a very antagonistic relationship with this kind of content, and I would urge you to stop watching, because I feel like it really, really frustrates you, because I am not a wannabe Che Guevara at all. I'm a Twitch streamer. I've never presented myself or said that I'm Che Guevara. Also, the second thing that you're asking for is pretty funny. Like, what do you want me to do? Go arm revolutionary, anti-imperialist, like anti-colonial groups or something? Is that what you want me to do? Go fight with them? Because you're shadow boxing with an image that you think I have put forward. You trying to be the progressive voice while being passive? I don't. Most say Maoist third worldist. I don't think this guy's a Maoist third worldist. I don't think any real Maoist third worldist would turn around and be like, you're being a wannabe Che Guevara. They would say something along the lines of like, you are an KKK pig who benefits from living in the first world and the unequal exchange that is a fundamental part. If you were a real one, you would leave KKK and join the Philippine Maoists or something. But yeah. So what's the point of being a voice when the only thing you ask, only thing you do is jerk off yourself for being the thing? Well, I think that it's difficult for us to come to an understanding, because I'm trying to describe to you that I'm not the thing that you think I am. I have not presented myself as this thing that you think I am. It's an image that you've made up in your mind. This happens quite a bit. There are a lot of people that like prop me up as this sort of thing, and will desperately try to make it seem like I present myself as this sort of thing, and that's not the case. So you have personally decided that this is the situation at hand. I'm a Twitch streamer. I cover the news, and my goal is to try to get people to see a different perspective. Okay, I think that is quite successful. The impact overall obviously is going to be marginal in comparison to, like, you know, a real news operation like CNN or MSNBC, but a lot of people have joined local organizations. People have become community organizers. People have unionized their own workplaces as a consequence of like the things that they've learned from this stream. They've joined or even opened up their own YDSA chapters, or joined their GSA chapters in general. Not only is that the case, you just keep a bubble following all your words. That's a cult who doesn't do nothing. Well, again, you are very antagonistic, but I'm describing to you some of the things that this community has done. We've raised millions of dollars in funds, some of which I've also personally, obviously, given to, including being the single largest donor to the Amazon Labor Union, the only labor union that has ever successfully unionized an Amazon labor facility. So you might personally, wherever you are, think that this is like not really changing anything, not really changing the world, which I personally don't either. I think that I'm just a guy. I'm just a Twitch streamer. But if you were to ask me if there's any kind of positive impact to what I do, I would tell you, yes, I think that there is a marginal positive impact to what I do. Even if I didn't do any of those things, though, I think it's still perfectly valid to try to explain certain concepts such as racism, imperialism, capitalism. And you like the Messiah for left-wing Twitch? It's weird, bro. I'm not. I keep describing to you that that's not the case. I keep telling you that that's not the case, but you just don't want to hear the words that are coming out of my mouth. I've never presented myself as such. I do not believe that I am that person. You're saying that I'm presenting myself as this person and believe that I'm this person when I'm not. And now you're simply attacking this concept that you made up. It's kind of hard. It's going to be difficult, but I do believe that you will eventually get it, right? Like, we're at an impasse here. It's very difficult for you to, I think, comprehend the words that are coming out of my mouth, because you've already created a concept in your mind about who I am and who I represent myself as, and it's impossible to shake you off of this. A similar thing happened like a month or so ago, where like I tried to talk to a drama farming YouTuber with the hopes that I could like describe my own perspective to them, but it was like talking to a brick wall, which this is similar to that. Kaya just dropped the skateboard. But you don't do nothing, they just worship you like Kanye. Okay. This is your perception of who I present myself as. Anyway, hopefully, you will get a little bit better. We're going to move on from your derailment here. But if you care, for anyone out there, I am not a Che Guevara style revolutionary figure. As a matter of fact, I make jokes about LARPers routinely that do such things. You might not have seen that before. Or maybe you personally do think that I'm a Che Guevara style revolutionary figure. I'm not. I'm a Twitch streamer. I'm a Twitch streamer with a very open perspective. I will always tell you what my honest opinion is. It is going to be probably a little different than the average news commentator in the United States of America, especially. Plenty of issues where I deviate from the norm and have the exact opposite framework, oftentimes about American imperialism. Please stop talking about yourself. Please move on. This is boring. Please stop talking about yourself. Okay. All right. Well, you're right. But I am not like a messiah figure at all. I've never said I am. I think Willie Mack called you like a sentient Che Guevara shirt or some dumb shit like that. Probably a hater from that community. Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but yeah, I spent the last hour talking about Avatar: The Last Airbender. That should have probably clued you in on what I do here. Haas, please, you defend yourself so much is the hardest thing about watching you. I mean, fair. Reminds me of that insurrectionary anarchist podcast guy in 2016 who was constantly posting that, why doesn't Choppa use their Patreon money to finance left-wing militia cells against the government? Yeah, always. I tried pulling the Fuckasan ripcord, but for good.
What is that? What does that sign say? No, Hassan is stinky? Hassan's why would you make the chinchilla lie?
What a fucking liar, dude.
Hassan is stinky?
What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
Why would you make the chinchilla lie?
No, it's good to see engagement with people with different perspectives. I think it is good, but up to a certain point, because like after the 11th time where someone comes up to me and is like, no, you are this thing, and I describe to them that like I have never presented myself as such a thing, it's good to show the rest of the audience like how unhinged and unwilling and unbending some people are. But it is what it is. It's a sad state of affairs. Like, for example, the fact that people are still running with how much I've like sucked off a Houthi terrorist pirate. Like, how much I've sucked off a Houthi terrorist pirate. I should have never talked to them. I should have like owned them in the marketplace of ideas and whatnot. The dude is neither a Houthi nor a terrorist nor a pirate. And part of that we found out from the interview, right? And people just didn't watch the interview and instead made up their minds of the interview and just kind of ran along with it. And it just goes off with, people just basically make that assertion and they run along with it, and oftentimes don't even recognize how fucking inherently racist that assertion is, right? But it is what it is. What you thought he was? How did he take the picture of the ship? The ship itself has been posted on the beach and is basically like a tourism attraction. Yeah, and by the way, since I interviewed him, so has the BBC, and they have like humanized them in those interviews as well. Obviously, my way of humanizing someone is going to be unconventional, considering that I myself am a, Twitch streamer and not the BBC. I don't have the same like stylistic choices or the style guide or the boundaries that they have. But yeah, to be fair, he did post videos of him holding an AK. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but Yemen is the most gadded up country on the fucking planet. Like, it's the one place that has more guns per capita than America, I'm pretty sure, for obvious reasons. Also, yeah, dude, I can't believe the guy in Yemen was holding a fucking gun. That's so crazy. You know, can you imagine having a gun and holding it in photos? You know, that's wild. Well, I probably shouldn't do this because there's a lot of people who have been reminding me how not white I am apparently recently. So, estimated number of civilian guns per capita. Oh shit, never mind. The United States is actually still more than Yemen, but Yemen is number 3 after Falkland Islands. That's so funny. It's like it's the second most. Falkland Islands doesn't count, but it's the second most gadded up country on the planet. Okay. Alt tab dad. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. The life of Hasanabi. It's kind of sad watching you try so hard and getting nowhere. Brother, I'm a leftist. I always try hard and get nowhere. It doesn't matter. It's not going to stop me from trying to do what I think is the right thing. It's kind of sad watching you try so hard and getting nowhere. That's what we do, baby. That's what leftism is all about. Okay. Iran responds to U.S. retaliation threats after soldiers killed in Jordan, which, by the way, the Brandon regime is now apparently pushing for now.
Iran's president is responding for the first time to America's threats of retaliation after the deaths of 3 U.S. service members in Jordan. Those soldiers will be honored in a dignified transfer ceremony today, and President Biden plans to be there. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House this morning tracking all of it for us. Ed, good morning to you.
Good morning, Tony. Iran's president says it'll respond to anyone that bullies his country, and that solemn ceremony honoring those fallen American soldiers will be held this afternoon as the families are allowing it to be seen by the public. Speaking Thursday at the National Prayer Breakfast, President Biden paid tribute to the 3 soldiers killed in the Jordan attack. Sergeants William Rivers, Kennedy Sanders, and Breonna Moffett.
They risked it all, and we'll never forget the sacrifices and service to our country, that the dozens of service members who were wounded and are recovering now.
As for the U.S. response to the attack,
it's time to take away even more capability than we've taken in the past.
U.S. officials tell CBS News that targets in Iraq and Syria have been approved, including against Iranian personnel and facilities in those countries. And Iran's president, Ebrahim Raisi, responded today, saying Iran won't start a war, but will respond strongly to anyone who bullies it. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says this time will be different from the retaliatory strikes launched in response to other recent attacks.
They have a lot of capability. I have a lot more.
Walking with a limp into the Pentagon briefing room, it was Austin's first meeting with reporters since his hospitalization in December. He also said he apologized directly to President Biden.
So Trump is obviously going to shit on Biden for this. Do you think he goes the angle of being against retaliation or going for the angle of Joe's doing this all wrong? I would be doing this better and stronger. No, Joe's doing this all wrong. I'd be doing it better and stronger. Because remember, he did that with Afghanistan. Afghanistan was a continuation of the Trump negotiations with the Taliban, right? Joe Biden followed that to a T. Maybe even it partially was a mistake to follow it that closely, in my opinion, right? So then Trump turned around and said, Joe Brandon fucked it up. I would have done it better. And it was a perfect position for him. At the time, I described it. It was like, it's so perfect for Donald Trump to just kick back and watch his own administration's policy failures play out by a dude who at least had the social and political capital to follow through on the Afghanistan withdrawal, which was always going to be terrible regardless, right? So he just sat back, shit on Joe Biden for it, and said he would do it better. Right now, it seems to me like Donald Trump's Middle Eastern policy is simply to go, look around. Look how bad the situation is. Look at how Biden has ruined everything. I would do it better. He said this in Ukraine as well. He didn't actually say how he would solve the problem in Ukraine, but he simply said Russia would never invade Ukraine if I was in charge. Now, does that mean anything? Does that actually, is that real? Is that a real thing? Does Trump have this capability? Well, he doesn't really have to have any of those things. He could just simply lie and his fans will eat it up. Okay? So that's it. He's going to pull out that you just lost the left line with Biden on Palestine again. Like, I know for a fact, and I've said this already, that Trump is, and and I deviate from like a lot of even Palestinian thinkers that I respect and admire, like Rashid Khalidi, on this issue. I think that Trump is worse for Palestine and Palestinians than Joe Biden is, even though Joe Biden is at like peak, maximum genocide, maximum as bad as possible. He's like pretty much the worst possible person you could be, with one exception. And that exception is Donald Trump. Now, having said that, I guess one could make the argument that Donald Trump has more of an interest in being a pleaser of his own, or of like the American population in general, and he reads the room a little bit better. Perhaps he could read the room in that situation, see the writing on the wall, and like show force, demonstrate force, and then after that, like scale back on Israel's actions, like actually scale back on Israel's actions, because he recognizes how unpopular Netanyahu is, something he has made an assertion to before. But overall, that's hypothetical. What we can only work off of is what Trump has done, right? And what Trump has done is basically the major escalation, moving the embassy to Jerusalem, which solidified the annexation of Jerusalem and made it permanent, even though the entire global community considers that to be illegal, right? What he did is officially recognize Golan Heights as Israeli territory, another annexed territory that is not officially recognized by the global, by the international community as like Israeli territory, but Trump made that permanent. The Abraham Accords, writing out the Palestinians completely and just making these otherwise private relationships that many of the Gulf states had with Israel public in a show of force, and a demonstration that like it's over. There's no more future for the Palestinians. They're done. They are completely written out. These were all massive missteps. Okay, these were all genuinely escalatory. I would say that even Hillary Clinton, regardless of what she said in the past, would have continued on this. Okay, I don't think Hillary Clinton would have done the things that Donald Trump did for Benjamin Netanyahu, because for as bloodthirsty and as violent as she is, there are still like marginal differences in foreign policy within the likes of someone like Hillary Clinton that at least understands like how devastating this would be for America's soft power, right? Stop being a Biden apologist is cringe. This is not a Biden apology at all. The reason why I'm spending a whole bunch of time talking about Donald Trump's failures is because those failures were continued upon with the branding campaign. This is the major flaw. Joe Biden himself personally is ideologically a Zionist, right? And a very, very big, zealous Zionist too. Like he is engaging in zealotry that is this is the most zealotry that you can get from like an elected official, right? That is terrifying. Why is that terrifying? Because I think that personally, that zealotry is causing him to only hear out people in the State Department that are leaning into being heavily pro-Israel, and not the other more sane voices who are still very bloodthirsty, right? Every day you say foreign policy is bipartisan. It is. However, there are still slight deviations in American foreign policy, okay? This is still very important for you to understand. Foreign policy for the United States of America is bipartisan, but Israel's support to this degree, okay, instead of doing what Biden has done in the past, like calling up Israel and being like, you got to stop, you got to cut it out, it's over, like he did in 2021, or Ronald Reagan doing the same thing, or even like any kind of threat that Papa Bush, George H.W. Bush did back in the day. Like there have been moments where Republican administrations have actually reined in Israel's violent, bloodthirsty conquest because they want to maintain stability in the region, even if overall they recognize like they're unconditionally pro-Israel, and they recognize that like Israel can, do genocide and will let it happen. However, there is a secondary impact on the way Biden approaches the subject. It is immoral because it's genocidal, as I've said time and time again, but it is also not pragmatic because it makes America look weak, okay? if you care about that sort of thing. And I know for a fact that a lot of people in the State Department do care about that sort of thing. That's kind of their job. Do you understand? Their job is to project strength. This is how you continue to dominate the world. If you're the hegemonic superpower and your attack dog in the Middle East is like running wild, and you're basically giving them more of the guns and more of the weapons and more of the munitions to do that running wild shit, while simultaneously saying, oh no, maybe don't do this. This is not good. Come on, rein it in now, rein it in now. There is an obvious mismatch of values there that a lot of people recognize. Okay? What makes you think Israel's running wild? Ethnic cleansing is what makes me think Israel is running wild. Israel has never been this violent. In the entire history of Israel, we have moved far beyond 1948 even. We have doubled the amount of deaths from the Nakba. Do you understand? And the violence that Israel is engaging in is so, I mean, it's so gross, but it's so public. I think war has changed quite a bit. Okay? War has changed quite a bit. In many ways, it hasn't changed at all, and in some ways, it's changed in a way that is, I think, making our collective consciousness worse. Do I believe that the United States of America and the active duty combat soldiers that went into Afghanistan and went into Iraq did similar things that the Israeli occupying force is doing in Gaza? Absolutely. But at the time, the technological limitations and the SOP made it so that they were not as public about their war crimes that we understand as war crimes. Okay? Maybe they didn't do it to the same severity, to the same degree, but I do believe that the United States of America and its soldiers did identical war crimes to Israel. Okay? And many veterans who were there will confirm it for you. Okay? Many veterans, at least I've talked to, will confirm it. The difference, however, is that they didn't have a fucking phone. Okay? They didn't have a phone on them at all times and a TikTok account that they could immediately blast to. Now, obviously, we saw some aspects of this with Abu Ghraib, and you know, it's not like they weren't prosecuted. There were some soldiers that were prosecuted, right? However, the reason why we see the endless sea of torment is because people are voluntarily uploading it, and the Israeli army seemingly doesn't care about it at all and is just like letting it happen. But in that way, war is not different. War is a crime, as I like to say all the time. War is a crime in and of itself. But the way that war has changed is the way we see it, the way we analyze it, the way we can like get real-time updates of Israeli soldiers getting blasted inside of their Merkava tanks, Israeli soldiers getting blasted by sniper rifles from the militant insurgency groups. And of course, on the other side, we also see the Israeli occupying force and the metric ton of war crimes that they engage in. Okay? And it's like, it's being voluntarily uploaded. It's being voluntarily uploaded to TikTok. I have not watched this yet. No, the era of war crime influencers from Ugopnik, friend of the show, made this one day ago. I do want to watch it. Let's take a look. Is there TOS in this, chatters? Ugopnik also now a Twitch streamer as well. Ugopnik Twitch. Mike watched it the other day. Okay, I gotta pee. Hold on.
Old people like myself tend to say that everything was better back in the day. I'm more of the kids are all right crowd. Hell, I'm a kid myself to an extent, but one thing is undeniable. It was different. The internet was different. I used to think it was far more raw and uncensored, filled with shit that has probably left millions of kids with untreatable, unintentional PTSD. We had websites like Live Leaks, where you could find everything from cartel, ISIS, white supremacists, and other kinds of gore videos, as long as you knew how to press the 18+ button. Social media, influencers in particular, were finding their footing. It was mostly innocent little content, talking about hobbies or interests, educational content, or just the usual flexing of wealth or physical fitness and beauty. There were two internets, and while one would sometimes leak into the other, with random gang shootings popping up after you scroll past your grandma's kitty pictures over on Facebook, the truly messed up shit War, in particular, was on its own independent part of the web. Still very accessible, mind you, but limited to those who looked for it. Contrastingly, today, this sort of content has not only found its footing on mainstream platforms from TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, but it has birthed its own category of content creators, what we will call war crime influencers.
Not normal what's going on, but guys, together, we're strong.
The worst thing I could see on my timeline back in the day was a Logan Paul video. Now I casually see shit like this.
And so one thing that I want to talk about here is this. We often forget how violent of a culture America is, right? And I think that there is a real impact that the violence that we dish out overseas has on our collective consciousness. Okay? You can't get away with being a violent imperial force that destroys lives and livelihoods and then permanently justifies that as though it's an act of good that we are engaging in, and not have cultural ramifications here internally. That violence comes back and haunts us as well. Okay? I do believe that. And I think that the same attitude is now being plastered all over Israel. And the same thing is happening in real time, but in a much faster way, because of the fact that you can just basically telegraph every single thing that you're doing in war. You can basically film yourself doing all of the you're basically filming yourself doing all of these awful things, and that creates this normalizing effect of this kind of violence, because there's a bunch of people that also turn around and justify it. Anytime you mention this kind of thing, there are at least 10 people minimum that come in and defend it. Like this video.
I want you to repeat after me, just how I do it. Ready?
The video of like Palestinians in the West Bank being apprehended in this way and being blasted with music, being a torturous condition, because you as the occupying power, you as the person who has detained another, have all of the responsibility to treat them like a human being. All of this would be torturous. This is conditions that are torturous. It's psychopathic to do it. It's additionally psychopathic to do it and blast it on the timeline. And yet when you show them this and you try to describe it, many people will say, those guys are terrorists, dog. And also, what's torturous about listening to music? Like, doing that sort of thing and like defending that sort of thing breaks you. Okay? If you see this and you immediately rush to defend it, you have now lost a part of your humanity. Okay? The goal here is to humiliate the person that you have apprehended. Even if they were literal terrorists, even if they were definitely terrorists, which these guys most likely are not, statistically speaking, because these are West Bank guys that the Israeli occupying force is apprehending, okay? And those guys are just unlawfully detained permanently sometimes, okay? But even if they were terrorists, doing this to a terrorist is still torturous, and it takes, and defending these actions and trying to normalize these actions takes a piece of your soul. You've become less of a human when you do that. Okay? Coates, the corrupting impact of violence on the soul. Yeah, I mean, I've talked about this quite a bit. I talk about this all the time with respect to American culture, but I think it's important to understand here, right, that it is very much existing in Israel as well. And I don't think people recognize that. Like, when you become desensitized to this kind of violence, okay, you've become less human, okay? You become way closer to the terrorist that you think all of these enemies, supposed enemies of yours are. You become the actual terrorist in that situation.
All right, gentlemen, I want you to repeat after me. How I do it. Ready?
You see, the leak in LiveLeak kind of tells you that most of these videos were uploaded by a third party after they uncovered it somewhere in the depths of the web or in IRL. Cartel bosses wanted fear, sure, but not TikTok followers. ISIS wanted respect and panic, but not to pop off their online brand. Today, we have people who, using their own name and often face, proudly post their heinous acts of war, often criminal, as a means to normalize what they do, get clout or fangirly adoration. Nowhere has this been more prevalent than in the IDF.
Why do you think COD and other hyper-violent games are mainstream? They don't cause this, but they're certainly reflective of it. No, I think we have a phenomenal capability of like making a distinction between a video game and a movie and in real life violence. The major problem here is that this is real life violence. Okay? That's what makes it actually fucking gross. There's a difference between dehumanizing your opponent with the sole reasons, the sole goal of like doing genocide upon them versus like consuming art of some variety. Whether we recognize it or not, we make that distinction, right? That's why you can so easily do things in Grand Theft Auto that you would never in a million years do in the real world, because you don't even think about it as like being anything but a video game. And by the way, there is empirical evidence to suggest this, for the record. I know that the chatter wasn't saying video game violence causes IRL violence, by the way. I get that. He's saying that it is reflective of like the kind of content that we want to consume, but violent content has always existed. I don't think that that is like, I think violence is an inherent part of humanity. It happens all the time, and it has existed in freaking cave paintings, you know? So it's always going to exist in our art. I don't think it's like reflective of anything beyond the fact that it is genuinely just a part of our existence, right? So yeah. But I feel like the media always glorifies the type of violence, which makes it an easier pill to swallow when it happens IRL. Well, the point I'm trying to make is that this is real violence. This is real propaganda. This is real dehumanization. That's when it's different. There's a difference between watching a snuff film and watching a movie, guys. The difference is that's a real thing that happened to a real person. That's why it's supposed to be traumatizing, okay? That is the distinction I believe Ugopnik is trying to make here as well. For those of you who don't understand, live leak is a leak because it's not meant to be out there, okay? You're bald.
Global condemnation by almost all mainstream internationally accredited civil rights organizations of the so-called conflict in Gaza, which has cost the life of over 20,000 Palestinians, have been unilateral, yet nobody acts. The call for ceasefire comes from billions of people from all over the globe, and yet nobody acts. 80% of all world governments have formally called for a ceasefire, and yet nobody acts. And now, even after all of that injustice, we are forced to watch the perpetrators gloat about their actions daily on our timelines as an online army of absolute freaks proceeds to post themselves taking immense pleasure in the suffering they're inflicting, all while no platform dares to touch or remove them.
לכל מי ששאל למה אין לימודים בעזה, אופס, נפל לנו טיל עליכם, איזה בסיו, חבל.
How did we get here?
It's kind of interesting to see, like, you know how sometimes I get mad at liberals, especially rad libs, that will take on a lie being told about liberals in general by conservatives, like, oh, they're such diehard woke skulls who have no joy in their lives and they hate joy and they want to rob the world of its joy. And then some liberals will turn around and behave exactly like that meme where they'll be like, no, I do want to fucking rob the joy of the world, right? And I get so mad when I see that. The IDF is doing that permanently, okay? People will say the IDF is violent. The IDF is behaving in a way that is like impossible to deal with. It's just a sequence of war crimes, one after the other. They're engaging in ethnic cleansing. And then these guys will go, no, we are. Like that guy just basically admitted that, yes, we lie about the Palestinians, and yes, we also then kill the Palestinians, and yes, we killed their civil society for funsies. It's vice signaling.
That particular army from that particular apartheid state has been always known for its love of posting.
And shitty-ass techno music, too. It's just like such a meme.
Last
Friday night, yeah, we mixed our credit cards. I got kicked out of the bar, so we hit the boulevard.
And while it was almost slightly distasteful, as these videos would go up in between random acts of ethnic-based violence,
it is kind of funny, like, God, Israelis love, like, the IDF especially, they love, one, taking, like, obviously doing ethnic cleansing here. The IDF loves doing ethnic cleansing while simultaneously basically stealing everything from the people that they're ethnically cleansing, like the music, the culture, the art, the food, while also simultaneously wiping it out and then putting a fucking shitty ass dance over it. It is like watching white supremacy, not saying that Israel is white, obviously, but it is like almost perfectly analogous to what like white people have done to black people, right? In the United States of America, in England, like, but especially in the United States of America, because the United States of America is a settler colony. So it's like almost perfectly analogous. And it is this idea of like wiping out black people and having black people like redefine cultural norms for themselves in the aftermath of chattel slavery. Okay. And then just like taking all of these like cultural norms. Katy Perry is Palestinian. Yeah, I'm talking about Katy Perry. Thank you for understanding the point that I'm making. I know the song was a Katy Perry song with an artistic rendition of Katy Perry. That is like, it's almost a perfect study. It's almost a perfect study of like watching how supremacist cultures that are engaging in acts of like wanton violence upon an indigenous population end up stealing the cultural norms while also erasing it, and then like making a shittier version of that culture that has been around for thousands of years at this point. It is almost it like the funnier versions of this, when all is said and done, is can be immediately seen in the likes of like Miley Cyrus twerking or Ben Shapiro rapping and claiming that he's now a rapper, or that he is like, he can jokingly be like, I hate black people. Well, very seriously be like, I hate black people. But then also be like, I'm rapping and I'm rapping better than black people can rap. See, this is your medium. It sucks. I can dominate it myself while not even trying that hard. That in and of itself, obviously is like a way more, I guess, way more diluted version of the thing that I'm mentioning. Okay. But you see it happen with black culture being commoditized, stolen from black people, and the things that many have attacked black people for, they turn around and make it fashionable when white people do it. Okay? And Israel is basically doing that in real time right now. It's almost like it's almost like a cultural study that you can watch in real time and experience in real time, happening and unfolding right in front of our eyes. Exactly what this country did as a settler colony originally to the indigenous population and also the black population as well, what we've done to black people in general and continue to do to black people now. So yeah, interesting stuff.
Violence being committed on the streets. It was mostly just that, dancing. I mean, yeah, the IDF has always been very good at pitching their army to Westerners as one being of quote-unquote higher caliber than those of their neighbors. Look at us, we're so silly and chill. We have vegan food that we serve because we care about animals and ethics. We have all these beautiful people in uniform. It almost looks like we're edgy New York content creators, not a brutal occupying army. Speaking of someone who's not a brutal occupying army, just a guy who posts on the internet, are we really going to let these people have more subscribers than me?
Damn, dude. That's a way weaker segue than my top of the hour ad break debates, okay? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Subscribe to Ugopnik as well, obviously, on YouTube. He's a great content creator. He also streams on Twitch now, Ugopnik Twitch. But also subscribe to me for $5 or for free at the top of the hour if you don't want to see the 3-minute ad break. That's right. At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
That can't be right, so go on, press the subscribe button right now and contribute to less war crime endorsing videos on this big little platform of ours. Anyways, I can't believe I'll say this, but I miss those little cringy dance videos, because what we have now is far more mask off than any journalist could dig up. Now, people have been recording themselves doing vile shit in conflict zones since we invented the camera. This is nothing new. But the total sheer level of shamelessness to put it on platforms accessible by billions is something I hadn't seen, well, ever. I can only guess where this audacity to post shit like this comes from.
מה, לא עונים? נושא שוב. מוזר. נראה לי אין אף אחד בבית. איך אני יודע?
What I suspect motivates such open flaunting of pure spite and hate through physical acts, mind you, much worse than just verbal, is the internalized notion this whole army has, and even the state, that they're completely and...
Oh, by the way, while we were talking about this, the U.S. attacks have officially begun. U.S. official confirms strikes occurring in Iraq and Syria. 8 targets is just first of many courses so far.
Utterly untouchable. And can you blame them? Look at what's been going on for 3 months now, and except for a few boys with choppers over in Yemen and a few corporate boycotts, there has been no, absolutely zero consequences to speak of. When you think you're untouchable, then you have no reason to believe in consequences. That, or you are so certain that you'll be the victor who writes the history, that you see this as not much more than just gathering good old trophies.
So fucking gross, dude. So unimaginably gross. But also, of course, like the fact that there's also techno, like shitty ass techno blasting as well, makes this so uniquely Israel. You can't have it be an Israeli staple without shitty fucking EDM, dude. Jesus Christ.
It's gotten so bad that the military probably has concerted efforts to stop it, and the fact it can't, while being quite literally the kings of military PR, tells you just how surface level the shit we're seeing really is, since that's the only stuff that actually gets through. I mean, we're talking about a country which has a whole department of internet scavengers that both post, manipulate, and push rhetorics online, as well as a country with defined organs to getting people thrown out of their jobs, sometimes rightfully for expressing anti-Semitic lunacy, but other times simply due to their...
I wonder how many Hasbro motherfuckers have come in here and like try to duke it out over and over again, or what kind of impact that like Hasbro operations has on like the minds of Redditors in general, who are obviously very susceptible to like looking at a situation and being like, well, a lot of people also feel that this is the correct thing, so I guess maybe I also believe it. You know what I mean? Something to consider.
Their support of Palestinian rights. But enough about the army. What about the internet's role in this whole thing? The reason I mentioned that I no longer believe that the internet used to be more raw and uncensored in the past is because we don't even notice when something is raw and uncensored nowadays. People aren't getting long-term scarring from violent footage anymore because it's absolutely everywhere. In the last 3 months alone, without even looking for it, I've seen countless death and destruction, and likely so have you. This, as messed up as it sounds, is the good side of this whole story. Thanks to the internet, we're able to get insight far quicker into what's happening on the ground in some of the most hellish war zones on Earth. But while we have access to it, this very same constant exposure makes us less receptive of it. No shock value, no anger. That old saying, one dead man is a tragedy, 1,000 is a statistic, can very easily be applied to how we browse the web. You get shocked once or twice over the same thing, and then it just turns into a sort of torture porn experience for you. While those very same people, in their flesh and blood, never stopped going through the horrors on the ground. The question I won't be answering because there's not enough data to actually answer it keeps lingering in my head. Are we more empathetic of the horrors of the system, this world, the monsters in it, because we can see them through our screens, or are we more distant than ever? The millions of people on the streets calling for an end to this barbarity give me optimism, but it really is too early to tell. If it's that desensitized for us, what do you think it's like for the so-called soldiers on the...
I feel like ever since the Ukraine war and videos of drone footage blowing up Russian soldiers has gotten way worse. The first time I think we got to like get real-time combat footage that we cared about collectively in the Western world was Russia-Ukraine, I think. Obviously it existed in the in Syria. It existed with like ISIS doing this kind of thing. But before it was like still, in my opinion, relegated to like the darker corners of the internet of people who were like kind of pervy about that sort of stuff, right? Like the way that this turned into like mass, readily consumable content for like available content for readily consumable for mass consumption, is like turning away from like being live leak shit to directly something that like the average normie has encountered online, whether it be on TikTok or whether it be on Reddit, was, I think, Russia, Ukraine. It has existed, of course, because like I said, war has been the same. All war is a crime. But the way we see and the way we perceive war has changed in dramatic ways. It used to just be something that you didn't accidentally stumble upon, but like you had to search for it and see these like crazy videos. Even with Syria, it was still like 4chan. But now, because of the 4chanification of Reddit and Twitter and even TikTok in some ways, you see it everywhere. Normies are watching it. Normies are consuming it. And I think the turning point was Ukraine. This has been a slow burn since Vietnam. It cranked to 11 recently, but this desensitization is not new. No, my point is, I don't know if I'm making my point clear here, because clearly there are still people who are confused. All of this stuff has always, war crimes have always happened. Some of it even filmed, okay? But the limitations of technology and the fact that like social media was not readily available, obviously, or did not exist before the internet, and before social media platforms would like allow this sort of thing, this was not something you could easily find, okay? This was not something you could easily find. And it certainly, as a consequence of technology and social media, became more readily available, but it still was not like accessible to mass consumption until, I would say, Reddit, the 4chanification of like social media sites, especially Reddit with Ukraine, okay? And this becoming something that you don't just like see through a filter in mainstream media like CNN, okay? But something that you could literally stumble upon even if you weren't looking for it.
The ground, committing these same acts. Normalized to the point of posting means it's the same to them like posting a new watch, a night into town, or a wedding photo. Social media is our compass to what is seen as standard, as normal, so to say. If you're posting it for the whole world to see, then you must not feel ashamed of it. Hell, you might even feel proud of it, and for you not to feel shame towards something, you must find it to be normal. Well, tell me, how can someone who posts this be normal?
Like, in my opinion, one of the versions of this that like normalizes war and war crimes in general is like the age-old thing where you go and like you sign an artillery shell or you sign a missile with your name. Many people have done this. I think it's like one of the grossest things you can do, right? It's one of the grossest things you can do. You're basically saying like, this missile that is going to literally kill children, okay? I'm co-signing it. I think it's awesome. I personally find that to be genuinely awful, okay? But this is a continuation of that.
It's almost as if the general need to post is unironically, and sorry, but this is genuinely funny. It's almost as if the general need to post is more important to some people than staying out of jail. It's not the internet's fault. It's not some blood or culture thing either. It's a state deepening into fascistic genocidal fervor, which leads to a change in what is defined as normal that turns its perceived enemy into a dehumanized punching bag.
Yeah, this is their Arab face, by the way. This is like ironic because they're fucking Arabs. They're just Arab Jews. How do you literally lose sight of what you're doing? Like, how do you unironically engage in this level of like racism when you yourself are literally Arab? Okay? They're European colonizers. Man, shut up. That's not fucking true. Not everything has to be understood from the incredibly American framework of like white guy from Europe is bad versus against the marginalized indigenous population of like non-whites. No, they are white. The fuck are you on? Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Oh my fucking God. Israel has a ginormous population of Arab Jews. They are simply classified as Jews and classified differently than Muslim and Christian Arabs in the country. That does not change the reality that they are literally still fucking Arab. That's why if nobody was wearing their gear, okay, it would be virtually impossible to tell the Arab citizens, okay, the Arab Jews versus the Palestinian Arabs apart. No, it's not 20% of Arab Jews, 20% of Arab Jews as far as I remember. No, it's more than that. I think it's a majority now. People think like all the Jews are Ashkenazi or something. Like the white Jews, like the Polish, Ukrainian, like those guys are not like they don't comprise the majority of Jews in Israel, okay? I mean, I don't know if it's the Arab Jews that are the Mizrahi Jews that are 20% is just Palestinian citizens of Israel. So it's the Muslim and Christian Arabs. Many of the Mizrahi Jews that are from Iraq and shit, literally just Arabs, but the term Arab is practically synonymous with Palestinian and Israel. That's what I mean. Itamar Ben-Gvir is Iraqi and Kurdish, okay? It's just odd to see, like this level of distinction between like two people that are not distinct from one another at all other than religion, okay? I guess it's like, the Balkans, kind of like that. You know what I mean? But I don't know enough about the dehumanization practices that like Serbs engaged in, or the dehumanization practices that even the Ottoman Empire or Turks engaged in against like Armenians. Okay. So I don't know. I don't know how they like made their minds up that these people were like somehow different. Okay. But stop looking at this from the framework of like white versus non-white, because that's not the case. You're orientalizing distinct ethnicities, in my opinion. Also, maybe our conceptions of white vary. Wait, what? What are you talking about? No, you're the one who's doing that. If you say that Israel is just like white and it's made up of white people, you are the one who is doing that. I'm right. You're wrong in this circumstance. Mizrahi Jews are created as a distinction that the Israeli state has made because it's a Jewish supremacist ethno-state. And it is a distinction that the Jewish supremacist ethno-state that wants to maintain being a Jewish supremacist ethno-state that has found a different classification for non-Jews, claiming that Jews who are of Arab descent, that come from Arab countries, that are just Arab, they consume Arab food, they are like, their families have lived in the MENA region for generations, not in Israel directly, but in many instances, other parts of MENA that have distinct cultural touch points that they brought back, like cultural practices they brought back into Israel. Like all of that gets put under the banner of being Mizrahi Jew, even though you are still fucking Arab.
Just nowadays, it also posts about it. Over 30 years ago now, many people calling themselves patriots from every corner of the little peninsula that birthed and bred me, the Balkans, did unspeakable things in the name of this or that cause. Hatred, revenge, or straight-up sociopathy unlocked by the total moral free-for-all which is war. Many of these same men recorded home videos of their deeds, thinking they're untouchable, thinking they'll be victors. And while many remain free to this day, a lot of them are rotting in jail or in the ground, because their vanity reached such heights that they recorded their ungodly actions. Receipts, ladies, gentlemen, and tovarishi, eventually fall out of our pockets, and the IDF has a lot of receipts.
Yeah.
As of the making of this video, in a case against Israel by South Africa in the International Court of Justice, these very same videos have played a large role in depicting this terrifying bloodlust exhibited by those very same war crime influencers. At the end of the day, who cares about our discomfort while watching any of this stuff? Who cares about consumerist social media?
Haven't found one source that suggests more than 25% of Israelis are Arab. Yes, dude, because you are literally... yeah, dude, you're saying Sephardic aren't Arabs. The majority are Ashkenazi. Persian Jews aren't Arab, buddy. It's 20%, not even close to a majority. It's not a majority, it's the plurality. My literal Shaisa has more accurate takes. What is happening, dude? Can an Israeli guy just not be so fucking phenomenally racist? What's happening? What do you mean, uh-oh? You literally keep Googling the same thing over and over again, okay? And not recognizing that distinction that you're bringing up is literally, uh-oh, I'm Irish and black. Wait, what? You lived in Israel for 4 years, but it's mostly white. I've lived there for 4 years. I'm Irish and black. First of all, I don't give a fuck what your background is. Your brain is permanently and irreparably broken, it seems. Okay? Yes, sir. Called the Foreign Service. Oh, God, you're such a gross piece of shit. Either you're just lying or I don't know what the fuck is wrong with your brain. Okay? You called me Israeli, bro. Yeah, you were talking about like living there for 4 years. So, yes, that was my suspicion. They didn't realize that you were such a fucking dick rider that you went and joined the Foreign Service. You triggered the crazies? Yeah, 2-day followers, dude. Holy moly. Oh, my God. Suck me from the back. I don't think your dick can reach that far. Let's be for fucking real. Obviously, you're doing a lot of baby dick activities here, so
culture fuel.
I don't know why you're literally LARPing in here as though you understand a singular thing about Israel. Israel's demographics, okay? I believe it's the plurality. I don't know if I've gotten the numbers correctly, but you keep mentioning only 25% of the Israeli population is Arab. That is because you're using the state's designation. Okay, the state's designation considers that that Arabs LARPing. I spent 18 years in the Middle East. Yeah, the difference is you spent 18 years in the Middle East as a fucking colonizing little piece of shit. I spent 18 years in the Middle East living there. Okay, as a Turkish person. That's the difference between you and I, you dumb fuck. Imagine being Irish and black, as you claim. Okay, two different backgrounds, very distinct backgrounds that have genuinely been victims of colonial violence only to fucking perpetrate it so aggressively. I don't give a fuck what your background is. I don't care where your masters are from. You're just a dumb fuck in this situation. A dumb fuck that misunderstands everything that's going on, okay? In a country that you have lived in, apparently. Anyway, you keep pointing to this. 21, around 2 million people are Israeli citizens classified as Arab, some identifying as Palestinian, including Druze and Circassians, all other Muslims, Christian Arabs, Armenians. Okay? There's two distinctions in the Israeli demographics. There's Arab and there's Jew. Okay? This is, however, incorrect. It is not the full picture. Okay? The full picture is what I'm trying to tell you, what I'm trying to describe to you, is that there are Arab Jews in Israel. Okay? They are still considered Jews under the state demographics. Okay? Come on, where's the fucking percentage? We've looked at this before. I can't even find it. Someone like Itamar Ben-Gvir, while being an Arab Jew, is considered Jewish and not a part of the Arab population. The Arab population, according to the Israeli demographics, because Israel is a racist ethno-state, okay, that differentiates between Arab Jews and non-Jewish Arabs, okay, there it is. As of 2005, 61% of Israeli Jews were of full or partial Mizrahi ancestry. Okay, there you go. When you comprise it, if you look at MENA, if you look at like the MENA region in general, Sephardim, which is from Morocco and Spain, and Mizrahi, which are Middle Eastern Jews, they make up, I believe, 48% of the entire population, but they make up 61% of the Israeli Jewish population. Okay? This is akin to saying Trevor Noah isn't black but colored because that's how the South African state defines race. It literally comes down to Israel not defining Jews from Arab countries as Arab. Exactly. It is such an odd thing to come in here and argue about and demonstrate your lack of knowledge on this. Okay? It's also weird to argue on this point from incredibly racist talking points that the incredibly racist apartheid state has designed. Okay? No, this is just like the diverse religious background amongst Judaism and shit. That's not what I'm talking about. I still disagree with Hassan that this isn't a religious war. Of course it's not a religious war. Religion is a tool, chatter. It's not. When was I racist? I made a mistake on... What? I made a mistake on percentages. Still work? No. Your issue wasn't that you simply made a mistake on percentages. You made a mistake on percentages that literally... That was incredibly fucking annoying. You made it seem... You personally did not understand what the designation I was making, okay, you used the apartheid state's very own demographic numbers in a way that demonstrated your lack of knowledge on the situation, while I was directly actually talking about how Israel makes these demographic distinctions in an incredibly racist way that feeds back into the Jewish supremacist ethno-state values that they want to create. Okay? Considering that you have Israel in your fucking username, it leads me to believe that you are either trolling or, coming in pretending like you're a big authority on this and being wrong and still not humbled is so idiotic. I know, it's very, very, very frustrating. I have to deal with the kind of thing all the time. Okay? Stop being a fucking dumb fuck. Humble yourself a little bit and, understand that maybe there are depths to maybe you can be out of your element a little bit. Maybe you don't know the full picture. There's a reason why you're watching me on the other side of the computer and I'm not watching you talk about this issue. It's because I might know a little bit more than you on this matter, even if you yourself lived there for 4 years. Okay? You just got jibaited into spending 5 minutes on race science by an actual Hasbara agent, Lamau. It doesn't matter. This was quite informative for many, I think, who also don't understand this distinction. This is an important distinction to make. So I will always still use the opportunity to educate chatters. Okay? Yeah, many people don't know this. Many people think like, oh, well, 25% or 20% of the Israeli population is Arab. What are you talking about? Not realizing that a gigantic chunk of the Israeli population across the board are Arab Jews that are not defined as Arab Jews, but simply as Jews, Mizrahi Jews or Sephardic Jews. And the reason for that designation is because it is an apartheid regime. Okay? So no, I will use chatters as a jump off point. Okay? I will do it over and over again. That's kind of the whole point.
This or whatever. I say, if evil wants to unmask itself, let it, so the whole world can see.
Anyway, how did the American war criminals from the post 9/11 era actually get prosecuted? It seems impossible that any of these IDF guys will ever see justice. They usually don't. It is all dependent on how this ends. Yeah. This is the thing. This is the thing that actually, and I've mentioned this time and time again, this actually plays so poorly to the international audience. If you were not born into the Israeli mentality that is like constantly reinforced through every orifice of Israeli society to the Israeli Jewish population, that like Palestinians are violent barbarians, they want to fucking kill you, they have their teeth missing, they're poor, they're broke, they're awful, they want to kill you, they're awful, they're like, if you haven't been consistently indoctrinated into dehumanizing Palestinians, when you pull yourself out of that structure, even for a brief moment, and there are plenty of Israeli Jews that are in this chat as well who have actually pulled themselves out of it and are grossed out by this kind of depiction of Palestinians, for the record. Okay? But if you're not, like, if you haven't been able to shake that indoctrination and you just live in that state, in that mindset, okay, you are going to look at this and go, wow, this is so funny. Okay? Wow, this is hilarious. Problem is, the rest of the world doesn't feel that way, because even though there are so many people who are also conditioned, especially in the Western world, to hate Muslims, right? As a consequence of the war on terror and all of the manufactured consent that was necessary to continue justifying this multiple trillion-dollar affair that destroyed an entire part of the fucking planet. Even if you were indoctrinated in the United States of America, this still goes above and beyond that level of indoctrination. This is the type of shit that you only saw on 4chan poll, right? Like the minstrel nature of like Arab face of this variety, I think comes across as truly gross for the uninitiated. If you're young and you weren't indoctrinated into post 9/11 war on terror propaganda, you immediately look at this and you go, this is unacceptable. I think that is a major distinction and a major generational divide. It's not necessarily just that younger demographics actually consume this stuff on TikTok and social media and are not just as beholden to like mainstream media narratives as older demographics. I think that plays a very big role. But the other part that we don't even think about is the fact that younger demographics, because they weren't born into the immediate aftermath of 9/11 or because they were too young, didn't gobble up this like anti-Islam propaganda, right? If you're 45 now, 20 years ago you were 25, so primed, so ready to consume Islamophobic content. Okay? If you were 5 years old at the peak of Islamophobia in American pop culture, then you didn't have the same level of indoctrination. So I think that plays a big role. It's gross. Here is the Israeli comedian depicting himself as a Palestinian
From the
again.
chicken to the fish, the kitchen will be clean, okay?
Okay.
Salam alaikum. Nice to meet you. My name is Muhammad, obviously, and I am the social media manager of Hamas. Welcome to our office. Let's go. Every morning we start in the roulette room. Amir, how many people died yesterday?
43,954.
Great. Nobody checks us. Sounds reliable.
Yeah, nobody checks us. Everybody loves the Hamas Ministry of Health.
Post it. Do you
Yeah. Again, Palestinians are lying about their death count.
want
Great.
something to drink? There you go. In the past, there was Harlem Shake, Ice Bucket Challenge, Bottle Flip, but today the trend is to shout, Free Palestine. Hello, sweeties. What meaningless words did you...
Classic gay Americans, dude. They're so gay in soy, okay? They're so gay in soy, and they have colored hair, and they always say Free Palestine, and like Hamas would just like execute them. God, they're so dumb.
You learned today without knowing a bit of history.
Zionist propaganda.
Okay.
Genocide denier.
Wow, amazing. Now we organize a rooftop party for you, Gaza style.
Oh, that's so amazing.
Go.
You're the best. Free Palestine.
Yeah, Free Palestine, Free Britney. All the world's a stage, William Abu Shakespeare. And this brings us to the theater and drama room. Come. This is Gigi, this is Bella. Today they are filming a new video. Action.
Gigi and Bella, by the way. Bella Hadid, Gigi Hadid. Like, the gripes are so funny. Like, they fucking hate Gigi and Bella Hadid. They hate Gigi and Bella Hadid so much. This makes Steven Crowder bits seem funny. No, it is, but you're right. This is exactly what Steven Crowder would do. Okay? You're like 25 years old, dog. Why is your level of humor like a 68-year-old conservative? Like, what the fuck's happening? This is what I mean, dog. Nazism robs your brain of like very important parts that would allow you to see real humor in the world. Okay? It's just so shitty. It's literally just like the repetition of the attack helicopter joke over and over again. This makes me feel like I'm 14 years old looking at gore on ogrish.com again. Same feeling of guilt and cringe and despair all at once. Yeah, it's so bad.
More. Cry more. Your baby is hurt. Oscott. It's a wrap. It's a donor. Our cyber room. Their job is to annoy people with stupid comments. Most of our bots are from Pakistan.
By the way, the hilarious part about this, for the record, is that it's all projection, right? It's all projection. Like, Israel demonstrably does atrocity propaganda. October 7 genuinely had a lot of acts of terror, okay? But that didn't stop Israel from greatly increasing the stakes, okay? By straight up doing atrocity propaganda. You're going to get more conservative as you get older. Just wait and see. Brother, I'm 32. I'm basically your father. You know what I mean? Like, I've only gotten I've only gotten less conservative, okay? Less reactionary. People say this all the time. Yeah. A lot of the atrocity propaganda that you saw from October 7th that was repeated over and over again, including the fucking president saying it, came from a group called Zakat. They were at the verge of bankruptcy before October 7, okay? And then they raised a shit ton of funds after October 7, and they engaged in incredibly unethical practices and lied about a whole bunch of stuff. How do I know this? Not from American media. Do you know why I know this? Because I read Israeli newspapers, who still, in spite of everything else, sometimes do good journalism. Probably at a greater frequency than American mainstream outlets, as a matter of fact, which is shocking. But there was a huge Haaretz report that came out a couple days prior in Hebrew and then in English as well about Zakat, the group that is supposed to be the Orthodox volunteer organization that collects bodies of devastated communities where a lot of this, like, babies thrown in ovens and not the decapitated babies. That was another guy who individually lied to, like, I-24, and then I-24 went with it, and then Joe Biden went with it. But, like, yeah, death and donations of the Israeli volunteer group handling the dead of October 7 exploit its role from Aaron Rabinowitz, okay, straight up documents. Why is it a volunteer group and not the government? I don't understand that. Do you know Hebrew? No, man, I don't know Hebrew. I have a thing called Google Translate. Yeah. Haaretz, Aaron Rabinowitz did phenomenal investigative reporting on here, okay, and uncovered that they did insane things, Zakat. Like, they spent time fundraising instead of, like, going in and actually taking care of the bodies. They spent time wrapping up the IDF body bags with Zakat branded body bags, like wasting hours sometimes so that they could personally advertise themselves. Okay? Just because it wasn't recorded doesn't mean it didn't happen. What are you talking about? And not shocking, and it just isn't depressing, disgusting, but yeah, your point is clear. No, there were recorded atrocities on October 7th. Okay? And there was enough there to you know, frustrate enough people into justifying Israel's counter actions. Okay? But that wasn't enough. We went along with, like, insane shit. And at the time, it was impossible to say, like, hold on, let's wait a little bit. I tried my very best. Okay? I tried my very best to be like, okay, I'm gonna hold back on this. I'm waiting for additional confirmation. But given in the heat of the moment, the way that people were reacting, the way that so many reacted, it was virtually impossible to say anything. And, like, listen, a lot of the stuff that these guys are now uncovering, by the way, the people that went there first definitely was Electronic Intifada and Gray Zone. As much as I think that there are certainly aspects of their coverage that I don't agree with, okay, and I think goes a little too far, or even individuals, not Electronic Intifada, but individuals that were individuals in Gray Zone especially, that I definitely am, you know, a little iffy about, okay? They were first on the matter. Even Ryan Grimm admitted to such, where he said something along the lines of, okay, even Ryan Grimm said something along the lines of saying that, like, the ICJ report basically looks like a Gray Zone article. Yeah, they pushed Z and shit, but, like, they were fucking on the money on this, is what I'm saying. Yeah, Sidney Blumenthal's son in his operation. After October 7, if you said you wait for confirmation, you were called a terrorist and anti-Semite. Yes, I was. And I was called that, for the record. I was called a terrorist and an anti-Semite. So that did already happen. But there was plenty that I also agreed with respect to what Israel was saying. Okay? Like, I know that people will say, well, Hassan, wait for confirmation works on only one direction. Someone in the chat said, hold on, they're going to say, Hassan, you wait for confirmation when it comes to, like, Israel atrocities. And it's like, no, dog, I waited for confirmation on things that other people were saying with respect to October 7, like Israel, the Israeli occupying force, killing their own hostages. If you recall from that time frame, there was a lot of people pointing to the Hannibal Directive, and a lot of people pointing to the fact that, like, all the hostages were actually, all the Israelis were killed by Israel itself. And I have plenty of people in here, including the likes of Elent News, for example, who can attest to the fact that I said, hold on, okay, while this might be true, I'm still going to wait for further confirmation. So no, I was being charitable to Israel in that regard. Do you understand? That also 100% turned out to be true. Not that, like, the overwhelming majority were still killed by Israel. As I said, very likely the overwhelming majority was not killed by Israel, but instead killed by Hamas and other Palestinian militants, which is still true. Okay? When Israel was caught using white phosphorus in Gaza, I didn't immediately rush to that conclusion, even though they had done it prior. I said I will wait for a third-party confirmation. I've said that exact same thing every single time there has been a moment where there's a moment of doubt, no matter what my motherfucking haters try to say. Ultimately, however, Palestinian militancy has a lower civilian casualty target rate than Israel does. That much is true. Okay? Can you explain what pushing Z means? It means when you're, like, pro-Russia, pro-Russian imperialism, pro-Russian irredentism. Okay? That's what it means. Pretty sure you ban people that keep saying the IDF killed their own people because they kept saying it was a fact or whatever. You wanted to be charitable. Exactly. I did. I did not want people to fucking run to that until there was additional confirmation. And additional confirmation came. Israel didn't think the attack's details were enough to garner Western approval because the attack seemed desperate and wholly surprising to the attackers themselves and the success of the attack. Yeah. Anyway. And justice for those unfairly banned. First of all, we give them timeouts. That's number one. And two, it doesn't matter. When I tell you to cut something out and you still keep pushing it over and over again and try to debate me on it, like, this is a justifiable ban. Oh, also, this says 85 targets from CENTCOM. Jesus Christ, 85. February 2nd, U.S. Central Command forces conducted airstrikes in Iraq and Syria against Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Quds Force, and affiliated militia groups. U.S. military forces struck more than 85 targets with numerous aircraft to include long-range bombers flown from the United States. The airstrikes employed more than 125 precise munitions. The facilities that were struck included command and control operation centers, intelligence centers, rockets and missiles, and unmanned aerial vehicle storages, and logistics and munition supply chain facilities of militia groups and their IRGC sponsors who facilitated attacks against the U.S. and coalition forces. Now, we shall see if the Iranian government considers this to be above and beyond or considers this to be like a just and proportional retaliation. If they consider this to be a not so just and not so proportional act of retaliation from America and considers it to be what it actually is, a grave escalation, in my opinion, we'll see. It's kind of funny that national sovereignty just doesn't apply to the U.S. law. Of course it doesn't, because we are the world's police. And not only are we the world's police, a lot of people just take that for granted and think that is the good thing. Let's get back to the... Let's finish this off, and then we're going to move on from this.
You need to be more creative with your comments, or I will fire you, okay? She killed more children than all of us together. In Hamas,
Muhammad, we have to release the hostage.
Just a second, okay? Remember, there are gonna be cameras. High five, low five, handshake, okay?
It's like kind of sad because you're like dunking on your own citizens who were hostages.
Why are you sad? You're going home, smile. Yalla, tal. Oh, here they are. They came back from school. Say hi.
Jews. Papa, I want to be a chef.
This is another incredible self-report, another act of projection. Yes, Israelis need a steady diet of propaganda to hate Palestinians because they are the dominant force. Palestinians do not need to be indoctrinated into hating Israelis. Israel is the occupying force. They don't need to be indoctrinated at school to learn to hate Israeli people. They learn that when the school gets blown up.
You will be, my sweet Knafe. Now go play hide and shoot. I love my children.
Like, what do you think is a greater act of indoctrination? What do you think is a more radicalizing force? Do you think it's like something you learn in school, or the fact that your school was blown up and your cousins were murdered by this occupying force? That's it. That's it. Okay? That's why I always laugh when people go, oh, look at this. We found terror babies. We found a copy of Adolf Hitler. He is the Palestinians' favorite author, Adolf Hitler. And it's like, dog, they don't need to learn from Adolf Hitler. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? They hate you not because you're Jewish. They hate you because you're occupying them. Okay? They have every right to hate you. What the fuck are you talking about? You're occupying them and you're killing them. You're doing ethnic cleansing. Why the fuck wouldn't they hate you? They don't need to hear from some random German twink, okay, about like why this is bad and wrong. They see it. They see it every day. They experience it every fucking day. All right? I'm not saying Adolf Hitler is some random German twink, by the way. I'm saying from their perspective, he's a fucking random historical figure. Okay? To them, you are the Hitler. Anyway, let's continue.
The polygraph room. What is so special about it?
What's a TLDR? Who's worse, Israel or Palestine? There is no comparison. Okay? One side is being dominated, killed, and ethnically cleansed. The other side is doing the ethnic cleansing, the domination. Israel is an apartheid state. It's not even a fucking both sides situation. Anyone that tries to present it as such to you is probably a dirty little centrist liberal who is trying to mask their genocidal agenda because it's at odds with the way that they present themselves as like supposedly, supposedly liberal, progressive individuals.
You have to lie. How will the world bid us?
Who steals the food and fuel from the citizens of Gaza and uses it for terrorism?
We are Hamas. What? This is the truth.
That's it, my friend. I have to go back to my tunnel. This is a gift from Hamas to you. My taxi is outside. Bye-bye. Thank you. Shukran.
This is an ambulance. Yeah, they're all Hamas. Everything is a Hamas thing, dude. Everyone is Hamas. Unrelated, the CEO of Universal Music is a big Zionist, and people are saying that's the reason they pulled their music from TikTok. I fucking doubt it, brother. I think they just want more money. As an American Jew, should I support Israel? 15 and the bullying at school is crazy when I say I'm Jewish. Wait, what? You gotta watch this insane Zionist?
Give Palestine back. To who? To who was here before? Oh, you mean the British? No.
Yeah, Ottomans. Yeah, give it to the Ottomans. That's good. I think UMG pulled their music so they could get more money, but they will make it look noble because it will be getting everyone who puts their music on TikTok paid more. Yeah, they're trying to present it as like trying to get people paid more for putting their music on TikTok, and also they're presenting it as like trying to combat artificial intelligence as well. But I think it's just because they want more money. It's a record label, dog. Come on. They are like the worst of the worst in this industry full of really bad people.
Hey, hi.
Huge TikTok drama with UMG. Okay, we'll cover it. For the person who said that they were Jewish but getting bullied at school for it or whatever, brother, that's disgusting that that's happening to you. Being Jewish does not have anything to do with Israel, okay? You're not an Israeli citizen. You're an American citizen, I assume, if you're in America, okay? And you have every opportunity and the right to be able to learn things on your own. Don't get fucking indoctrinated in some nonsensical bullshit. There's plenty of anti-Zionist Jews in this community, okay? And hope you snipe this message it's on. Okay, whatever, dude. I'm not going to fucking cave into this. But where was I? I thought it was like the other dude that was asking the question. So regardless, even if you are Israeli, okay? Even if you are Israeli, you have the moral duty to fight against your own country being fascist, okay? Same goes for all of us here, okay? Same goes for all of us here in the United States of America. We have a moral duty and a responsibility to try and educate others and try and combat against American imperialism, okay? I try to do this every fucking day. I try to do this for America, and of course I urge others to also do this for Israel if they are in Israel as well, okay? Like I've said, Israel is an apartheid regime. This is unjust. This is immoral. This cannot continue, okay? That's it. Don't let anybody automatically make the assertion that because you're Jewish that you like unconditionally defend Israel. That is not the case. That is anti-Semitic. It is anti-Semitic when Zionists do it. It is anti-Semitic when anyone who is not Jewish does it, or if anyone who is Jewish that does it. Like, it doesn't matter. It's just anti-Semitic to automatically make the assertion that just because you are Jewish that you are unconditionally in support of Israel's actions. Okay? I thought he said it was Israeli, not Jewish. I mean, there's also obviously groups that you can join in Israel as well with like-minded Israeli Jews. We've had some of their members on the broadcast as well, including Conscientious Objector, Atal. What is it? How do you say it? Mezervot or whatever. Is that what it is? Why are you racist against Israelis? Oh God, it's just like it's so obvious whenever someone says like insane shit like this that the top of the hour is here and they just want to bait so they can turn around and say like, oh well, at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, like I got you. It's like, come on, dude, get better bait. As an American Jew, should I support Israel? It's known I'm Jewish at school. Out here, consistent harassment right now to do with what's going on with war, Kai, and whatever. Whenever I get asked who I support, I never know what to say. If I don't say Israel, I feel like they think they are justified in hating Jews. Wait, what? No, they're being fucking anti-Semitic to you. You're 15 years old. Of course, this kind of shit happens all the time in high school. But it's not your fault, okay? They are being anti-Semitic to you if they're like immediately being like, oh, you fucking defend Israel. It's your fault, okay? Explain to them that it's not your fault and they have nothing to do with Israel, okay? That's one. And yeah, I don't know. Teenagers are stupid. They're gonna grow out of it, and you will have more freedom in the future. The conscientious objector is called Tal Mitnick. Yeah. Everyone thinks I support Israel despite being a communist because they have no clue about anything about Jewish people. Yeah, that too. Also, this dude's Twitch account was created in 2017. Holy shit. Mezarvot is the Israeli group, but he's not Israeli. He's in America. Hey friend, I grew up Jewish in the Midwest and got a lot of anti-Semitism in school. Whether or not you support Israel, they will still be anti-Semitic. Follow your morals and do what's right. If you are comfortable, then explain to them that Jews and Israel are not the same thing. Yeah. By the way, this is part of the reason why. Like, I mean, there's a couple different things that are at play here. One, kids are dumb as fuck, as we all know, and two, this is why like Israel's actions end up making the world less safe for Jews around the world, because Israel will go up and be like, we're doing this for Jews and all Jews defend us. And this is for Judaism. This bomb is for Judaism. Like, fuck yeah. And then other people will see that and go, okay, well, they're saying that. I guess this bomb is for Judaism. Well, what the fuck's going on here? This sucks. This doesn't justify anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is horrible. It's disgusting. It's abhorrent. But this is how that cycle of like lack of safety continues. And it's one that is genuinely beneficial for Israel too. Okay? It's beneficial for Israel. Why? Because if Jews feel less safe outside of Israel, then they'll go to Israel or want to defend Israel, because the entire point of the Israeli project is supposed to be that never again means like the Holocaust is near at any given point, and it is a important part of Jewish history in general, that many pogroms have occurred, including the Holocaust, and therefore in order to ensure that never happens again, in order to avoid that, you have to have a violent ethno-state such as Israel, designed to oppress the Palestinian population that it was built on top of. And it has to exist in the way that it does, in the violent ways that it does. I said avoid, and you guys are saying pago, but I already mentioned that the top of the hour ad break is here, and I forgot to run it, so I'm going to run it now. Same as Islamophobia over here. If fundies shout death to all people, think it's all Muslims. Yeah, it's kind of funny, though, because, like, it's not as normalized, obviously. Like Muslim Americans obviously fucking despise ISIS, right? They despise ISIS partially because like ISIS's major enemies are still like other Muslims in that in the areas that it occupies as a colonial power, right? So ain't no Muslim is like riding for ISIS, right? I guess like maybe some fucking psychos in like in like super edge cases, right? However, there are still obviously people that ride for Israel and think like, no, what Israel's doing is right and good. And some of those people are Jewish themselves, and they ride for Israel and say like, I'm Jewish, of course I ride for Israel is great. It's like, it is unironically akin to being a Muslim dude in the UK or in the United States of America and be like, no, I ride for ISIS. Like, the fuck do you mean? That those guys actually do. They do defend me. It's like psychotic. What is the public opinion of Israelis about this war? Oh, they love it. It's very popular. Amongst the Israeli Jewish population, it's got 95% approval since day one.
Not ready to monarchs of Egypt? How you know? Well, damn it, okay, like a fraud. Did the Ayub dynasty conquer it? Right, the Crusaders who didn't fight him, they had Byzantines on the vanity Romans. We know just think about them constantly. Not only have expecting the Buddha before.
Bro, backpack rap is so fucked up. It's just, again, another war crime. Let me tell you something, okay? You can't, on the one hand, be like, listen, our ancestors lived here for 3,000 years. We have a right to return. And then be like, but the dudes who fucking lived here like, 70 years ago, 75 years ago, they can't return. This makes no fucking sense. Okay? You can't go 3,000 years into the fucking past while simultaneously you're like denying dudes that lived there 75 years ago a right to return. That's crazy. I can't watch all 4 minutes of this. I'll actually video game myself, okay? This sucks. Here's the October 7 claims being refuted by Israeli journalists.
אנחנו כבר נדווח על המתווה החדש של עסקת החטופים, האם הוא יפצח את המבוי הסתום, אבל עוד לפני כן, תראו את הדברים הבאים שאומר סמח"ט חטיבת כפיר בערוץ 14. שימו לב.
אנחנו מגיעים לקיבוץ בארי, ושם תופסות אותי עוד שתי תמונות מרכזיות בלחימה, אפרופו האכזריות של האויב. אחד זה מעון ילדים, שבאמת, באמת, חוץ מתום אין שם שום דבר אחר, שנשחטו ופשוט הרגו אותם.
אתה רואה את הילדים?
בית, שמונה תינוקות. שמונה תינוקות מתים. ועוד תמונה שתפסה אותי, היא שראיתי את ג'ניה, זיכרונה לברכה, אישה מבוגרת מקיבוץ בארי, שאני רואה את המספר חרוט לה על היד, ואתה אומר, היא עברה את השואה באושוויץ, ובסוף מתה בקיבוץ בארי. זה לא משהו שהוא... בכלל, אתה מצליח להבין אותו.
ובכן, לא נרצחו 8 תינוקות במעון בבארי, מבהיר דובר בארי, ואין בבארי אישה בשם ג'ניה.
There's no woman named Jenny in Barry. Watch some of the footage not from long ago
גם אדם שהוא חלק מצה"ל.
of a soldier speaking.
היו פה גם ילדים
Like, soldiers lied about this shit. Zakah lied about this shit. Like, they greatly just fucking beefed up the narratives as aggro as possible for no discernible reason, in my opinion. It's just, like, so dumb.
תינוקות שנתלו על חבל כביסה ממש בשורה אחת. המראה מאוד קשה. אני, כשראיתי את זה, זה גם כן זעזע אותי. אתה לא מבין בדיוק באמת מה אתה רואה מול העיניים, האם זה תמונה או שזה באמת מציאות. היה מאוד מאוד קשה לעכל את זה.
בוסקילה מדבר על אירוע כביכול בכפר עזה, אבל לכפר עזה הבהירו מזמן שהאירוע הזה פשוט לא קרה. אגב, הוא אמר את הדברים, נאמר לו שזה לא קרה, ואז הוא אמר אותם שוב בסיור של עיתונאים.
Actually, there is a discernible reason. They did atrocity propaganda because they knew how they were going to retaliate, and they wanted maximum amounts of Western support for what came next. This is why many people, myself included, tried to urge people, knowing full well what was going to happen, into dialing it back a million notches. Of course, it didn't go anywhere, and all of the people that actually do have power ended up totally repeating this propaganda, and still do. Some of them still do to this day. Will they ever be punished? Will the drama farmers ever turn around and go, why did the entire collective mainstream media repeat fucking straight up lies that went out of its way and got all the way to the ears of the goddamn brain dead senile president, the leader of the free world? Will the drama farmers talk about those things? Find out at 7. Of course they won't, because they have no fucking dog in this fight. They just want to fucking churn out propaganda that benefits them and them only. Okay? Those who go along with the American State Department propaganda can be wrong 1,000 times. It doesn't matter. We will wash that aside. If you, however, are anti-imperialist in your sentiment, in your thought, in your advocacy, the one time that they can even catch you or try to make it seem like you're wrong, even if you are not, they will bully you over the head. They will bludgeon you over the head with that every fucking day. Okay? That's it. That's the whole point. That's how it works.
זרים שהגיעו למקום, ושימו לב מה אומר דובר המשטרה לתקשורת הזרה לא מזמן. שימו לב.
At pregnant women, cut open. Guys, the things that are happening are so sick. This is not a Netflix show, and it's not a cable news show. None of that. No, this is real life.
Yeah, except you fucking got that from the Netflix show.
גם זה לא קרה. אז קרו כל כך הרבה דברים נוראים, אכזריים, מהאכזריים ביותר שניתן לבצע כלפי בני אדם ב7 באוקטובר. בשביל מה, מיקי רוזנטל, נאמרים דברים כאלה שלא קרו.
אני מניח שבשביל להגדיל את גודל האיבה לחמאס, כאילו צריך לצייד, כאילו לא קרה מספיק כמו שאתה אמרת.
אבל מה, אנשים ממציאים, אנשים רציניים ממציאים את האירועים האלה?
התשובה היא שאולי הם שמעו כשמועה.
For the record, what they're talking about with the pregnant woman having their stomach cut out, that did happen. However, it happened at Sabra and Shatila. It happened in the hands of Falangist militia forces that the IDF sicked upon an unsuspecting Palestinian refugee population in Lebanon. Just for the record, Falangists are like Christian fascist militias in Lebanon that were collaborating with the IDF against Muslims and refugee Palestinians living in Lebanon.
ואולי זה אבל, וזה הדבר הכי חשוב שצריך להגיד.
Yeah, if you want to know more about that, it's like probably one of the best, I guess it's like the best Israeli movie, Waltz with Bashir. It's Israeli, right? That's an Israeli movie. It's actually really good. I mean, it's awful. It's like a hard watch for sure, but Didn't they attack a camp of refugees while the IOF stood by, or am I misremembering? Yes, no. In the dead of the night, they sent in the Phalanges militias. They sent in the Phalanges militias in the dead of the night. The IDF stood idly by, threw flares up in the sky so that there was visibility, okay, for the Christian fascist militias as they were engaging in butchery, okay? And the only interference that they had was that they shut off all access points so that not a single Palestinian could escape the slaughter. So they had armed guards placed on all of the edges of the refugee camp, keeping them stuck inside with the Phalanges militias. They trapped the Palestinians in. That's where the pregnant woman having her belly cut out with a child inside of her, that's where that comes from. Yeah, they created a kill zone, exactly. Another lie that Zakat told personally that made its way into mainstream media without any fucking secondary like look or any kind of real journalism happening where they just repeated the atrocity propaganda was that babies were thrown in ovens. This also is another act of Israeli projection. Babies were thrown in ovens during the Deir Yassin slaughter in the hands of Irgun and I believe it was Haganah maybe, but Lehi brigades, which preceded the Israeli standing military, before Israel existed, before the IDF existed. But the original versions of that were Haganah was a more military. Haganah basically was a military, but Irgun and which of course then became, I guess, the Benjamin Netanyahu's party too. But Deir Yassin was Irgun, not Haganah. No, in Deir Yassin, it wasn't Haganah, but I think it was Irgun and Lehi. Lehi, by the way, tried to collaborate with the Nazis as well at a certain point. They're fucking insane. They called themselves terrorists openly. Like, they are the ones who say we are terrorists, for the record, just so you understand. Yeah, those guys went and did exactly that. There was first-hand account of this. Yeah, Stern Gang. There was a first-hand account of this where the one person, the Palestinian that escaped the atrocities, recounted his experience alongside, which was obviously also talked about from the Israeli side as well, that the brigades came in to this civilian town, no military whatsoever, okay? They went in, they had 3 people lined up. There was a baker and a baker's son, a baker's child, okay? And a third person there. These armed terrorists pointed the gun at the baker and said, "Throw your son in the oven." He refused. They beat him. They threw his son in the oven. Then they picked him up and they threw him in the oven while his son was still burning in the oven. They made him watch his son light on fire, and then they threw him in after his son. The third person ran away. He was able to escape. Part of the reason why they let some people escape was because this was a part of their strategy of doing atrocities in certain villages with the hopes that other villages and other places where Palestinians lived heard about how evil these forces were and would escape. A campaign of terror. Wait, Hamas did this? No. Jewish brigades did this that predated Israel's existence, that some of which became the Israeli occupying force that you know of. Yes. 1948, Creation and Catastrophe has this story in their documentary. It's a very good documentary. The other one is Tantura.
בהקשר הזה. הזירה היא לא רק צבאית ולא רק מדינית, היא בעיקר תקשורתית, ואני לא בטוח שהיא לא החשובה ביותר. גם לראש הממשלה שלנו, אגב.
צריך לומר, שר לראות שגם בייחוד הצלה הפיצו בזמנו את הסיפור הפיקטיבי על כך שתינוק הושם בתוך תנור.
זה נדמה לי זקה, אבל כן, גם אני שמעתי עדות של אחד מהקצינים שם. אני חושבת שלפעמים דמיון מתערבב במציאות כשאתה נמצא בכזה טראומה. אנשים שהיו שם היו בטראומה, עברו שם הליך לא פשוט. ואיך אמר לי אחד מהם, אחד מהמשפחה היה במחנה שורה וכל זה, שאלתי אותו, היית כבר אצל פסיכולוג? הוא אומר לי, בסוף אני אלך. אתה לא יכול באמצע. ואז זה משפיע.
אני חושב ששרי אומרת דברים שיש בהם טעם, אבל צריך נורא להיזהר בזה, כי התיעוד פה והדיוק פה בסיפור הזה הם סופר סופר חשובים, דווקא בגלל כנגד כל המכחישים וכנגד כל
שזה הלחם שלהם, להגיד, אחרי זה הם אומרים, אתם רואים למה אנחנו לא מאמינים לסיפורי האונס, או לסיפורי ההתעללות המינית.
Yeah, there's like this is about like tactics, strategy. If you lie so much, yeah, people are not going to believe the other shit when it's true. That's what they're basically saying. Okay? Which is true. That's why like some of the original atrocity propaganda was very quickly corrected by Israeli journalists who were like, no, this is not true. Some because they have an unshakable interest in being just and true and doing honest reporting. Others actually had a more pragmatic approach to it because they were like, well, if this is a lie, then, you know, boy who cried wolf, they're going to think that like everything else we're saying is a lie. But to be fair, if we're being honest, I don't think the Israeli organs of propaganda give a single shit about not criticism of Sambar. You're mispronouncing zakat as zakat, which is the Islamic yearly charity tax. Yeah, I know what zakat is. I wasn't doing that on purpose. Anyway, Jordanian aircraft were also slated to join in the U.S. operation and have been assigned targets, by the way. Jordan's role is unusual and is intended to demonstrate solidarity with the U.S. following the drone strike on Tower 22, an outpost in Jordan near the Syrian border. So that's something to consider as well. Now, on that note, let's go to CNN. Let's see what the fuck they're talking about.
Grade the capability of a lot of the proxies, but it's not a long-term solution for cutting them off.
Wait, what the fuck? No.
Iran's a major state, has got a lot of assets to lose. These militia groups sort of win by not folding when the United States strikes them. And that's what we've seen happen with the Houthis, who came out of Yemen and were doing more attacks on shipping just yesterday and today. So it's not clear to me that this will deter. It may well slow them down for a while. And I don't know anybody in the U.S. government who thinks that this is a solution. It's a sending of a message, and they think the Iranians, for the reasons Beth raised, are probably receiving that message and trying to tell the proxies to back off for a bit.
David, you've written a lot about the targeting of Iran through cyber methods. There is an expectation that perhaps what is happening today and in the coming phases of this is not just kinetic, not just military like we're seeing right now with jets dropping bombs, but there could also be some cyber targeting. What do you think the U.S. is doing on the cyber front vis-a-vis Iran and its proxies right now?
Well, the most obvious target for cyber would be some of their command and control. It would be their ability to produce some of these weapons, including the drones, including their missile supplies. But, you know, cyber takes a lot more time and planning. If U.S. Cyber Command has been inside the Iranian facilities for some time, then they could execute a simultaneous strike. But it's not something you can work up in a week or necessarily even a month. It takes a long time to get access. Now, Iran's been a target for so long, presumably they know what some of those accesses are. That could also be part of the next wave. You know, I think one of the reasons that they were using...
I'm so brain broken. Every time they say cyber, I can't stop but think that they're saying cyber sex.
Their capabilities in the Mediterranean, in the Red Sea, and so forth. So like, that they got that for a second strike.
I don't know why.
Same thing could be the case for cyber.
All right, I want everyone to stand by and bring in Jeremy Diamond, who is in Tel Aviv. Jeremy, what are you learning?
Well, I think one thing to keep in mind here as we're looking at this analysis is the fact that it did take the United States 5 days between this attack at an air base in Jordan to when the United States actually carried out these retaliatory strikes. And one of the reasons why that's significant is that it may have given time for Iran, for their militias, their proxies in the region to actually be able to reposition some key personnel as well as equipment. And that may have reduced the effectiveness of these strikes. But what it also may have done is kind of reduce the pressure on Iran to retaliate in a forceful way, in particular if there was some kind of significant personnel at any of these sites and some kind of a significant killing by the United States in these attacks, something that Iran would have had to forcefully push back on. And so I think as we look at these strikes themselves, what's also significant is what has preceded them, and that is both the United States and Iran doing a lot of signaling in these last 5 days to indicate that while both of them were prepared, were ready to respond to an attack by the other on their proxy forces, on themselves, they also wanted to make very clear that neither of them were really trying to position themselves for a direct conflict.
The fuck?
That kind of diplomatic dance unraveling over the last several days. I think, as David was saying there, we kind of fell in the kind of medium range option here of where the United States actually fell with these attacks. I mean, we're looking at, 85.
All power is out. Correspondent Aleppo says a complete power outage in Deir ez-Zor as a result of the American aggression. All power is out. The fuck is this? British Maritime Trade Operations Authority intense drone activity within 30 nautical miles west of Hodeidah in Yemen. Oh, they're fucking hitting they're hitting Yemen too. Biden's gonna start doing Obama's Terror Tuesdays. We did cyber attacks. Stuxnet blew up uranium enrichment centrifuges in Iran around 12 years ago. Why is my brain broken with the way CNN is covering this? I mean, they're brain broken because we do this so much. I don't know if this is a real video, by the way, or a recent video. Sorry. Syrians and Iraqis had just started seeing their hard work to rebuild pay off a little, and here comes the U.S. again. Yep. And like, obviously, if you're depending on your level of brain brokenness, you're gonna be like, well, Iran's forces should not be at the munitions depots there, and it's like, okay, like they are a regional power. You can make an argument that their interference in these affairs is fucked up. It's still way more valid than America's interference, though, because the fuck are you doing there? You are like 8,000 miles removed from this shit. Why are you there, dog?
To prevent an escalation. I will say that the discussion of attack.
Yeah, that video is new. It's from Al Qaim in western Iraq. The munitions flying off are rockets that got struck and ignited after. Yeah, they're hitting munitions depots. I can't. Broken. Like, this stream is broken. Do you guys have another live CNN stream? What do you mean we're spreading democracy? Hell yeah, baby.
So Trump did not. Trump took out a very high-level Iranian official,
that was Iraq.
Soleimani, but it was not inside Iranian territory. So the idea that anyone does that without considering the much broader implications is just.
What's your take on the idea that the Houthis aren't a full-fledged Iranian proxy, and that even if Iran instructed them to stop going after shipping, they still do it? Yeah, they're not a full-fledged Iranian proxy, but they are backed by Iran. A lot of people misunderstand this, where they think that like what Iran says goes, in the same way that it's. I would go so far as to say that like it's identical to like America and Israel's actions. Okay, like America says do this, Israel will most likely do it if their interests are aligned, because they are. But Israel still has the capacity to go, nah, actually, we're going to keep going hard. But America still ultimately has full power of taking their guns away, taking their toys away, and taking their defense away, like their political defense away from Israel. In which case, Israel, being a part of the Western sphere of influence, would have to greatly reconsider. Whereas the relationship between Iran and the Houthis, okay, the way that the relationship between Iran and the Houthis exists is that like Iran could stop arming them, but that doesn't mean that Houthis are going to stop fucking hitting Americans with the existing arms that they have. The Houthis were not created by Iran, so it is better to call them a partner than a proxy. Hezbollah in Lebanon and the Shia militias in Iraq and Syria are full proxies. The IRGC Quds force has more command and control over them. Yeah, I think so too. They are Shia, like the Houthis are comprised of what is it? Yazidi Shias, right? I don't want to say it wrong. I might be mixing them up a little bit, but they are Shias in the same way that like Iran is Shias as well. Zaidi, not Yazidi. Sorry, not Yazidi. They are Zaidi. They're Zaidi Shias. You're right, not Yazidi. I fucked it up. Now everyone's gonna get mad at me and yell at me. They are Zaidi Shias. However, They're not like people are not fucking one track minded. There's no like Shia mind control or anything like that. One of the greatest examples of this, of course, is Hamas. Hamas is a Sunni force. They are not Shia at all. They originally started as a Muslim Brotherhood cutout, right? So they are not mad, just disappointed. Okay, shut up. Ultimately, they have some level of control and influence that they can exert over Ansar Allah in general, but it's not full blown. Like they can't just like stop them. And as far as what I've seen of the Yemeni people in general, I do think that they are very hard-headed, very stubborn, very proud people. And I do think that they will continue to hit, even if Iran was like, don't do it anymore, please. We will not give you weapons.
They know, even
as long as Israel
they know
continues.
a B-1B bomber is a pretty powerful weapon, right? I mean, I'm sure that there was a fair amount of fear and expectation as to what was to come, and certainly preparation. They had time.
Dude, this is QVC shit, by the way. Like, look at this. Look at we're jerking off our fucking B-1B Lancer bomber, capable of Mach 1.2, unlimited range with refueling, holds 24 cruise missiles. This is literally no different than like the what was it? Brian, whatever the fuck, when he was doing like, look at the awesomeness of our weapons.
Taken
look at the
hits
awesome
before, they've lost
power
personnel
that we
before,
have.
and they've maintained the attacks. But it does seem that Iran, and we know this at least from Iran itself, that they've tried to signal no. They did not, for instance, direct the attacks, the Hamas attacks on October 7th. And by the way, the U.S. intelligence seems to match that, to have assessed that to be true. And Iran deliberately putting some distance between itself
Not
and its,
Brian
and its
Kilmeade, it was
proxies.
the other guy. Brian
perhaps
Williams.
with the intention of preventing themselves from getting attacked.
All right, everyone stay with us. I want to bring in a key Democrat on the House Armed Services Committee, Congressman Pat Ryan of New York. He's a U.S. Army veteran who served in Iraq. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us on this very important news. We now know that the Pentagon is saying they've struck more than 85 targets in Iraq and Syria at the start of
Pat
what
Ryan
they
of New
say
York,
will
here to
likely
give you the
be
hoorah
a
shit.
series of longer-term, perhaps larger-scale strikes on these militias that are backed by Iran. What's your reaction to what you've seen so far?
Well, Iran needs to fully understand, and I think they're beginning to, if you take the lives of American soldiers, there will be swift and strong consequences. And that's what we saw, at least the first sort of volley of here. And I also just think it's important to
So
acknowledge
funny.
those brave.
Yeah, dude, Iran had no idea that America would retaliate. They certainly were like, surely America won't fucking blow up positions in Syria and Iraq.
At deterring this mosaic of Iran-backed.
What happens to like my Iraqi and Syrian chatters? Like, well, what do they do? What is their fault? They're like fucking scared shitless. What did they do? They didn't do shit.
Decades now, and I fought them myself for 27 months in combat in Iraq, where they killed some of my close friends and fellow soldiers. We need to make clear coming after U.S. soldiers is unacceptable. I think this is an important first step, but as the president said, and I expect that we will see more to come.
What about the concerns over escalation? There are no strikes, as we know, inside Iran tonight, but Iran has some extremely powerful proxies outside of Iraq and Syria, namely Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen. Do you think that there's a chance that they ratchet things up as a result of what's happening right now?
I think it was a really important decision by the president to specifically strike the IRGC, Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps, and the Quds Force. These are really the puppeteers.
Yeah, they're doing this is the most precise. Guys, we are so precise. So get ready for the libtards on Reddit and all over Twitter to like defend these acts, to be like, dude, it's the most precise. Fuck around and find out. Fafo, dude. Fafo. It's like, guess what, dude? You don't have health care, okay? You're going to die alone with a shit ton of medical debt, okay? Fuck around and find out. That's right. But hey, guess what, dude? Some fucking dude that also has, the same class sigils as you flew out there and blew up entire fucking neighborhoods with like other brown people living in those neighborhoods. And they did it at the behest of the military industrial complex. And you didn't even see a fucking penny of that. But hey, at least you feel good because America's dick's big, right? America's dick is so hard. It's so hard, baby. That's right. Fafo.
Congressman, when you look again at what was struck by these bombers, in Iraq and Syria, some 85 targets, 125 precision munitions. You touched on it off the top. What else do you think the Defense Department should be doing in the coming days in terms of other targeting?
Well, we've been getting regularly briefed on this. Of course, can't share the full details from a classification perspective, but there's no shortage of targets that our incredible intelligence community and DoD have developed, continue to develop, to give the president additional options. And I think it's all about getting that calibration right. I think this seems to be, from what we know, one of, if not the most significant.
It's pretty funny also that like they literally recognize, at least there's enough people in the State Department that recognize that like America's actions such as this one greatly contribute to the Iranian influence in the region growing. Why are there so many IRGC positions in Iraq and Syria? Is a question one must ask itself. Okay? It is almost identical to why the Palestinian population basically supports Hamas unconditionally whenever Israel is fucking attacking them. How do you think this happens? How? The only time de-escalation has occurred in this region is usually through collaboration, okay? Collaboration with the Iranian forces. That's it. The idea that these guys are like all barbarian, bloodthirsty monsters that cannot be reasoned with is a continuation of the dehumanization propaganda that Israel engages in whenever they talk about fucking Palestinians, okay? This is a whole ass state. You're out of your mind at that point.
In the facts. So this is all linked is really what I'm saying. And what needs to happen, number one, in Gaza is the return of the hostages, our American citizens and Israeli citizens, and a real defeat of Hamas. That's why, by the way, we need to even more urgently get this funding flowing to our partners, not only in Israel, but in Ukraine and Taiwan. The world is watching. Putin is watching, as well as the Iranian regime, and our allies are watching too, what our resolve is. And so this is an important step to signify our resolve.
Yeah, without question, it is all interconnected, and there are a lot of parties that are watching. Congressman Pat Ryan of New York, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
I want to get straight back to our Oren Lieberman at the Pentagon. Oren, you have an update.
Yeah, America keeps going, oh, dude, we got to destroy the Ayatollah. We got to destroy the Ayatollah. And then they do everything in their motherfucking power, basically, to make this a popular dude. These guys have one speed, okay? The Iranian theocracy has one speed, okay? And that is, fuck America. We're the guys who are going to do our very fucking best to fuck America up, okay? They got nothing else, dude. That's what they're riding for. That's what they got. That's the only thing they have. That's all you're doing. And Israel, ironic because many of those people also understand Israel as an extension of the United States of America, okay? It makes no goddamn sense unless you believe that permanent war is the only way that we can have some semblance of an economy. That's it, dude. That's it. Every single person that constantly talks about it, like, oh my God, like, the Iranian regime, we have to deal with the Iranian regime. Yeah, let's put sanctions on Iran. Yeah, let's make the conditions worse for Iranian people. Well, they recognize that you are the reason why the conditions are bad. So now all of a sudden it's your fault again. So if you understand how the situation works for the Palestinians in Gaza, for example, and you're like not shocked why the Palestinians in Gaza don't fucking shit on Hamas, but instead hate Israel way more than they hate Hamas, then you should understand it is an identical parallel with respect to our dumb fuck Americans who are celebrating this shit right now, not realizing that, like, we are the Israel of the situation. Israel is the America in that situation. This is how you let extremist factions continue to dominate permanently, because you are objectively worse than them, okay? To an American, we don't understand that. People go, what do you mean, Hassan? We're worse than the Iranian regime? They fucking kill people. They kill protesters. Okay, so does America. America goes over there to kill motherfuckers over there. They're killing their own people. There is no circumstance, unless someone is like directly related to the State Department or some shit, unless they're like literally like a part of the MEK or whatever, There's no world in which someone who lives in Iran is going to look at that and go, I know these bombs are being dropped on me, let's say, right? Which we're not bombing Iran directly, but, or Syria or Iraq, when you see American bombs being dropped in your neighborhood to blow up a munitions depot, okay? No fucking Syrian or Iraqi person is going to look at that and go, well, you know who I hate the most, though, in this situation? Iran. No, they're going to hate you. You're the one bombing them. Why the fuck wouldn't they hate you? It makes the most sense to hate you. From the American perspective, they look at it and they go, well, what do you mean? Why do they hate America? They hate us because they ain't us, right? It's like, no, they hate us because we killed them, okay? We destabilized them. We killed them. We're awful. We're monstrous. And then we celebrate it on television like this. Americans get scared shitless when you see like the Iranian parliament like burning an American flag or burning an Israeli flag. And it's like, why wouldn't they do that? Of course they're going to do that. Look at what we're doing. We're fucking monsters, man. There's no world in which you could justify this kind of coverage. You can't do this. You can't do this and at least not expect people to fucking despise you. Okay?
Forces, their reasoning so as not to embarrass the Iraqi government. But another group that has carried out multiple attacks on U.S. forces, the Al-Nujaba movement, have said they'll keep attacking U.S. forces. So there's no one clear answer about where Iranian-backed militias go from here. That's something we'll have to see, especially after these broader strikes. Do they have the...
That's reductive. The Iraqi Syrian MGs were in favor of us when we were cleansing ISIS. Yeah. You know what's funny about that? You said that's reductive. Except you know who else was fucking cleansing ISIS? The Iranian Revolutionary Guard and the subsequent proxy militias that they created. So what do you mean? Yeah, exactly. The notion that like we welcome them as heroes in our country is a silly one because no, they did not welcome Americans as liberators, okay? They see America as the responsible party for ISIS to exist to begin with.
Of targeting that could come in the next few days, the next few weeks, this multi-stage operation that they've been talking about for several days now. Would you expect that to broaden out beyond this area that we've been talking about, that this border between Iraq and Syria, to elsewhere in the Middle East?
I think it's possible that it could expand a little bit beyond where we are. So we talked a little bit earlier about the Euphrates River Valley being kind of the center of this operation, at least that appears to be the case at the moment. What I was thinking about as we were putting the maps up on, in the graphics on the screen here. Yeah,
that's not true. The U.S. was not welcomed.
The other thing that we
Syrians
could potentially do.
Iraqis and Syrians 10,000% supported regional forces, not the U.S. I'm a fucking Iraqi. I know. I of course they didn't. Of course they didn't fucking welcome the American forces. The American forces did the exact same shit that the Israeli occupying forces doing to that population. Okay? Here's the sad reality. The veterans in this chat will unironically defend that and will tell you that that is what I'm saying is true. The veterans that you know, ask them. Maybe some of them will be honest. Maybe others will lie to you. But the reality is, we were the Israeli occupying force of Iraq and Afghanistan. Okay? So why the fuck would the local population look at that and go, oh, it's sick, sir. Thank you. Would you be comfortable? It's just hard. It's hard to conceptualize this. Okay? It's hard to conceptualize this as an American citizen. So like I have no analog. I have no way of like helping you conceptualize this level of like violence and fear, right? Because like if I tell you like what if the Chinese invaded America and had like a tremendously superior military, like infinitely more superior, just eviscerated our air defense, they have air superiority, we have no way to retaliate against that, right? And then there's like a group of people that they had propped up that turned around. Like the only analogy you can use is aliens. Exactly. That's how much of an imbalance there is between the American forces and the civilian population. It's like if aliens came to the United States of America, it was just like ripping us apart, okay? Just straight lasering us. Like, would you think that they are the good guys? Maybe there was also another militia force that was created that was also fucking awful, okay, and violent, and then the aliens started killing them. I'm pretty sure you would not appreciate the aliens in that circumstance. You would still think the aliens are the bad guys. Lloyd Austin put out a laughable statement. Yeah, he said that there's more to come, right? Which included 85 targets in Iraq and Syria that Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and affiliated militias use to attack U.S. forces. As the start of our response, the president has directed additional attacks to hold IRGC and affiliated militias accountable for their attacks on the U.S. and coalition forces. These will unfold at times and places of our choosing. We do not seek conflict in the Middle East or anywhere else, but the president and I will not tolerate attacks on American forces. We will take all necessary action to defend the United States, our forces, and our interests. Yeah, we are engaging in de-escalatory acts
on our
of bombing.
side for that, but there also are signaling reasons, as you're alluding to, and those signaling reasons are very much, hey, we can do.
By the way, this is like in many ways very similar to the Trump situation with Qasem Soleimani. Not as like out of pocket as Qasem Soleimani for sure, but depending on Iranian restraint in this circumstance, either this launches into broader conflict, or if they consider this retaliation to be like enough, I guess, and proportional, it's entirely dependent on the Iranian response here. Whether this, like, it's Iranian restraint that will stop this from turning into World War III, and not America is what I mean. Just like with the Trump situation when he executed Qasem Soleimani, okay. The reason why it did not turn into a much larger issue was directly a consequence of Iranian restraint. Well, I guess they weren't super restrained. They blew up that fucking aircraft, the airplane. But then COVID happened, and basically there was like they were too busy dealing with all that shit instead of like hitting America.
Get a handle on the unrest that recently has been rocking Iran, continue perhaps to make money or technological benefit from its trading with Russia, assisting Russia in its war in Ukraine, and also too the larger, more strategic, potentially terrifying question here for the region, which is the alleged pursuit of Iran of a nuclear weapon. Their enrichment of uranium, well, it got to 83% or so, say some UN nuclear watchdogs in the past month. So rapid.
I know he killed a fuckload of ISIS, but is there any reason at all to think Soleimani was a bad guy? Yes, definitely. I mean, I'm not like, dude, this is a thing that people don't understand. I'm not like pro-Iranian government at all. Okay? But yes, he was not a good guy. Okay? Now, the problem is even like a bad guy looks like a much better guy than motherfucking America. It's like Hassan Nasrallah, okay? The general secretary of Hezbollah in Lebanon. Outside of our names being the same, we don't agree on much, okay? I mean, he's like the type of dude who's like, yeah, we got to kill gay people. You know what I mean? Sorry, if you suck the dick, you're going to die. That's the type of shit he's on, okay? Not a good guy in other circumstances. However, because how fucking bad Israel is, he is the moral actor in that situation, regardless of his own personal politics. Bro, not true Lamau. No, there is like literally, what are you talking about? My leader, bro, not true. No, Hassan Nasrallah definitely is homophobic. It's like laughable to even bring that up as like as a talking point, but he definitely is not. Come on, dog. He definitely is not like, yeah, but not like that. Yes, like that. Not like he's executing gay people in the streets. I'm not saying that at all. Okay, I'm not saying that. But like, yeah, more like here's the legal processes in which like if you are found to be guilty of being gay, you will be put to death type situation. Not like we're going to throw you off the building because we suspect you of being gay. It's a little bit more streamlined than that, but it doesn't matter because that's not the point. Stop imposing Western views on these people. Wait, what do you mean Western views? Like, I don't think it's should be illegal to be gay. Okay. That's fucking idiotic. that's not a Western perspective. That's just my perspective. Okay. However, in this circumstance, it doesn't mean anything. Okay. Because you know who kills way more gay Arabs? Okay. Israel. What do you think? You think they're making a distinction when they're fucking bombing Palestinians, when they bomb their fucking schools, when they bomb their hospitals? Or they're like, are there gay Palestinians in here? We can't kill them. Yeah, he led forces that participated and coordinated the killing of tens of thousands of Iraq and Syria between 2012 and 2018. He was the key to Aleppo bombings. Assad and his forces killed many Sunni Muslim civilians in Iraq and Syria who they claim were terrorists as they lived in areas under ISIS control. Nah, bro, if you got a cock in your mouth, the drones will turn around. Yeah. But I hope people understand, like, it doesn't matter. Like, what is this? New York Times is doing Understanding the Middle East Through the Animal Kingdom? Wait, what? What was the original title? I think they updated it. I clicked the link. Yeah, it's not the Western view to support the LGBTQ, by the way. Gay people and trans people exist all over the Middle East, everywhere around the world. For the record, Friedman, Middle East animals? What the fuck? What did he write? Did they delete it? This was the original article title. Understanding the Middle East through the Animal Kingdom. Nice. I think there's a conflation between being gay and under Western influence, though. Yeah, it's dumb as fuck. I have always maintained the position that no, being gay is not a fucking Western value, okay? A lot of dumb fucks that are reactionary in their own countries push this line as well. I despise it. I think it's dumb as shit. However, you know what's worse, okay? You know what actually stops any kind of momentum in civil liberty dead in its fucking tracks? You already know what I'm going to say. It's called imperialism, okay? Because gay Palestinians or gay Lebanese folk, well, Lebanon is not even a good example of this, but like gay Turkish people even, like when they are too busy, well, it's not like they're being dominated through soft power for the most part, but countries where there are gay people, okay, like in Iran, for example, they have no time or place to be able to push back against their regressive authoritarian forms of governance when they recognize that there is a far larger superpower that is harming them and harming others like them. This is something to always consider. She's fucking dreaming so hard. All right, I'm going to read this Thomas L. Friedman article. The point is, people being able to fight for civil liberties, people being able to fight for their own civil liberties and their rights, specifically like gay rights and whatnot, is unfortunately secondary when they're being bombed or being subjugated by a foreign power. Do you understand? That's it. That's it. And America's involvement in the Middle East only further solidifies the position and standing that regressive authoritarian governments have, because as long as they stand up against the United States of America, they will always have popular support, enough popular support. This is precisely why I always say trying to put sanctions on our enemies does not actually work in undermining the authority of the regime. It only galvanizes the support that the regime gets because people recognize that the sanctions are coming as a consequence of America. You don't make sense? Sanctions only work on allies. Then why is Saudi Arabia one of the most homophobic? What do you mean? What the fuck does that have to do with Iran? What are you talking about? You don't make sense? You think Saudi Arabia? First of all, Saudi Arabia is the way it is because of our involvement. We have propped up the Saudi family. What are you talking about? And there's also no way that there's no way that Saudi Arabia could just the Saudi Arabian population could rise up against the Saudi government in general anyway. I don't get it. Is the point you're trying to make that Saudi Arabia is the way it is because you think it would be less homophobic without American involvement? I think American involvement simply props up the Saudi government's homophobia. But yes, I think that the American government offering military support to the Saudi family and propping up the Saudi family as the legitimate authority certainly allows that opinion to fester and reinforces it with no pushback whatsoever. Is Islamophobia liberal style? Yeah, I think so. Probably. You're overcomplicating this. The main factor is religious versus non-religious. I live in Iran. You believe how people hate their regime? No, I'm not saying all Iranians hate the regime. What? What do you mean? They have very high trust in government and they like it. It's not like it's imposed upon them or something like that. The Oybrovian Marxist. I'm literally Muslim. Oh my God. I kind of see your point, actually. I'm literally Muslim. Oh my God. You don't think it would be less homophobic without American involvement? I kind of see your point, actually. The example I can give you is this. The American-backed Erdogan regime, okay, has become more and more homophobic and increasingly worse on queer rights over the course of its 25-year, 30-year reign, okay? That has happened in Turkey. Who gives that regime legitimacy? Who allows the regime to continue? In either direction, it's still going to be the United States of America either letting you be as regressive as possible or
dominating the entire area. So you get a lot of support because you claim to be the only force that is anti-American. Erdogan, while being simultaneously propped up by the American government, has regularly also said that he is anti-America, said that he's anti-West. Is America involved in the entire MENA region? Yes, there is not a single place that America is not involved in. It is the global hegemonic superpower. Okay? Erdogan is not backed by America. Remember the 2016 coup attempt? This is a laughable argument to make. Just because America tried to coup Erdogan does not change the reality that Erdogan is still very much backed by the United States of America. Come the fuck on, brother. That's crazy. Yeah, you think... why do you think Erdogan is... I mean, first of all, this is a ridiculous thing to say because, like, we have nukes, okay? Turkey houses American nukes. If you think that a NATO nation that houses American nukes is not almost entirely fucking controlled by the United States of America, I don't know what to tell you. There is no proof that the coup was U.S.-led, Lamau. No, the coup was absolutely U.S.-led. That is ridiculous to say that it wasn't U.S.-led. Where do you think the fucking military jets refueled their jets? When they were bombing Turkish civilian population positions, they were refueled in Incirlik, the same fucking American base that houses the nukes. That's ridiculous. Who do you think was responsible for the parallel government that was basically created under the Erdogan regime from Fethullah Gulen? He lives in the motherfucking Poconos. Let me tell you, that dude, 100%, Fethullah Gulen is 100% a CIA asset, okay? He lives in the Poconos in a compound. That's crazy. The idea that there's no proof that the coup was U.S.-led is laughable. Anyway, is America involved in the MENA region because the people are a bit regressive too? People here in Morocco are pretty homophobic. Even Gen Z. Yes, dude. I know. People in America are fucking homophobic. Yes, Gen Z as well. I don't know if you know this. It is all a matter of material conditions. Okay? It's a lack of access to education, lack of access to a diverse population. It's so fucking dumb. This is what people never understand. It's just like America was able to have its own internal civil rights battle for gay people and queer people in general, which, by the way, it still struggles with, for the record. Okay? But they were able to do that because everyone else was fucking getting blown up or fighting each other or constantly in a state of conflict. Homophobia exists everywhere around the planet, just like gay people exist everywhere around the planet, by the way. Anyway, wealthy motherfuckers who are diverse are also homophobic as fuck too, so it ain't an end all be all. Yes. My point is, in times of instability and volatility, reactionary sentiment thrives. Okay? And America's presence has been anything but stability, anything but stable, as it routinely has propped up authoritarian governments or defended them or justified their existence, or offered them fucking military support, or its presence in doing so has created more chaos and more instability so that these people have no way to I guess, prop themselves up and start dealing with internal social movements. There is truth to the videos and many images that you see of, like, this is what Egypt used to look like. This is what Iraq used to look like. This is what Afghanistan used to look like. As much as it's like as my easiest unfollow of my life, really, that what I'm describing to you was you've only wrote one time in the chat. You've been following since September 24th, 2020. This is the first time you wrote something and you're unfollowing because, like, what? I can't tell if it's because it's like I said homophobia is bad and wrong no matter who's doing it. My point is this, and this is why this is an argument I make all the time. Okay, our virulent racists and violent homophobes are fundies, right? Because fundamentalism is the same no matter what across the board. But our violent fundies, well, their material conditions are significantly better than, like, the violent fundamentalists in the Middle East or even in Turkey. Okay, that's why our Westboro Baptist Church will go and be like, oh, God hates F words or whatever. But then they go to Applebee's and eat their jalapeno poppers. They're not living in an environment where they're going to, like, rise up in arms and start fucking executing gay people and throwing them off the rooftops, because there's an environment of stability in America that is caused by our material conditions, okay? And even then it still happens, you know? It still happens. And it will get even worse as economic instability continues in the United States of America. Maybe because they would also get arrested and jailed. There's no proof that the U.S. coup was. Why did Erdogan give all those people and guards criminal immunity the days before the coup? I'm sorry. What are you trying to say here? That like Fethullah Gulen didn't actually facilitate a coup in Turkey, or that Fethullah Gulen is not a CIA asset? Because I don't give a fuck about like Erdogan giving his people and guards criminal immunity. I don't like Erdogan. I don't know why you think like I'm defending him at all. Yeah, he's a gigantic piece of shit. At most, what you're trying to assert here, I guess, is that like Erdogan had prior knowledge of a coup, but the fact that it was acted out, I mean, it was 100% acted out by Fethullah Gulen and his assets. Türkiye'nin yüz karasısınız. Erdoğan sizin gibi insanlar hakkında haklıydı. Arkadaş, eğer İngilizce bilsen şu anda söylediğim şeyleri anlardın. Oh, fuck! That was a good one. This guy fucked me up. He said you are a shame. You're ashamed of Turkey in Turkish. And I was like gonna fucking shit on him and be like, if you knew how to speak English, you would understand that I'm currently saying that it was Fethullah Gulen that did the coup against an American that's saying it, but he fucked me up. Oh my God, my head hurts. That was too good. That debate was too powerful. Fuck that debate. That debate was too powerful. That was multilingual. He cooked me. He cooked me hard. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You'll get cooked as hard unless you subscribe for $5 or for free. Psychic damage. Okay. I don't even know how to recover from this. It hurt itself in confusion. Yes. Was it good to Google Translate? It was all right. It wasn't that great, but I still believed it. He hit me in my own native tongue. That's fucked up. As an American, I got Shalma, dude. This guy came in with a white boy swag. Okay. He came in with a white boy swag. He Shalma'd me. White boy comes in with Turkish, stuns Turkish speaker. No, 9.92 out of 10 is not the highest. We've gotten 10-10 before. Turkish deli owner shocked into submission. Okay. Where the fuck was I? Hassan, you look mad hurt. No, I'm not. I'm actually kind of proud. That was really good. Turks are Indians, bro. Sorry to break it to you. No, Indians are Turks. Well, Native Americans are Turks. All right, let's read Thomas L. Friedman, opinion columnist. Understand the Middle East through the animal kingdom. Wow. Surely the New York Times would never write racist screeds. Okay. My guess is that the next week or so is likely to be the most important in the Gaza war since Hamas launched it on October 7th. First of all, right off the jump, immediately, opinion editor, opinion columnist on the paper of record saying that, like, one, it's the Gaza war. At least he's saying Gaza war instead of saying, like, Israel versus Hamas. But he's still saying Hamas started it, which is crazy. This did not start on October 7th, dumb fuck. Anyway, let's move on. The U.S. will probably retaliate against pro-Iranian forces and Iranian agents in the Middle East that Washington believes are responsible for the attack on a U.S. base in Jordan that killed 3 soldiers on January 28th. Once again, 30,000 almost Palestinians that have been slaughtered by the Israeli forces. Not important in the Gaza war. 3 American military members died with a drone strike on a Jordanian secret base. That's very important. We must retaliate. Just to help you understand, like, these distinctions or these statements are made with like underlying premises that you don't even pay attention to because you take it for granted. But it's ridiculous. Okay. At the same time, we could get a Gaza ceasefire deal with an exchange of Israeli hostages held by Hamas for Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails. And the Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, is going to try to bring the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel an option. Normalization with Saudi Arabia in return for commitment to engage with the Palestinian Authority on a long-term plan for a Palestinian state. Once again, dumb, monkey-brained Amerifats making statements about Palestinian existence without ever talking to a fucking Palestinian, without trying to understand the Palestinian position. The Palestinian Authority is the least popular Palestinian organization. They are almost as unpopular as Israel, which is understandable because they are seen by the Palestinians as a continuation of the Israeli security apparatus, because that is what they are. The notion that you would put the Palestinian Authority in charge of anything where the Palestinian people live is so stupid. Of course, this is yet another instance of history repeating itself, okay? Because this is what colonial superpowers do. They go in, they find a group of collaborators that are corrupt, and they say, you rule this population now. It has always happened. And then we sit there and act like this is actually the best solution. It's fucking ridiculous. How all of these are going to interact, I don't know. By the way, I'm a fucking idiot. I just want to say something, okay? Even motherfuckers like Bo the Fifth advocate for the PA. It's so fucking stupid, dude. Yes, bro, because they're fucking white. That's it. Whiteness in this circumstance literally fucking causes people's brains to shut off a little bit. The Palestinian Authority is profoundly unpopular. The Palestinian Authority is just the Israeli government with a Palestinian name, okay? There is no world in which you will maintain stability for Palestinians by forcibly putting the Palestinian Authority into a position of power. Please, if you don't, look, here's the thing. My job here, okay? My job here is to try and explain this to Americans because at least I look white and am American, okay? Because I know most white motherfuckers in America are not going to be listening to a Palestinian person at all. They're like, oh, well, you're a terrorist. What the fuck do you know? So please listen to me. I'm Hank Pecker. I'm a racist guy, okay? I hate Arabs. I hate Muslims, okay? But listen to me. As much as I hate them Arabs, them Muslims, them Muslimans, okay? Listen to my words. This guy at the New York Crimes has no fucking clue what he's saying. Must be a goddamn libtard talking about this kind of shit. I've done tours in the Middle East as I killed Arabs, and I learned in all my tours when I was killing Arabs that Arabs like to be ruled by people that are popular. And let me tell you what the Palestinian Authority isn't. Popular. They are not popular at all. They are less popular than Hamas. Okay? They are less popular than Hamas. So there is no world in which these Arabs will be ruled by the Palestinian Authority. Okay? That's right. Don't believe this goddamn libtard talking about Palestinian Authority. It's not going to work. Now, another problem here is the notion that Saudi Arabia has a say in what happens to the Palestinians. Saudi Arabia has been a U.S. ally in perpetuity. They've been working with Israel for quite some time, as a matter of fact. I might be a racist Islamophobe, but even I understand not all Arabs like one another. As a matter of fact, even I know there's a different kind of Arab. They call themselves Persians, like the cat. Iran. Turns out Iran more in support of the Arabs in Hamas, the Palestinians, than Saudi Arabia is, even though Saudi Arabia is the same kind of Arab as the Palestinians are, brother. Okay? Now let's get back to this goddamn libtard and how he's talking about this shit. Okay? How all these people are going to interact, I do not know. Yes, you don't know because you're a fucking idiot, but you could read a little bit. You could read a little bit, but you don't want to because why the fuck would you? No one is paying you to actually understand and like deliver information that is correct in this matter. So why would you do that? Personally, I sometimes prefer to think about the complex relations between these parties with analogies from the natural world. The U.S. is like an old lion. Oh, brother. We are still the king of the Middle East, jungle, more powerful than any single actor, but we have so many scars from so many fights that we just can't show up, roar loudly, and expect that everyone will do what we want or scamper away. We are one tired lion, and that's why other predators are no longer afraid to test us. Iran is to geopolitics what a recently discovered species of parasitoid wasp is to nature. What does this parasitoid wasp do? According to Science Daily, the wasp injects its eggs into live caterpillars, and the baby wasp larvae slowly eat the caterpillar from the inside out, bursting out once they have eaten their fill. Is there a better description of Lebanon, Yemen, Syria, Iraq today? They are the caterpillars. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is the wasp. The Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, Kataib Hezbollah are the eggs that hatch inside the host. Lebanon, Yemen, Syria, and Iraq, and eat it from the inside out. Yeah, here's why this analogy is so fucking stupid. Well, one, you're calling them like a parasitic bug, which, you know, only good guys do that. Famously. Yeah. Famously, only good guys have historically ever called their enemies parasitic bugs. Okay? Another great indication that we are the good guys here. Okay? Because that's what good guys do. But also, this is so stupid because he talks about America being, U.S. being lion, sir. Okay? U.S. lion too, sir, he says. But old lion with many scar. However, it completely destroys any kind of autonomy or any kind of interest that like other people might have or what their feelings might be with Iranian involvement in the region. Not everyone is fond of it, certainly. But guess what? It legitimizes the Iranian opposition when, you know, America is bombing the countries or America's extension to Israel is bombing these countries. That's it. So it's not like the parasitic monster that is Iran came out of fucking nowhere. They're not operating in this like naturalistic way where they have to like eat the wasps or whatever. It is cool though that everyone in the Middle East is an insect while we are a lion. We here in America, we are the lion. Lebanon is a caterpillar, another insect. Iran is also an insect. Everyone is an insect, actually. Just not the white guys. Anyway, like when we first started with the animal kingdom analogy, I thought at least he would like, I don't know, say that like the Iranians are like hyenas or something, right? No, he just straight up went, no, Iranians are insects. Here's the animal kingdom. Iranians, bugs. Lebanese, also bugs, but a different kind of bug. They're all bugs. They're vermin and bugs. I knew it was going to be racist, but at least it would be like a cool type of racism and not straight up like a Nazi type of racism. Anyway, okay. Iran is parasitoid wasps. We have no counter strategy that safely and efficiently kills the wasp without setting fire to the whole jungle. Hamas is like the trapdoor spider. He's still going. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Fu 18 is right. I'm completely misrepresenting his argument. He said the Palestinian, the Hamas is like a spider. It's like an arachnid. So technically not a bug, I guess. When the opinion piece is due tomorrow and you just took an edible, while watching like, I don't know, like a nature documentary. And you're like, whoa, I just figured this whole shit out, dude. The way trapdoor spiders operate, according to a nature site, is that the spider leaps out at great speed, seizes his prey, and hauls it back into the burrow to be devoured, all in a fraction of a second. Trapdoor spiders are adept at camouflaging the doors of their underground nests, so they are hard to see until they're opened. Finally, Netanyahu is like a Sifaka lemur, which I got to observe in Madagascar. He's flexing, right? He just wanted to say that he went to Madagascar. Sifakas are primates that use bipedal sideways, hopping as a primary means of walking. They advance by moving side. Wait, I didn't learn anything from this article. Is the worst article they've ever written. Let's click on the lemur. I want to see. Anyway, they advance by moving sideways, waving their arms up and down, which makes them appear to be moving even more than they are. That's Bibi, always shifting side to side to stay in power and avoid going decisively backwards or forwards. Okay, he completely, like, I thought that there was going to be an analogy here with the way that these animals exist and interact with one another. Turns out he's just saying like different kinds of bugs that Arabs are, and also a lemur that Bibi Netanyahu is. Like, this doesn't even have like a point. Sometimes I contemplate the Middle East by watching CNN. Other times I prefer Animal Planet. Wait, 2007 BuzzFeed quiz ass editorial. Yeah. Which animal are you? So literally what Hans Landa told the milkman in Inglourious Basterds when he went on the anti-Semitic monologue calling Nazis hawks and Jews rats. Yeah. I think, like, what point was this? Like, what point was delivered here? I genuinely don't understand. It feels to me like he just kind of, like, normally I feel like when you make this like animal kingdom analogy, like there's a whole dynamic between like how these animals are interacting with one another. He just said all the Arabs are bugs, America is a lion, and Benjamin Netanyahu is a lemur, which I suspect eats bugs, right? Also, what is Israel? Like, even when he talks about Hamas, he's like, they're a spider. They're like a spider, and the only thing you know about the spider is that it can camouflage itself and that's it. Dude, it's got to be sick to just be a fucking New York Times opinion columnist like this, where you don't have to say a single damn thing, no new thoughts whatsoever, and you just sit there and you're like, Arabs are bugs, actually. They're fucking parasitic. They're like vermin, and that's it. Hello, I'm Thomas Friedman. Give me $300,000.
Hamas, etc. So this is all also part of a political dysfunction in that part of the world, which now, because of October 7th and the horror that happened, it has made our leaders decide that it is really time to get serious about really having a political solution to this, because otherwise it will be endless. It will. All of this will continue. The threats to Israel will continue. These proxies and things will continue.
Thomas Friedman is Obama's favorite New York Times columnist, right? By the way, yeah, 2 Pulitzers for international reporting, by the way, that guy, the bug guy. And I think he was like, he was Obabe's favorite, right? Wasn't it him? Yep. Are you fucking kidding me? No, man. No. Dude, positions of authority legitimately have this profound effect in making average people who are unsuspecting immediately go, oh, this guy must be like really smart. After all, he is a fucking writer for the New York Times. You would never expect the columnist for the New York Times to be just an absolute fucking dumbass, right? Why would you?
We're not looking for war. Christian and MJ, stand by. I want to go straight back to Natasha quickly. Natasha, I believe you have some news.
Yeah, I just wanted to flag here that the Lieutenant General that we have been, that briefed reporters just moments ago, he did say explicitly that these strikes were chosen with, quote, an idea that there would likely be casualties. He said, I would tell you that we know that there are militants that use these locations, IRGC, as well as Iranian-aligned militia group personnel who use these locations, and they specifically made these targeting decisions with the idea that there would likely be casualties associated with people inside those facilities. Now, National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby, he did say that the U.S. has taken great pains to make sure that there were no civilian casualties in those areas, but the senior military official tonight telling us that there are likely to be casualties among the personnel affiliated with these militia groups. Alex.
All right, Natasha, MJ, Christian, thank you all so much. I want to bring in former Defense Secretary and former CIA Director Leon Panetta, along with the former Commander of U.S. Central Command, retired General Joseph Votel. General Votel, this was your area of operation. This is where Central Command run things. I want to get your thoughts right off the top of your reaction to what we've learned about these strikes in Iraq and Syria tonight, 7 facilities across those 2 countries.
Yeah, thanks. Great to be with you and with Secretary Panetta. I think this is about what we would have expected. It looks like these strikes were really oriented on going after the infrastructure, the locations, possibly facilitators associated with this, and was designed by its scope and scale to have as big of an immediate impact as it could possibly have. Certainly, it probably hasn't gotten all the leaders and others that are associated with that. Perhaps that'll come in the coming hours or days, but it looks to me to be a pretty good strike against those persons, those facilities most directly linked to the attack last Sunday.
And Secretary Panetta, we just heard Natasha at the Pentagon reporting that the Pentagon designed these strikes essentially with an idea that there would be casualties. So they were hoping, it appears, that there would be casualties in response to the deaths of these 3 Americans last weekend. Do you think what happened tonight, in just half an hour, we're told, will be...
Your community is so bad. If you say Nazi shit and racist shit, you get clapped. It's so bad. I know. Sorry, guys. I want to apologize to all the fucking weirdo Nazis in the community. Like, when you come in here and you want to say, like, free speech, like Nazi shit under the auspices of free speech, and you get immediately clapped up, sorry, sucks to suck. Very unfair. We are not a fair community. If you're going to come in here and say some reactionary dumb shit, we will definitely ban you. No, that guy is joking. I'm pretty sure. Not outing themselves as a Nazi.
Bombers hitting 85 targets and targeting the IRGC, the Iranian forces there. And I think it had to make the point that, yes, we are going to send a message that you're going to pay a heavy price. and hopefully that's the case. We won't know till we get all the damage assessments, but I think this was an important first step.
General Votel, if you were still in your former position as the head of Central Command and you were talking with Secretary Austin about the path forward, what would you be recommending?
Well, first off, what we should expect is in the next few hours here, 24 hours, there'll be a lot of evaluation of the strike. Restructured they are, but certainly now moving on to perhaps continue to go after the broader network here of leaders and others that will respond to this. It's really important to appreciate that the way that we target these networks is we do learn by how they respond to this. They'll clearly be talking about this. We'll learn something about this, and that will inform hopefully the next series of strikes that we're going after. And of course, we've got lots of tools in the kit bag here. We're talking largely about the military tools, but we got diplomatic, we've got economic, we've got informational tools, we've got great cyber capabilities, we've got an extraordinary intelligence community that can be brought to bear. So there's a lot that we can do in the coming days, and I would be trying to encourage us to look broadly at all these capabilities we have to create the biggest effect that we can on Iran. And as the Secretary says, send the unambiguous message that this is unacceptable and that we are holding Iran responsible for this.
I think that balance was struck in terms of ratcheting things up to send the message to Iran, but not going so far as to provoke an Iranian response?
This is such a... It's so weird that we're doing this. I do feel like I'm going crazy a little bit again. I mean, I guess every day I feel like that, but it's just like there's no question that this is like it is wild to me that this is being presented as though it is a de-escalatory bombing. Like this is an act that is inherently de-escalating. Like this is actually like it's being sold as like something that is good. Like it's totally valid, totally just, totally good. 85 positions bombed in 2 different countries. And there's not even like a single person that turns around and like maybe people don't believe it. Okay? Maybe my point is this, okay? I'll explain it like this. Why is there not a single person that is at least even going, "Hey, maybe this is not a good thing to do"? Like doesn't that strike you as odd that there is not a single person? Like, is this that far off of an idea that it cannot be represented in mainstream media? That, like, it's only former generals and military contractors, like current military contractors, that can talk about how fucking sick this bombing campaign is? That we can't have one fucking guy be like, "Hey, I have family in Iraq. We think this shit sucks." For example, is this too unique of a position to be represented in mainstream media? Am I asking for something that is like that outside of reason, outside of the bounds of reason, to be like, "Hey, you guys are supposed to be the most trusted name in news"? Why is it that it's always like the most insane generals and it's like the confines of which, what is this? By the way, with respect to Soleimani and the acts of resistance that was targeted today, I don't know if you ever watched the short New York Times video, but they're really good at explaining things. We tracked Iran's covert military unit on social media. Here's what we found. Major General Qasem Soleimani of Iran was everywhere. His persona is a clue into how the elite Quds force he commanded operates. Come on, man. Stop acting like CNN is not fully on board with another war. No, it is. My point is, however, that is there no, like, this is a serious question. Is there no journalistic reason, okay? Is there no journalistic reason to have at least one, just one opposing argument, just a different perspective? Because everything that you hear in mainstream media is literally within the confines of how hard we are going to bomb. Okay? Like the most peace-loving person that is allowed to be on these broadcasts is still going, "Of course we're going to bomb." And these are de-escalatory acts of bombing. But like, you know, we'll wait a couple weeks before we bomb Iran, right? Depending on how they retaliate. And it's like, that's the most woke guy that you have on? It's just so crazy. I feel like this does legitimately break the brains of a lot of boomer liberals that get all their information from CNN. You have people who want to bomb Iran right now, or yesterday, and then you have people who want to bomb Iran next week. And the conversation is being had between those people. I hope the Houthis cut the Ethernet wire. No, that was a lie. That wasn't a thing that they ever said that they were going to do, by the way. That was just presented on social media. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure the Ansarullah government straight up... wait, what the fuck? They released a statement on that. Yeah, they oh, God, my brain is like
about
breaking.
this, or I'm sorry, Wednesday. Had a long meeting, actually breakfast with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs on Wednesday.
Speaker Brown.
And one of the things that I said, and actually some of my Senate colleagues who are with me, Democrats and Republicans, is we need to unleash sanctions again. These are non-kinetic ways to reestablish deterrence, particularly with regard to the oil and gas regime. Essentially, the Biden administration has lifted the Trump administration's sanctions. I'll give you one statistic that's really important. End of the Trump administration, Iranians had about $4 billion in foreign reserves. That's not a lot. Right now they have about $70 billion. That is what they fund Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah with. We need to really crush them once again with these sanctions. And by the way, the president would get bipartisan support on this. I've directly raised this with the president of the United States, Jake Sullivan. They say they're interested. They need to do this. That's multi-pronged.
You heard General Votel there just talking about how capable the Iranian military is. How worried are you that if the U.S. were to take the fight directly to Iran, do what you're saying, striking those Iranian vessels, those ships, and sinking them, that suddenly we'd be off to the races in a conflict that engulfs the entire region and draws the U.S. yet again into another war in the Middle East?
Well, look, I think, and again, you can talk to members of the Pentagon on the Armed Services Committee, on the intel we read. Iran's not looking for a broader war. But they
might if you were targeting their
But here's
ships.
an issue, and I raised this with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs on Wednesday. You know, the language that we're using about, well, we worry about escalation with regard to Iran. Think about, Alex, what they're doing. They're the ones who are escalating, right? They're the ones who are killing Americans. They're the ones who are unleashing the Houthis to fire on American warships. They're the ones who killed their proxies, killed American soldiers last week. So the escalation is occurring. What we need to do, in my view...
Yeah, Iran is the one who's unleashing the Houthis, but America's not the one unleashing Israel or letting Israel run fucking... run a genocidal ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza.
President Trump did with Soleimani, but also, really importantly, undertaking these non-kinetic actions. And I guarantee you, our military would be very supportive.
That's why you understand. Next time you see like a fucking Iranian dude light up a fucking American flag and say death to America, now you know why, okay? You understand where the energy's coming from.
Tools we have that will help reestablish deterrence. I'll give you one other.
Like
the Iranian people
make it seem like their anger over there towards us is the same as our anger over here towards them. No, their anger towards us is very valid, very justified. Okay? It makes sense. Our anger towards them, however, is taught because you don't know shit about Iran or where it is on a fucking map or what they believe or how they want to live their lives. You've been taught that they're fucking barbaric animals. That's it. Same with Iraq. Same with Afghanistan.
Continued against U.S. facilities in the Middle East. U.S. service members, 2 of them, were killed 2 months later.
Fuck out.
So that really wasn't a deterrent.
Well, I would actually respectfully disagree.
Guys, you don't have to ban every single person that tells me to get the fuck out of America, okay? Because I'm like upset with our foreign policy and how devastating it is for, you know, places overseas, but also how devastating it is domestically. My goal is to get this guy to understand that, like, we're spending all of our resources on killing random motherfuckers over there instead of like fixing our roads. You know what I mean? Fixing our goddamn crippling infrastructure. You don't have, next time your internet shuts down when there's like light rain, depending on where you are in America, okay? Or next time you get into an accident and you need to go to the hospital and the biggest fear isn't whether you're going to survive or not, but instead how much that thing is going to cost you, that surgery is going to cost you. Remember that is a decision that people that run this country have made for you. Isolationist, question mark. Sanctions make sense. Is their government isolationist? Brother, I am a product of globalism. The reason why I, despite living in Turkey for the first 18 years of my life and being a native Turkish speaker, can talk and seem like a white American whose name is Hank is because of globalism, is because of international cooperation, it's because of American cultural imperialism. Okay? Trying to say that this is like isolationist is so idiotic. I believe in peace. I believe in international cooperation. I believe in collaboration. America's actions, however, are not cooperative at all. I was asking if you think we should be more isolationist. No, I don't like the isolationist concept because oftentimes it's like some weird reactionary approach. Okay? I'm not talking about that at all. I'm talking simply that we should not interfere in the business of other countries in the way that we do and allow them to thrive. We should collaborate with them. We should cooperate with them. We should allow them to democratize on their own instead of like consistently meddling in their affairs and cause them to shut down. Yes, I am an internationalist.
Many others thought they could do and somehow defeat Iran his way. So what he decided to do, if you remember, was pull out of the Iran nuclear deal, pull the United States out of the Iran nuclear deal to the extent that it then collapsed. Now,
and then where is USA allowed to intervene and when is it justified? The United States, just like Israel, has a duty and responsibility to protect its own citizens. Anything that moves outside of those boundaries is, depending on most of these circumstances, like obviously I wouldn't say the same thing about like World War II or whatever, but in most of those circumstances, you do not have a right to like go on an offensive conquest. Okay?
Is that these are tried and tested but didn't work methods, and there is just a huge political crisis in that region that has to be really solved. And don't forget, right now, whatever people think in the United States, in the Middle East, in the Arab and Muslim world, they look at the war in Gaza, frankly, as Biden's war as well. So yes, they're trying to get the peace and negotiations and get normalization, but this is the crux of it. This is the crux of it.
All right, Christian, thank you so much, and we'll be right back.
It's sad that Christiane Amanpour is like one of the sanest voices on CNN too. She's at least like one of the more educated voices. That's how bad it is. Funny thread related to what you were talking about earlier. Yeah, I saw this. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Lebanese and Syrian people are beefing like they're not from the same fucking country. Is absolutely pathetic shit. There was a news broadcast here in Lebanon a week or so ago where a guest was talking about the insidiousness of Syrians learning the Lebanese dialect and therefore being impossible to detect. Subhanallah, Damascus is as close to Beirut as Irvine is to LA. It's not Mars. Yeah. I mean, there's still like distinct cultural features, regardless of proximity, because like you can make the argument about like Turkey versus Syria. You know what I mean? Like entirely different language. Like the people are similar to one another. The food is similar to one another. It should be very easy to coexist. And yet, there's always fissures. But it's not like that. They're a different civilization. You're the same civilization. You're not Phoenician. You are the same people. Oh, God. The real point is to never go to Irvine. Yeah, no. Seamus is making fun of a distinct type of Lebanese attitude that is kind of, I would say, Western-centric. Every fucking, like, the Lebanese people do this. Turks do this. Persians do this, where, like, everyone in that region is like, we are not Arab, okay? God forbid you say we are Arab. We are fucking not Arab. It is, there's a lot of anti-Arab sentiment. Sorry, guys, being really cute. Since when Turks are Arab? No, I'm not saying Turks are Arab, but we are very close. Same with Armenians. Same with Greeks. Aren't you anti-America? No, I love America. That's why I live here. Eye bleach? Wait, what do you mean? This is cute as hell. How are you going to say this is eye bleach, dude? Bro, it's like saying I'm not white, I'm European. Shut the fuck up. We're all Homo sapiens. Race doesn't exist in humans, by the way. No, I mean, there's like cultural differences and whatnot, but this goes back to your Dutch people don't have an accent take and you gaslighting motherfuckers and you gaslighting me, motherfucker. Also, Iranians are not Arab. See, look, Mehmet Balshoğlu immediately coming in. Yes, they're not. Persians are not Arab. Turks are not Arab. Phoenicians are not Arab. A lot more Arabs in Lebanon, though, than other countries. So it's a little bit different for Lebanon. But there is a very distinct type of Lebanese person that despises, oftentimes they're Christian, not pointing any fingers there, that despises being called Arab. Plenty of Lebanese people, of course, don't mind being called Arab. They are Arab. Lebanese Muslims in general. Okay, but if you were to ask some Lebanese people whether they're Arab or not, they would be very upset. Okay,
sites here, 85 separate locations, and the president's indicated that there will be more to come. And let's see the damage. And remember, there are Iranian forces not only inside Iran, but around the region. I do like to remind my colleagues that I remember a meeting with President Trump where he indicated at that point that he was going to strike Iran itself. He thought better of it and decided a time and place where he could effect the most damage without breaking into full-fledged war with Iran. And it was literally 6 months later before he took out General Soleimani, a bad guy who was the head of the Iranian Quds Force.
In Iraq.
All right, let's watch the General Soleimani video from the New York
Iranian
Times.
General Qasem Soleimani was showing up everywhere. In Aleppo, Baghdad, Beirut, with Iran's leader, with Iraq's former prime minister. It wasn't always this way. For years, Soleimani...
Damn, dude. He's got fucking rings, brother. That's fire. He's got some sick-ass rings. It's not the point, but come on.
For years, Soleimani was an under-the-radar operator in the Middle East. He ran an elite military unit called the Quds Force. It's an arm of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps that...
Also, I will say this, like, the Hezbollah flag is kind of fire, okay? And the Quds Force, like, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, like, the AK, like, it's not even an AK, I guess. It's like, I don't know what kind of gun this is. Don't say that until you know what it says. No, but it's true. It's cool as fuck to have, like, a fucking hand holding up an AK. I think that's, I don't know if it's an AK or not. It goes kind of hard. It literally looks like bodies for a few seconds at 320, by the way. Okay, thank you. It says, give them back what you can. Yeah, the marketing guys popped off with this, okay? You put an AK on the flag, it's going to look kind of badass. What is this? You ever play this game about the 1979 Revolution? Wait, what? 1979 Revolution Black Friday? Wait, what the fuck?
The bubble has nothing on me.
1 week back and you're pulling this crap?
My part is taking pictures, not choosing sides.
Quick, grab the plans. We need to go now.
Okay. I'm a photographer.
Stand your ground! Who will you say something?
For every one they kill, we'll kill 100. Let's just get this over with.
Iris or June, you weren't a part of that craziness today, were you?
This seems nutty. I'm pretty sure this game is infamously bad. I've seen it on one of the worst games ever video. There should be an American-based Shenmue or Yakuza type game. CIA Studios made it. I don't play enough really bad games. That's true. Really bad games are kind of fun to play on stream.
Works to expand Iran's influence in the Middle East using covert military and intelligence tactics. But in 2014, things started to change. The elusive commander was spotted in the public eye more often. We started seeing him with militias, on battlefields, at funerals. He even had his own Instagram. We combed through hundreds of images and videos, many of them propaganda. From Soleimani's early military days to his recent stint.
It's so funny. Yeah, it's Instagram. Like, this is why I'm saying, like, propaganda is not a bad word, even though they're using it in this situation as to mean, like, to imply that it's bad. It's like, yeah, it's his Instagram. What do you mean? It's like looking at, this stuff is so dumb. It's like looking at like an Instagram model's Instagram and be like, well, they're doing a lot of propaganda here for the fucking Maldives or something.
As a social media sensation. These appearances help paint a more complete picture of how the Quds Force operates, through a network of proxy forces or local militias, along a key corridor that Iran calls the axis of resistance.
Yeah, he's an Insta baddie.
It stretches through...
That's why Trump took him out, because he's a bit of a... He's got a thick one too. Qasem Soleimani. Like, I saw him walking. I saw him walking over there. He's got thick ones.
Through Iraq and Syria to Lebanon.
سپاه آمد اتصال سرزمینی بین مقاومت درست کرد. یعنی ایران را به عراق متصل کرد. عراق را به سوریه متصل کرد. سوریه را به لبنان متصل کرد.
Let's start in Lebanon. These are rare images that appear to have been taken very recently. They show Soleimani with Hassan Nasrallah, who is the leader of Hezbollah, a Lebanon-based militant group.
أما قاسم سليماني ليس شأنا إيرانيا بحتا.
قاسم سليماني يعني كل محور المقاومة.
Hezbollah is the archetype for how the Quds Force operates. They helped found the group and fund it to this day. This support fueled Hezbollah's rise as a political party and as a military threat
Dude, look at those glasses. Those are
to
fire.
Israel, Iran's arch enemy. These are Hezbollah fighters posing with Iranian weapons. And here's a video of Soleimani with the senior commander of Hezbollah. The group gives Iran a key foothold in the region, along this corridor we told you about. This photo from 2013 reveals just how strong the bond is between these two groups. It shows a prominent Hezbollah member at a funeral for Soleimani's mother in Tehran. 2 years later, that Hezbollah member died, and Soleimani himself made the trip to Beirut to pay his respects. He's seen here praying at his grave. Now let's look at how Soleimani took the Hezbollah playbook and mimicked it in Iraq. Here too, sightings of Soleimani help tell the story. Here he is in 2015 with Abu Mahdi al-Mohandes, the leader of an Iraq-based militia called Kata'ib Hezbollah, also known as KH. Over the last few years, the two were seen frequently together. And the bond is strong here too, judging by this propaganda video.
Yeah, God forbid men have hobbies. You know what I mean? Like, or friends. This is yet another instance where the libtards over at the New York Times are claiming that are making the assertion that like men are not allowed to have friendships. You know what I mean? This is yet another case of men feeling isolated, male loneliness. Okay, and the New York Times is pushing for it.
Similar to Hezbollah, KH is active in politics and helps push Iran's interests in Baghdad. And it runs military operations. Soleimani's team trains and arms them, and one of their main targets over the years has been American forces. We found propaganda footage of KH attacks on American bases in Iraq. And KH also joined the fight against ISIS, which Iran considered a major threat. In fact, Soleimani even shows up at victories against ISIS in Iraq. These were brutal campaigns where civilians were often collateral damage. KH would later be seen during the recent attack on the US Embassy in Baghdad. That episode led up to Soleimani's killing. And the other senior commander to die in the attack was none other than KH's leader, Abu Mahdi al-Mohandes. The next place we see Soleimani is Syria, the missing piece in Iran's strategic corridor. The militias we just told you about, Hezbollah and KH, here they are in Syria, fighting to help Syrian President Bashar al-Assad stay in power. Syria was also the only place we actually saw Iranian operatives besides Soleimani in action. Here,
To be fair, most Iranians hate their government, but they hate the U.S. much more, rightfully so. Yeah, exactly. And people think, but the problem is people in America think that that is like unjust. They literally look at that and they're like, why would they fucking hate? I don't understand. Like, why do they hate America? Like, they hate us because they ain't us? It's like, no, man, it's for good reason. Outside of the MEK, who's always like, I am Iranian, please, glass, Tehran. We deserve the nuclear holocaust, please.
Here, one of them describes how they train fighters in Syria.
Only the IRGC hates USA? No, dude. It's like, it's not true. If that was the case, then these people would not get any fucking clout. Like, they would not have any prominence. They would not have any prominence in the region at all. Iranians absolutely do not hate the USA. Oh my God. I don't think Americans understand. Even American client states, the individuals that live in said client states also don't exactly love America. And the other thing that Americans also don't understand is that it's not about hating Americans, okay? It's not about hating Americans. It's about hating American foreign policy. It's literally American foreign policy that everybody hates. Everybody loves American culture, okay? Everybody loves American culture. Everybody loves American movies. Everybody loves rap music, things of that nature. People love consuming it. They just don't like America's actions. They don't fucking hate Americans for the most part either.
But this video wasn't meant to be released. The footage was captured and leaked by Syrian opposition forces. Remember, it's...
You have to look into the history of Iran. The people like the U.S. No, they love the top of the hour ad break because I don't serve any ads in Iran, so they don't get to see it. But all the Americans do.
However, if you no longer want to see those ads, like you are Iranian or something, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Let's fucking get it, boys.
All part of the playbook. Iranian Quds Force fighters rarely appeared in any of the videos we found. They stay under the radar and do most of their work through proxies. But we still see Soleimani. Here he is near Aleppo in 2015. The eventual fall of Aleppo became a key turning point for Assad, with devastating consequences for civilians. One big winner in all this bloodshed was Iran, which kept its foothold in Syria. There's another place on the map, Yemen, where Iran is active, but we don't see Soleimani here. Why? Because Iran doesn't want to be linked directly to the conflict. We do see other clues. These are Iranian weapons being used by a group called the Houthis. They're fighting against forces backed by Iran's great rival, Saudi Arabia. And Soleimani's lack of public profile here tells us one final thing about the Quds Force. Controlling whether they come out of or remain in the shadows is all part of their game.
Widow K66, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. All right, let's get back to U.S.
Syria.
airstriking.
We've got a team of correspondents, military analysts standing by for our breaking coverage. I want to begin, though, with Oren Lieberman because he is live at the Pentagon. Oren, you have been learning more and more details about these strikes. What do you know now?
The U.S. carried out strikes across 7 different locations, strikes that were carried out.
I'm not going to have a conversation about like the Iranian. I'm not going to have a conversation with the Iranian diaspora about like the interests of the Iranian people that hate their fucking own government. Of course they do. Their government is oppressive. But having said that, the notion that they are like big fans of America is a silly one. I already gave you the distinction. The distinction, or rather that like everyone that hates America is a fucking supporter of the Ayatollah or whatever, is also stupid. Okay? There's a reason why Egyptians don't like America, or people in Qatar also don't like America. Okay? Even if the United States of America is like technically propping up their fucking regime, okay? It doesn't matter. They still don't like it.
Some of the locations that were struck indicating they did hit weapons facilities in their attempt to go after some of the weapons that have been used to attack U.S. forces. The Biden administration, the president himself, the defense secretary have promised there would be a powerful response after its drone strike killed 3 U.S. service members and injured scores more in Jordan on Sunday. So 5 days ago, the U.S. held Iran ultimately responsible, but it was a decision to strike the Iranian-backed militias in Iraq and Syria, the groups that have been carrying out these attacks. That was the thrust of tonight's operation. As you point out, President Joe Biden said this isn't the end. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin echoed those words when he said in a statement shortly after the attack, "This is the start of our response." So
Iranian-backed militias killed 3 Americans in Jordan, and we hit 85 targets. How many Americans has Israel killed so far since October 7? I assume that we're going to retaliate in kind to Israel too, right?
Where the U.S. says it went after Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and we'll find out more at the conclusion of a battle damage assessment.
All right. Thank you very much, Oren. Oren, you get more. Obviously, we're going to bring you back. Oren's there at the Pentagon talking to his sources. So we'll let him continue to do that. I want to go to the White House now and MJ Lee. So, MJ, here we are, as Oren's saying, a true show of force, right? B-1 bombers coming from the U.S. To do this, not using F-16s, F-15s. There's a very clear message here and a very clear message that this is just the beginning. So what does that mean in terms of this being just the beginning? What are you learning?
For right now, Aaron, the White House is trying to make clear that they believe the strikes so far have been very successful. But importantly, Aaron, a senior administration official telling me that the U.S. strikes are targeting places outside of Iran and not inside Iran.
And we can't take any stock in that, but nevertheless, that's their stock line.
Right. True. But America has to take action that is the most prudent and the most sober that's going to give us the chance to limit our damage, to defend our people, but then not to escalate and to attack targets that may end up spawning more attacks back onto us. So then instead of 3 flag draped coffins over, we end up with a bunch of them, and that is bad for America. So we got to be much more careful about how we do target selection.
Now, the president's statement today read, "Our response began today. It'll continue at times and places of our choosing. The United States does not seek conflict in the Middle East. Let all those who might seek to do harm to us know this. If you harm an American, we will respond." That's tough talk from Joe Biden. But at some point, if this were to escalate, conservatives on Capitol Hill will call for a vote by Congress. If it comes to that, if it comes to what looks like a war in the Middle East, we need to get Congress back into the game of declaring war, do we not?
Absolutely, 100%. That is an obligation. It's not something they should do. It's something they must do if it's going to escalate beyond that. And
damn, Biden got Fox News talking about the power of the executive office declaring war on its own being unconstitutional. That's crazy.
Violation of the Constitution to possibly suck us into a war by attacking into Iran.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure a lot of Americans have a lot of faith in the Pentagon leadership these days, so I would share your concerns. Lieutenant Colonel, thank you. All right, joining me now is Nathan Sales, former ambassador at large and counterterror coordinator under President Trump. Mr. Ambassador, do you think these retaliatory strikes will do what they're intended to do, not just degrade the storage facilities where those drones are kept, but also deter future attacks against our troops?
Well, Laura, my reaction when I heard the news was it's about time. The White House has been sitting idly by for 3 years now while Iran has taken shot after shot at our service members in the Middle East. We've seen over 160 since the Hamas attacks on Israel in October. But before that, even before that, there were at least 83 Iranian attacks on our soldiers. And typically the White House's response was to pull its punches, maybe blow up a couple empty buildings in the desert in the middle of the night. Let's be clear, that is not the sort of pain that is going to get Tehran's attention. So what they did today was bigger than what they've done before. Is it enough to actually restore deterrence? Time will tell. The concern I have is that we spent the last week telegraphing this punch. And that's a problem because that means the Iranians are able to move any of their commanders out of harm's way and move their equipment out of harm's way. But it's even worse than that, Laura, because when you tell the
harder you hit the I when you talk about Iranians, okay? This is the American version of Hamas. The harder you hit the Iran or Iraq, the more bloodthirsty you are. Just like the harder you hit the Ch in Hamas, the more bloodthirsty you are in Israel.
Now, Jennifer Griffin asked the defense secretary whether or not there was too much telegraphing going on. Watch.
In terms of telegraphing about strikes and whether or not people leave or will have left, I won't speculate on any of that. I would just tell you that, we will have a multi-tiered response.
Mr. Ambassador, I'm sorry, but I am concerned about our response when he is our Pentagon chief. I find him very unsteady. I find him very confused and muddled in his responses. And today it was just a written response, written statement from him.
I don't know what to do with that, Laura. What do you think the Iranians are going to do? If they know that we're going to attack them, do you think they're just going to sit around and look up into the sky and take pictures with their iPhones of the incoming? Of course they went to ground. Of course they went back to Iran or hid or obscured their locations or moved.
By the way, they just talked about why that is the way it is. Because the previous guest literally said, we don't want it to escalate into a broader conflict where Iran starts retaliating against American troop positions and you see more American troops return home in coffins. That's the reason why there's some level of communication with our foreign adversaries in this back and forth. It's mostly theater. It just depends on how hard America strikes. Okay? So the other dude fucking knows that too. He's like some ambassador CIA guy. Of course he fucking knows that. But of course, they got to play this song and dance on television as though Biden is weak, actually, because he's bombing Iran in the exact same way that any Republican or he's bombing Iranian proxies in the same exact way that the Republican administration would do. However, because it's Biden, we hate him. Okay,
Because it's Biden and the way he's doing it, we hate him actually, and it's actually somehow bad. That's like, was that the Visit the Creation Museum? And this is just an ad for pretzels? What the fuck kind of ads is? God, their ads are so funny on Fox News. I love it. And for the record, Trump did this too, with in collaboration, I think, in Syria. He also informed ahead of time the bombing, the targets they were going to strike. It's more about crippling their infrastructure so that it's harder for them to conduct operations rather than like actually killing, actually killing their nationals. However, Qasem Soleimani was a different story. Obviously, that wasn't with any kind of collaboration whatsoever. That was actually a major escalation, and luckily it didn't turn into a broader conflict.
Just lack of hope.
Ad React Meta, yeah.
So there may be one of these PMFs that may.
Isn't this cool that like both Fox News and CNN are saying the same things though?
And what I
for the
think
most
is going
part,
to happen over the next couple of days.
And Kareem, when you hear what the U.S. used, those B-1 bombers, a statement in and of itself, they could have used less, they didn't. More than 125 precision munitions. And then they have a whole list of things that they hit, weapons stockpiles, weapons caches, as you could see from what General Hertling's saying we're seeing here, right? Because the rocket's going up after the impact. How much do you think what we are seeing tonight will actually degrade the capabilities of the Iranian-backed groups?
I think no doubt it will degrade the capabilities. But Iran has been playing this game for a long time, 4.5 decades. So there's been instances when, for example, Israel has significantly degraded Lebanese Hezbollah, one of Iran's proxies, or Israel has degraded Iran's proxies in the Palestinian territories. But they use their oil resources. Iran uses its oil resources to rebuild those capabilities. So I think we have to say that this is a Cold War that Iran has been fighting against us for a long time. They're going to continue to do so. What I would say, though, Aaron, is that what's unique about this Iranian regime is that they're probably the most menacing regime beyond their borders, but one of the most unstable and unpopular regimes at home. And so that also needs to be part of our strategy to advance the cause of political change inside Iran. Otherwise, we're simply going to be responding to the symptoms of this regime.
Right. We think about in the past 12 to 18 months, so many of the brave things.
Yeah, if I can, Aaron, on that, that's a great point, because what we're seeing and what we're enamored with.
I love that. It's like, it's one of the most unstable and unpopular regimes. True. Okay. So why are you helping them? It's just, this is something I will not understand.
At least in this specific instance, the reason that this is happening tonight is because of what is happening in Israel and Gaza. And I want to go to Tel Aviv, where our Nick Robertson is out front. Nick, this is part of this escalation, since October 7th of what we've seen, the fears of a broader war. And here we are bit by bit. How dangerous is this moment for the region and for the world when you consider there will be strikes, there then will be a response, there then will be a response to that?
Yeah, there's always dangers for miscalculations. I think what post-October 7th has shown, and what the United States is responding to in Iraq and Syria tonight, and your guests have just been talking exactly about it. Iran says that it doesn't want to have a direct fight with the United States, and the White House says it too does not want to have a direct fight with Iran. But the reality is Iran is at war with the United States, and post-October 7th, it's become very, very clear. If anyone had sort of failed to pay attention over the past couple of decades, they could have blinked during that period where Iran, having set up and established very strongly Hezbollah in Lebanon, they've gone on to stand up and make some very strong and capable militias in Iraq, in Syria, in Yemen with the Houthis over the past decade or so, as well as supplying and training Hamas in Gaza. So the period that we're in at the moment is where we can see, the world can see all those strings leading back to Tehran. And at the moment, it's convenient to avoid escalation, not to fight them by going to the ends of those strings to Iran. It's convenient to target the Houthis when they're about to launch missiles to take out ships in the Red Sea. It's convenient to target these militias and their weapon stockpiles, as we're clearly seeing now in Iraq and Syria. But I think the bigger picture is ultimately that threat, as your panel have said, doesn't go away. Iran's objectives vis the United States remain exactly the same. That problem just doesn't go away.
All right, Nick Robertson, thank you very much. Alive in these early hours of Saturday morning in Tel Aviv. I want to go to Major General Spider Marks at the wall right now. And General Marks, just to understand exactly what we're seeing here, right?
Am I wrong?
Strikes
I told you it was like Douglas,
Iranian-backed
Spider,
proxies.
Rapist,
No strikes
Douglas.
inside Iran. Can you just walk us through exactly the significance of what we're seeing here right now?
Yeah, Aaron, at least what we know right now is the strikes took place essentially in this area. We don't know precisely where. 85 individual targets, 7 clusters, if you will. What's significant is the United States did not strike into Iran. But look, you know, the historic trade routes that have existed in this part of the world forever have come from Iran, and they migrate through, in this particular area, this Shia arc, if you will. This axis of resistance is what we've now called it. So the United States, I think, very wisely has chosen not to strike into Iran. But as Nick just indicated, let there be no doubt, the United States truly is at war with Iran in a tactical level right now. There is a strategic competition that's taking place.
Don't worry, guys,
right
we're
now.
at war,
the United
for
States
sure, with
is
Iran.
trying to assert itself and to get into a leaning forward posture. So we're just not responding to what the Iranians are doing. We need to take the initiative, and this is what this first strike is all about.
All right, so the B-1 bombers that were used to carry out the strikes, can you tell us more about their capabilities? I mean, obviously, we understand the payload they can carry is significantly greater than that of an F-15 or an F-16. But what is the capability here?
Yeah, 2 things in particular identified here.
Tell us
You
more
just
about these
mentioned
sick-ass
one.
guns.
24 cruise missiles plus a number of gravity munitions, gravity bombs. Very, very capable. A lot of experience inside the cockpit. This thing's been around for over 40 years. It's got legs that are going to go out for another 10 to 12 years. But also unlimited range. You can keep refueling
QVC.
this thing. So
It's QVC.
these bombers,
We're
I
doing
assume,
QVC
flew from
again.
the United States, refueled en route, very precise targets, made it very crystal clear that this is what they're going after. And the United States chose not to use fighter aircraft that could have had a dual purpose of supporting forces on the ground. So this sends a very clear, unequivocal message. This is a bomber. We're not going to linger. We're not going to support other folks on the ground. We're coming directly after you.
All right, so what else stands out to you about what you've seen so far, what we understand so far happen?
Yeah, the challenge that we're seeing right now is that our government has indicated this is a multi-tiered attack. The challenge is, what does that really look like? I would hope it would be a whole of government type of attack. We've got economic sanctions we can continue to pour on. We've got incredible cyber capabilities. We've got great diplomatic capabilities. And also the multi-tiered, in my mind,
Great diplomatic.
doesn't have a time horizon. We should not be in the business of saying we're going to be there another couple of days. The questions will be asked. How long will this take? It'll take as long as it takes. The United States needs to be able to assess the damage that's taken place so far, and then the target set's going to evolve as a result of that. So this thing will cascade and will escalate in terms of volume, I would hope, over the course of time, until at some point we say we've achieved our objectives.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it, General.
Thank you, Aaron.
All right, and next, the breaking news. Ukraine's Zelensky now calling the top general that he fired days ago his, quote, commander-in-chief. What is actually happening here? Did Zelensky suddenly change his mind? Also breaking interference trial, that crucial trial. We have just learned
Wait, what?
exactly what happened.
Remember when you called that Raytheon ad?
You can get the Raytheon missile system by using the code word dildo at checkout. That's right. Please use my code word dildo at the checkout if you want 10% off your first order. And that way, you'll get to show your support.
System, okay? The problem with UAVs is they're low range. So what they need is some low range capability. And I submit to you that we need to look the United States at providing the CRAM system. That's the CRAM, counter rocket, artillery, and mortar. These are incredibly effective systems. They're made by Raytheon. They're intended to go after low-flying targets. They go after rockets, artillery, and mortar rounds. If you got something that's good enough to shoot out a mortar round, then, I mean...
The DC swamp is sabotaging our border. All right. Yeah. Hell yeah, baby. War. Okay. Oh, salacious. Fani Willis. Let's do that.
We have some breaking news from Fulton County, Georgia, where District Attorney Fani Willis, who's spearheading the Georgia election subversion case against former President Donald Trump, has now filed a written response to an attempt to have her disqualified. CNN's Zach Cohen is joining us now. So, Zach, here, Fani Willis is responding to this attempt to have her disqualified over allegations that she has had an inappropriate relationship with the top prosecutor, one of the top prosecutors that she hired to take on this case. Walk us through her response.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Boris, we just got this ruling or this motion minutes ago, and Fani Willis, in her opposition to this disqualification effort, calls the allegations salacious and acknowledges that they garnered a lot of media attention over the last couple of days. But she goes into point by point rebutting the legal arguments for why she should not be disqualified. And I'm going to go through a few of them. She says District Attorney Willis has no financial conflict of interest that constitutes a legal basis for disqualification. She says there is no personal conflict or interest of interest that justifies her disqualification personally or that of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. She says the attacks on Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade, that's who she's alleged to have had an affair with, the attacks on his qualifications are factually inaccurate, unsupported, and malicious. In addition to...
It's a little bit of workplace fucking, dude. It's a little bit of workplace fucking, dude. Trying to get a nut.
Providing no basis whatsoever to dismiss the indictment or disqualify Special Prosecutor Wade. It goes on to say that she has made no public statements that warrant disqualification or judicial inquiry, and that the criticism of the process utilized to appoint and compensate the special prosecutors in this case demonstrates basic misunderstandings of rudimentary county and state regulations and provides no basis for the dismissal of the indictment or disqualification of any members of the prosecution team. So obviously she is, again, point by point, disputing the legal arguments that were raised by Trump's lead attorney, Steve Sadow, and the attorneys for two other of Trump's co-defendants in this Georgia case. We're still obviously going through this motion, but it's clear Fani Willis says, no, there is no legal basis for me to be disqualified from this case or for the indictment itself to be thrown out.
Okay. Well, did she fuck or not? CNN, answer the question that everyone is asking. Was she chasing the nut or not? It doesn't seem like that answer, doesn't seem like that bullet by bullet point addressed the question that's on everybody's minds. Did Fani Willis fuck the special prosecutor? The same.
And she and the defendant's team are due in front of a judge on February 15th to make this argument in person. We know you'll be watching that alongside us. Zach Cohen, thanks so much for the reporting.
In less than 1 week, the Supreme Court is going to hear arguments on whether or not Donald Trump can stay on the ballot in Colorado. His legal team is preparing their strategy. The case was kicked to the high court after Colorado determined Trump should not be allowed to run for office again because of his role in the January 6th insurrection. A similar ruling was reached in Maine. CNN's Joan Biskupic joins us this morning to share her new reporting. Joan, as you're looking at this, what are you now learning about how attorneys on both sides of this case are prepared?
I'm so conflicted on the Fani Willis shit. I'm so conflicted because, like, on the one hand, I think she is the worst type of careerist DA. Okay. It's the worst type of careerist DA that, like, I mean, obviously, like, went after Young Thug and YSL in, like, an incredibly aggressive way, including, like, greatly stretching the boundaries, in my opinion. That unironically undermines, like, freedom of expression, even though, like, obviously, let's be real. I mean, Young Thug did do some shit, right? And in very dumb ways. But having said that, like, using rap lyrics routinely, and claiming that the entire record label is actually technically a gang, all this shit, like, it I think under normal circumstances would not fly, but it's such an edge case in this situation where, like, there is truth to it, right? That it's people are just kind of letting it go, letting it slide. But beyond that, I do think that because she's, like, this careerist DA, the RICO charges against Donald Trump, I mean, they're valid, and I'm glad that she's doing that. And I want the case to continue, especially because they're gonna be filming it, and that's, like, the one thing I've been looking forward to this whole fucking year. For, like, the past couple of months, I've been waiting. So I don't want this to get in the way, Robert Kaplan says Trump threw papers across the table at Mar-a-Lago deposition because his legal team agreed to feed her lunch. What? Anyway, let's hear about the Zelensky shit, and then we'll get to Fani
in the
Willis
running
again.
to be the successor. One of them, Kirilo Budanov, the head of military intelligence. One of them, head of the land forces, Alexander Syrsky. But again, at this point in time, it's not clear whether it's going to be any one of those or whether or not Zelensky has indeed changed his mind. We simply don't know at this point in time. Certainly right now, we'll see what happens on the weekend and whether a decree might yet come, Aaron.
It's just an absolutely incredible
Zelensky's
moment.
such a manlet.
Fred Pleitgen is in Kyiv, and we are so grateful for that, to have eyes and ears and on the ground there. And we have the breaking news, of course, coming from the Middle East. Video now in of the United States striking more than 85 targets in Iraq and Syria in just these past moments. Multiple casualties are reported. We don't yet.
Okay.
Preparing to argue this case, which is a hugely impactful case. This is about the president. This is about his ability to run in 2 states. I mean, it couldn't get bigger, really.
No, Sarah, and it's 6 days and counting. You know, as you said, consider the stakes. It could determine who is the next president of the United States, at least who ends up on the ballot, and consider the pressure. And we've got 2 relatively inexperienced lawyers before these justices. One lawyer, Jason Murray, representing the Colorado voters who do not want Trump on the ballot, has never argued before the justices. He has other strengths that we'll get to, but he's never appeared at the lectern there. Jonathan Mitchell, who will be appearing on behalf of Donald Trump, has argued a handful of times before the justices, but nothing like this kind of case. So how are they getting ready? They're both, as of today, moving their operations to Washington, D.C. and tapping into a very sophisticated network of lawyers who've argued many times before the justices and can help channel the justices. One of the main devices they will use are these dry runs called moot courts. And that's where about 4 or 5 lawyers, not 9 as in the real venue, 4 or 5 lawyers sit up on a mock bench or at a table and fire questions at these individual lawyers. It gives them a chance to not just practice their presentations, but to expose weaknesses in their presentations.
Okay, give me more Fani Willis, man. Did she fuck or not? I feel like CNN is avoiding the fucking question here a little bit, okay? What are you hiding, CNN? Did she throw it back? I want to know. Is there a more reputable outlet that would cover this story with the seriousness that it deserves, like Fox News, maybe? Let's take a look.
Coming up 18 minutes past the hour now, House Judiciary Chair Jim Jordan apparently subpoenaed Fulton County DA Fani Willis for documents after 3 attempts that he had made to get her to respond to requests voluntarily to no avail. The subpoena is now for documents, not an appearance now, related to the Fulton County DA's use and misuse, allegedly, of federal funds. Willis is under the microscope for this alleged improper romantic relationship with a special prosecutor that she hired for the Georgia election interference case. That's the big RICO case now, stacked up against former President Donald Trump and many others. So we will see how that turns out for Jim Jordan.
That case is my new one life to live.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interview.
Who cares? I care. I don't understand why this matters. I don't think it does. Like, do I think it matters? No. But do I think it's salacious? Yes. I don't know. Like, I don't think it's improper that she fucked the special prosecutor that she hired onto the case. If she was the judge, it's a little different. You know what I mean? But if you're on the same, when you're the DA and you bring in a special prosecutor, you're just like kind of hooking a homie up. It's not like she fucked the judge. Okay. That's the difference. I feel like even in that circumstance, like, I mean, I think the judge would have to recuse themselves or the prosecutor. I don't know. Someone, I assume it would be the judge that recuses themselves in that situation. But, 2 consenting black folk fucking is salacious now? Yes. It's such a big lawsuit. Why take the risk? Because I feel like she's a wheeler and dealer. That's why. I think that's the reason why she took the risk. This is like, I get the feeling that Fani Willis is like, this is her modus operandi a little bit, if that makes sense. She's 1, big careerist, and 2, I think she just like, maybe the dick was too good. I don't fucking know. I mean, I think that she's like, no, it's not kickbacks, dude. I mean, she's probably like, Yeah, I think the proper word would be reckless. Yes, the proper dick bags. Good one, Chatter. No, I think she is reckless.
We are tracking some.
Fani Willis to admit relationship with lawyer on Trump case, but denies conflict in draft filing.
Breaking news for you right now. CBS News has
Wow, for the first time, a little bit of real journalism. CNN's going to have to play a clip of Fani saying she did have.
learned exclusively in a filing by Fulton County District Attorney's Office an acknowledgement that Fani Willis engaged in a relationship with attorney Nathan Wade. You, of course, recall that both are working on the Georgia election interference case involving former President Donald Trump.
Joining us now with more on Willis's response is CBS News investigative producer Daniel Kleidman. Daniel, extraordinary reporting. Tell us what you've learned here, particularly about how Willis is expected to respond.
Well, CBS News obtained a draft of the filing, the response to the motion that had all these allegations about her having a relationship with Nathan Wade, the special prosecutor who she hired to lead the Trump investigation. And first of all, it acknowledges that there was a relationship between them, but it pushes back very hard on some of the facts that were alleged, but also on the idea that this represented any kind of conflict of interest that could lead to her disqualification from the case or dismissal against any of the defendants.
And you have that filing in front of you.
I do.
What stands out to you? What are the headlines?
Well, one of the most, I think, important things in this filing is actually an affidavit, a sworn affidavit by Nathan Wade that is an exhibit. And I'll read it. He says in this affidavit, in 2022, District Attorney Willis and I developed a personal relationship in addition to our professional association and friendship. So there's the acknowledgement of the relationship. But importantly, he also says that relationship did not begin until 2022. My understanding is it's early to mid 2022. He was hired for this position by Fani Willis in November.
Oh, damn. They're saying late nights in the office, tensions got high. He is kind of hot. A lot of people are presenting this as misogynistic. But I think it's misinterest, okay? Normally, you always hear about, like, women fucking to get ahead. The one time a man is fucking to get ahead and y'all are all over his ass, it becomes a matter of national news, okay? I'm just saying. Now, of course, the misogyny in this circumstances, of course, that, like, they're only talking about Fani Willis. Well, he's a hero.
Of 2021. That is an important distinction because of the suggestion that she hired someone she was having a romantic relationship with and someone who had come under some criticism for not maybe having all of the credentials needed for a case like this. They also push back on that, by the way. The affidavit lays out in detail his experience as a lawyer, including having done a lot of felony cases in both state court and federal court.
Do we have a sense at all? I know obviously this is all still developing, but what this could mean in terms of consequences? I mean, what are the chances that Fani Willis might step aside now?
Well, this is the question that everyone wants to know. And there's a hearing that Judge Scott McAfee, who's the presiding judge.
This is literally the case of her lifetime. Like, this is a case of her life. Like, if she stepped aside, if she doesn't step aside, Republicans use this permanently. Republicans are going to use this to try to drop the case anyway, which, by the way, there's no legal basis for this. It's ridiculous. They're on the same team. They can fuck, okay? It would literally be like if you had two lawyers that ran a operation together and they're like husband and wife. So it doesn't matter. They're coworkers. Like, if this was a judge, that would be different, right? They're not allowed to fuck. No, they are, but they're trying to make it more salacious. Republicans will still use this as though it is like improper, but yeah, they're not opposing counsel, and I'm pretty sure you can still be opposing counsel as well, as long as your client. I think like civil cases, as long as your client is fine with it. No, there's no conflict of interest because they're both on the same team. Like, the reason why it's news is because it is, I guess, a little weird. Like, it's unethical for sure. And it's a little weird. Like, it's especially weird because, like, this is Fani Willis's, like, entire life's work. Like, this is the moment that her career takes it to the next step. Like, the YSL RICO shit
was simply a precursor to this. This is what's going to make or break her career. She's probably going to go and run for office after this, right? That dick has to be bomb as fuck for someone who is as career oriented to just like throw it all aside. Like, you are under the fucking microscope. This is one of the most high profile cases in the country, perhaps of this fucking decade. You are dropping a RICO bomb on a former president in a televised trial. You're probably going to run for fucking Senate after this. You know what I mean? How bomb is this dick? Is it a thick 8? What are we talking about? Is it girthy? Okay, what's the refractory period? I need details because I am going to make a professional assessment on whether or not the dick was worth it. Okay? I think given the interest of the public to know about the outcome of this court case, the person prosecuting Donald Trump, I want to know whether they were making the right decision or not. Stop cock watching? No, I need to know. I need to know, are we talking veiny? Does he dress left or right? Are we talking grower or shower? What does it look like? What the weight is? What does it look like under cold conditions, cold climate conditions? This is something that I think the public deserves to know about. Because, yeah, curvature, does it hang a different way? Does it have a bend to it? Bro, I defend you from racist, but come on, man, what the fuck? This is, Your Honor, the people have a right to know, okay? The people have a right to know because it's such a wild thing for her to do this. Like, it's gotta, all jokes aside, like, it is an insane thing. She knows she's under a microscope. She's a fucking massive careerist. Like, the fact that she just cast it all aside is so insane. Oh my God, there's a high profile chase happening. Well, not a high profile chase, sorry. Maybe a low profile chase. This is the stolen vehicle pursuit.
Driving at this point. The other thing is, in the back, we not only have what was being described as some gym equipment, but looks like we have a load of lumber as well. And I was actually surprised that none of that fell onto the roadway at this point. But if one of those things becomes dislodged and falls down, wow, just spinning all over the place. This is not a very maneuverable vehicle. He could very easily lose control. But look at Ontario PD. That, as Mike said, boy, they are really being aggressive in this one. They are right behind the vehicle despite the speeds. They really want to bring this person to justice.
Wrong
but on the wrong
side.
side of the road now, that might force them to back off a little bit here. Really, really a dangerous maneuver. The most dangerous thing we've seen. And this is an old vehicle right here that does not have the kind of safety equipment that newer vehicles have. If this driver goes head on with another vehicle, this is going to end very, very badly for him.
Yes, we just have to hope that he gets on the right side of the roadway. This is just, people are out and about starting their weekend unaware that somebody's going to come barreling down the road the wrong way, and such a large, a really sturdy truck there, and making a very aggressive turn here. We're watching there. So many people just unaware of that.
Ontario is aggressive in this. As Des mentioned, I thought that they would back off when he went wrong side of the road. And, if this were LAPD or one of the sheriffs, LA County Sheriff, that would almost instantly guarantee the cancellation of this chase. But that's not the case when we have this inland, even though we're in LA County, we're dealing with an Inland Empire law enforcement agency.
Wait, is that a cheat code? You just drive on the wrong side of the road, cops stop chasing you?
I just hate seeing this because it's just so dangerous. And here's a big truck there going through the intersection again. Gonna make that turn though.
I think so.
Yes, and again, this is just a truck that has been reported stolen. Ontario police,
I didn't know that.
After this driver encouraging this person to stop, but certainly not showing any signs that is willing to even slow down at this point, continuously going on the wrong side.
I don't understand. If you're gonna steal a truck, or if you're gonna steal a car, why this? Like, it sucks ass. It's not maneuverable. No, not waiting for a song. Give me the OG one.
And unfortunately, it doesn't look like either of the tires were hit. Was there something in the passenger side there, Des?
Whoa.
Wow.
Oh!
Wild turn there.
God damn, he's driving the fuck out of it, dude.
They hit what they made southbound 605 earlier, closer to the 60 freeway. But look at this, almost exclusively wrong way driving now.
And for no reason.
Nerve-wracking for all. no reason at all. I mean, for all these people that have just gotten off work trying to get home, here comes this maniac barreling towards you now.
He's
50,
British.
60 miles an hour, gunning, right towards the hood of your vehicle. You see Ontario PD here, they are maintaining almost the same speed
He's British.
on the right side of the road, but just incredibly nerve-wracking, insanely risky, really, really rolling the dice here to try to avoid some traffic here on Workman Mill, which is a very busy street. Around a turn now, wow. Around that turn, I mean, there's no way that people could have seen this person coming through. But coming through the red light now, at least getting back onto the right side of the road, onto Norwalk Boulevard here. So once again, paralleling the 605 freeway. Just an insanely dangerous pursuit so far.
So dangerous. You know, so often those wrong way drivers are on the road at night, so their headlights give you a little, advance notice that they are coming the wrong way. But here, broad daylight, the color of this truck, it is, oh boy, very close, very close. Harder to see now because of those trees, Desmond, but this is just really nerve-wracking to see.
Oh my God,
a bicyclist
fast.
right there.
Oh my gosh. It went right underneath us, so I had to zoom out there for a second to reorient the camera. But as we zoom back in here, I mean, this is just so crazy to see this. And yeah, there was a cyclist down there. If you have someone in the bike lane, I mean, look how fast the opposing traffic is going. You know, if you're adjusting your radio or something like that, and you take your eyes off of the road for 1 second,
dude, the real problem is the cops. They're fucking so dumb. Why haven't they shut off traffic? Like, what are they doing? Ontario PD's like sitting around twiddling their fucking thumbs. Dog, shut the fucking thorough lanes. Like, what are you doing? Hello? No, not shoot this guy. This is so dumb.
There, just so nerve-wracking watching as coming up around some more cars here. And again,
oh my
wrong
God,
side
he's
of the
gunning
road.
it, dude.
And I don't know how close those cruisers are behind him, because sometimes just those lights and sirens give other drivers a little bit of a heads up. But squeezing between those cars, this is just so dangerous.
Well, and that's the problem. When he is going on the wrong side of the road and there is traffic on the correct side of the road, those officers are not going to be able to be as close to him to maybe give those people a warning. And, we talk about what can bring this to an end. When you have an agency that is not in their city anymore, they can't get other units to get ahead of this, to lay spike strips or do anything like that. Now, it's very possible that they're working with Whittier PD to, try to have them help out with some spikes or something like that. But when you have an agency that is so far away from their city that getting some backup from your own officers to try to get ahead of this is really not an option here, unless you've got these outside agencies assisting. You've got, it looks like the Ontario police helicopter is still the one that is with this. So who knows if they're able to talk to Whittier or if Ontario's dispatch is talking to Whittier. But hopefully there is something going on behind the scenes to try to, spike this car and get this to be done.
Absolutely. This is just really a nerve-wracking chase here when you've got this driver just so willingly going over on the wrong side of the road at such a high rate of speed, and people are just unaware that this is coming right at them. So just so dangerous. And Des is giving us a very close look at this.
This is one of the worst
Can't quite
drivers
see
we've seen.
How far away
there
those
is
cruisers-
someone
There
in
is
there.
someone in the passenger
Wait, is
seat.
there?
Is that someone?
No,
Just
I'm
clothing?
sorry. No, never mind. There's something there in it made me. It kind of looked like someone wearing a pink shirt or
That's
something
what I
there for a
thought at
second.
first,
But
too.
no, I think. Yeah, I think it is just.
This is one of the
driver at this
absolute
point,
It looked like Des
scariest drivers we've seen on this
It
broadcast.
looked like he was like looking in the back seat or something, or had his body turned around. I don't know if you caught that at all.
No, I didn't. We got kind of under that canopy of trees as the suspect gets ready to go underneath us again.
Yeah, going 60 miles on these like local streets. Oh my God, look at how he's whizzing past. Going 60 miles on these local streets, and also on top of that, constantly driving on the wrong side of the road. This literally is a uniquely bad one. It's like worse than any other ones that we watched.
To give this guy a lot more space than they have been, or what they've been told, but it didn't look like they were nearly as aggressive as they were before.
Well, they're most likely trying to give him a little more space, hoping that he will slow down. It does seem like, these turns are a little wider than they were. It doesn't seem like he has as much control of this truck, but certainly those speeds are not slowing down at all on these small streets, going 70 miles an hour so fast.
Unreal.
This is just so dangerous to watch, seeing what could happen. See how wide those turns are, Des? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, this vehicle really can't take it now. these older Tacomas are some of the trustiest, most reliable vehicles on the planet, but this guy's driving it like it's a Porsche, you know, the way trying to take these turns so quickly, and with, you know, just trying to take kind of these tight turns with the steering wheel, and he's already come so close to losing control here at a few different junctures. So that's what makes this, you know, that much more dangerous. Could easily spin out and smack into another vehicle or something like that if they're not careful. And back on the wrong side, not just the wrong side, but the farthest lane that he could possibly be there to get around. And you know, there's barely even any traffic. So, you know, then you get these divided roads like this, and you just imagine what these poor people are thinking as people having to jump out of the way of this maniac here. Wrong way, you know, Whittier Boulevard, Whittier and Washington right here. This is
this is going to turn into a full-blown head-to-head collision. It's nuts.
If this continues,
it's
I
nuts.
don't know how this does not end badly.
It is tough to see because we all know how dangerous this is. It seems like something's dragging behind the truck now, and I don't know what that is, but
I think it's a strap. It looks like that wood was closer together. It was being held, and I think that.
I was about to say, like, even the wood falling is dangerous.
Which, of course, is even more concerning because if that wood is not strapped down.
Apparently, they stole this car.
Flying. That's like a missile going through the air.
Exactly. Especially at these speeds that are happening, and this driver. You know, so often we see pursuits, they stay in the same area, they start doing circles, but this person has not been going on the same way, so it makes it harder for officers to even try to figure out where to put out a spike strip, and this person just does not appear to be wanting to slow down, to stop at all, being so dangerous on the wrong side of the road. And people are just not aware that this person's coming towards them so fast at an intersection now, slowing down just a bit to make this turn, but
that's a classic Tacoma. I'd be pissed if I was the owner. Yeah, bro, I think.
Yeah, as we make a southbound turn here on
pretty bad.
And again into the center divider, wrong side, right between two vehicles. Just really threading the needle right here. My pilot Mike doing an excellent job making sure that the suspect doesn't get underneath us again here. But then, you know, and then you get these divided roads where if they wanted to cut over to the right side to avoid a vehicle, they wouldn't even be able to do that. Now making a westbound turn here onto Slauson. So another very busy street, and you know wonder what is their goal here to try to evade officers. And now you can see Ontario is kind of back underneath as the suspect.
No, this is a second gen, way less valued than a first gen. Owner doesn't care. Is it because he has an extended cab?
They are coming up
the best that he can. But yeah, here is Ontario PD. They are back in it, not too far away from the suspect. But every time that they try to get close to the suspect's vehicle, that's when we start to see the super dangerous stuff onto the wrong side of the road to get away. And here again, right there, as Ontario was, you know, not too far away from it, as we make another southbound turn. You see a couple of units there as, once again, spinning the camera around. And so back onto Norwalk Boulevard. So we've kind of been in this area, not really circling so much, but kind of aimless. But we have been in Whittier on a lot of very busy streets here. Wrong way driving again. How this has not already ended in a crash is really miraculous.
It really is. It's just awful to see that he's just showing no regard for anyone else on the road as he flies down the wrong side of the road. And so many people are out ready to start their weekend unaware that this truck, which has no headlights on, is on the wrong side of the road, barreling at them.
Also unaware that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. It's kind of fucked up.
Refusing to pull over. This is a stolen truck that was reported. Ontario police have been trying to get this driver to pull over, and he was on the 60 for quite some time.
True.
He's been on
the real crime is
now,
getting paywalled at the top of the hour and not seeing what happens.
And wood in the back of that truck, but again, just refusing to stop or slow down. Does.
Yeah. Really,
My
you know,
Bourbon Gamer, they give the 5 get the subs, allowing 5 people to
the bed of the truck
avoid the top of the hour ad break. Let's go.
Because as we make trying to make another turn, actually just continuing here onto the right side of the road for a second on Norwalk Boulevard. I'm just wondering if that's complicating things for the authorities as well. If they were, you know, thinking about a pit maneuver or something like that, that stuff could go flying, and that could be, you know, an unpredictable factor, because it certainly seems like the way Ontario is behaving as they try to get up pretty close to the vehicle, like if they had an opportunity perhaps to do a pit maneuver. It's not clear if that was their strategy or not, but every time that they try to do that, he just goes immediately onto the wrong side of the road, as there they are again. Then you see actually going on the wrong side
themselves.
You
know, we are going to, of course, keep
with the suspect.
covering this pursuit with Pat Harvey. Mike still here, keeping a very close eye on what's happening with this stolen truck that is continuing to evade officers.
Yeah, and here we go, Des. You know, Ontario PD right on their tail. They've gone through several jurisdictions, never giving up control of this pursuit. CHP asked them if they wanted to take it over. They said they didn't. Now we're in the city of Whittier, where Whittier PD could get involved, and so far they haven't either. And Ontario, Des, right, but kind of back up on their tail after kind of backing off when he was doing all that wrong side of the road driving.
They're like, it's ours.
Yeah, absolutely, right here with them, and you not losing the suspect on the ground, where a lot of other agencies might have given this one up already, or at the very least backed off and tried to keep tabs from the air. So they really do seem determined to get the suspect one way or another. But how they're going to do that is anyone's guess.
The state should pay for any expenses to pay a reward if you're a citizen who deliberately hits someone getting chased during a car chase. Are you crazy? That's like deputizing citizens to do the most dangerous thing possible. No, the state should actually make it illegal to chase cars, which it does in many cases, so that this kind of shit doesn't happen. Are you nuts? I can see that being horrible in like a million different ways.
Yeah, and Des, you made a mention earlier of that stuff in the back and how hard that might be to do a pit. Pickup trucks in general can be a little bit more difficult just because of the weight distribution in them. So I wonder if that's playing a factor. But again, yeah, as you mentioned, we're going so fast, we've never gotten even a chance to do a pit maneuver because of the speeds. Not for, it seems like a lack of trying. Ontario's been real right on his tail the whole time. And the lovely Pat Harvey joining us now.
Mike Rogers and Desmond Shaw, just want to let everyone know that you're watching KCAL News at 5 o'clock. And boy, as you have heard,
The state should pay for the cars that get fucking totaled when cops hit them during these dumbass chases, but even then they have a hard time doing that.
pickup truck going up to 70 miles an hour at some times, already hit a median or crashed into a median, driving just so dangerously on the wrong side of the roads at time. We have watched this go, or I've been watching, listening to you guys going from
Oh God,
Whittier,
oh God, oh
from
God, oh God, oh God,
Ontario
oh God.
to
Chill,
Whittier,
chill,
and
chill.
now in Downey Norwalk. And Mike, if you can pick up and tell us what exactly
Whoa.
is happening. Look at this. It's just every street you turn on. Can I call this person a menace to society right now?
I certainly. I mean, the way he's driving, he's become within inches of bicyclists driving on the wrong side of the road. Just really no care for anybody else that is out there. And, Pat, how we got here is...
It's weird. I never see or hear this kind of stuff happening here. Your police probably have a no chase policy.
Technology. It's unclear if it was actually an automatic license plate reader.
Many cities around the country have a no chase policy for this reason.
A wanted list, something of that nature.
Bro, you have his license plate. Like, do investigative reporting. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can do that, right?
Southbound a little bit on the 57. I'm sorry, on the 605 rather, and then got off when the 605 got really crowded. And I thought
like, do an
better to be
investigation
on the freeway, but even on the freeway,
it's a stolen car. Yeah. What do you mean? Yeah, I know. What? Who cares if it's stolen? You know what the car is. You literally don't have to. You don't have to chase them at all. They have helicopters, but even if you don't use the helicopters, like, you don't have to fucking chase them at all. Wait, this is confusing. Do you guys think that that's like how it normally is? He can ditch the car. I know, but you can pursue the suspect through different means. I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Having the license plate means that you can utilize the fucking like the speed cameras around the city. You can utilize CCTV footage. You can literally actually, like, where the car is. You can continue monitoring where the car goes to. Eventually, it's not going to literally drive like a fucking maniac if cops aren't. In most circumstances, oh shit, fuck. In most circumstances, when someone steals a car and there isn't a police pursuit, how do you think crimes are solved? Chad is acting like Chad's so Ameribrained that they literally think the only way that you can like handle a situation like this is by pursuing it with cops for like 3 hours and sometimes killing the guy. That's like, how do you think they do it in other places, man?
Thought they might try to pit this huge truck. From your vantage point now, Desmond, have they backed off again? We know we see them going in and out, from time to time.
By the way, there's a huge amount of these kinds of situations that go unsolved too, for the record, except at that point you have to weigh the cost benefit, right? The cost of like continuing to do a pursuit of this magnitude is tremendous harm to the safety of so many individuals, potential harm. Like, it's just not worth it. That's why people will often just like let it go. Oh my God, he's just like straight off-roading. This guy's going nutty with it, dude. I've never seen nothing like this. Oh, he's so cooked. Oh, he's cooked. He's gonna have to. No. Oh, he's done. He's done. It's over.
Open the door, but the fence giving them trouble.
The suspect
and there they
out.
go. Out and underneath the 105 freeway here. Oh, boy. So we are underneath in the wash here, just to the west of the 605. Talk about desperation there to get away. You're trying to keep a wide shot. We'll see if they come through the other side here. But, wow, this one just took a very crazy turn.
Guys, cause didn't see he's a white guy. They don't suspect him.
Desmond, we see that one cruiser pull away that was close by. But do we see any other vehicles in the area?
I don't.
Imagine there's a bike down there.
We haven't seen him come out either.
There's at least one, possibly two helicopters.
Oh, there's a biker. I just saw a biker.
Cyclist getting ready to go by in the bicycle lane. Just looking, well, I see a little bit of wrestling in the water there. Maybe they crossed to the other side, but what do
you mean? When you said GTA brand to the bike situation, that's not like 5M strats, chat. I mean, they do it on 5M too, except that's also very real life strats. I know a person that has evaded cops with a bike.
Yeah.
So, you know,
it's still kind of weird.
Until he couldn't, and he went to prison for it. But
right before this happened, right before he went into there,
I've interviewed him. His name is Jeff Wittek.
Sheriff's
he cuts my hair on this broadcast.
No. Yeah, now I'm listening to them. So they are Sheriff's Department. LA County Sheriff is now trying to get involved to
not a
get
bicycle,
here and try to help
a
them find this
motorbike.
guy. They were already aware that there was a
bike.
pursuit in their area. You know what, Des? That was the guy. He was carrying a black sweater in his hand when he got out of the truck.
So
I
he
just played
put
the
the
video
sweater
back.
on? Oh.
Yeah. I just played the video back, and when he got out, it was
Well.
those same boots, distinctive boots that he was wearing, and he had a jacket in his hand.
Well, and now, you know, we've got a big homeless encampment here as well. A lot of places for a suspect to hide. Obviously,
can just
very,
be
very
in-
difficult for us to try to. We're actually kind of.
LAPD self-conducted a study shows that 1/4 of all car chases result in injury and death to the person being chased or innocent bystanders. Yeah, no reason to do it.
To the right of your screen, for our viewers there, that was the suspect getting out of the vehicle wearing a white short-sleeved shirt. And we've since learned from Mike Rogers from the Sheriff's Department that they had a black sweater and they put the sweater on.
The
and
Mad
we
Lad
actually
might have
saw
done
him
it.
walking. And okay.
He might have done it, dude.
Thought I saw something.
Listen, hobo code.
To the left. Is that him?
There we go.
No, that's not him.
No, that's not him.
That's not him?
No,
No, that's not him. That's a random person.
Unless he put on a sweatshirt
Yeah, but
over the white shirt.
Nope.
Black pants.
Yeah.
Nope.
Black
Pants are different.
And brown
Nope.
boots.
Yeah.
Hobo
That
code.
person looks like he was going to the encampment, to the homeless encampment.
Yeah.
Well, you know, guys,
Yeah,
how do you?
so, I mean, that's
you
just
know,
gonna
you know
complicate
where
things
he
even
is.
more.
I mean, where could he go?
Hobo strats,
You know,
dude.
he could stay underneath the freeway there, so we can't see him, right? But at some point, you think he's going to.
Yeah, this is Yakuza, as someone in the chat said. When you rush into the homeless encampment to hide yourself amongst the homeless.
They don't have the eyes from the
Expert
air
level
like this.
strats
If
here.
there's, you know, tall
Ladies and
things falling
gentlemen,
into
we
it,
are encountering a person that, not out of sheer happenstance, but actually through a lot of experience, has decided to utilize the oftentimes underutilized hobo encampment strat. That's right. Everybody knows that homeless people have a code of conduct that they follow, and therefore they will not cooperate with the authorities. That's right. The underpass is basically like the parking garage strat, very effective in undermining the power that the air superiority that the Los Angeles Police Department and SkyCal has. KCAL News has no answer for the air visuals.
A couple of people there.
Well,
one is running. Do we want to stay with this, folks, or not? I think they want us to move on, Desmond and Mike. We're going to go to other news. And Des, while you're there getting more information, we'll come back to this high-speed pursuit that ended up with a suspect going into the wash.
It's
off
mission
the,
successful.
San Gabriel River there, and ending up on foot. And we don't know where he is right now, but Desmond is going to be.
Mission success. It's done. Wait, is this where the homeless encampment had like literally tunnel systems? Like Hamas-style tunnel systems in the riverbed? Am I thinking of the right one? I live about 10 minutes from here. The riverbeds have insane tunnels, and and that starting underpass and the tunnels could take them across the city. Riverbeds are fucking OP, especially this area. Yeah, dude, there's a part of California where the homeless people basically hollowed out. Oh, it's Modesto. Okay, never mind. It's not here, but you guys want to see the tunnels? That's literally Yakuza tunnels. Oh my God, you're right. You want to see the tunnels? The Modesto tunnels? Hold on. I'm going to show you. They were trying to cement it. They were trying to close it down. If you think the Chabad tunnels or something. Oh, dude.
Stories we're following. Caves equipped with tables, chairs, and even beds. That's what officials in Modesto say homeless people along the Tuolumne River were living in up until a cleanup over the weekend.
Yeah, so ABC 10's Gabriel Porras has a closer look at those caves and how neighbors are responding.
Police tape and barricades are going up today along the Tuolumne River near Crater Avenue in Modesto, meant to keep people away from these large caves that police say are used by the homeless.
They're building some interesting caves.
Brian Brandenburg walks his dog along the river every day. He always knew the homeless sought shelter in the area, but didn't know to what extent until volunteers and officers with the Modesto Police's Community Health and Assistance team cleaned up the area this weekend.
Dude, 2024 is 100% the year of the tunnel. It's not even a joke.
Honestly, I just started laughing and said how creative they were.
The cleanup exposing 8 caves dug into the riverbed, as wide as 10 feet according to volunteers, large enough to fit chairs, tables, and even beds.
Bro, that's what I'm talking about, dude. Wait, the police pursuit is still on?
Police some time to bring out the police canine, to bring in additional officers, to set up that perimeter, and to try to locate them.
Talk to us about the canine. How would they know exactly who they are looking for?
They make the fucking dudes, they make the canine smell the dude's shit in the car, right? Wait, let's continue with this.
Most of these caves located literally on the riverside, some neighbors have safety concerns, but others ask where else would the homeless go?
I know it's dangerous, but they're also out in the elements. What's dangerous? Freezing or starving or living in a cave that I'm sure they know how they built and they know how sturdy it's going to be.
The city of Modesto did not respond to a request for comment. In a Facebook post, Modesto police said that officials offered resources to transition the homeless from the caves into shelter or housing.
Let them have their peace. They're out of everybody's way.
But for some neighbors like Brian, the caves aren't a problem.
I mean, it's getting them out of the weather. It's not hindering anybody, and I thought it was a good idea they did it.
Now, the group that
Yeah, they literally, like, the major problem there, obviously, the major problem there is that it's on a riverbank, so it can flood. It's like susceptible to flooding. And let me be real here. I'm not there's a literal code they use with another one, by the way. Yeah, hobo signs. Yeah, this is a classic. Crime committed here, not safe for strangers. Police frown on hobos. Authorities are on alert. Town generally leaves hobos alone. Danger, dangerous place. Dangerous man lives here. Dangerous drinking water. Fresh drinking water and safe camp. Okay to camp here. Hoboglyphics. Home well guarded. Man with a gun lives here. Beware of 2 dogs. Barking dog lives here. This is a dry town. This is a wet town. Trolley stop. Good place to hop on a train. Free telephone available here. Keep quiet. Day sleepers or babies. Yep, super helpful when I was on the street. Damn, they still use this shit? I thought this was like old school. They still use hoboglyphics? Like they literally have like train hopping stuff. Like I don't think people do that anymore. Listening to the Popo scanner and they just described the guy, black pants, apparently on a bike. No way. They're still going after the man. I like the auto radar. The speed radar is like tracking the speed of the homeless people in the encampment. And man says he watched True Detective season 1, shaking my head. A lot of my friends are train hoppers. I didn't realize people still hop trains. I thought that was like old school practice.
Motorcycle unit, babe?
All right, we got a motorcycle unit. Yeah, good luck. Good luck asking the homeless people at the encampment for some advice. Like I said, hobo code. Don't talk to the Popo. Oh my God. I hope he steals his fucking bike. He's telling him, yeah, he went down yonder, sir. Wait, what? That's not him, dumbass. What are you doing? Bro, ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way the cop came up and arrested the first guy he saw. Oh my God, brother. Holy shit.
They don't know if I'm in custody for now because he's a male.
What do you mean? There's so many men in the area.
The car foot bailed, so. And there's one more in the encampment that they're looking at.
This guy's like, can't leave empty-handed, brother.
That matches the description is probably going to be detained that's in this area.
What, oh, he's getting a little stretchy. Nice, dude. This is assuming the cop stance here.
Yeah.
Homeless people don't have any rights. I swear to God. This is ridiculous, dude. I mean, I guess like as conditions worsen, most Americans don't have any rights in comparison to cops who have all the rights. But it's like wild that what are they gonna do? Do a dragnet in the fucking homeless encampment and just like arrest every man? They're doing Israel shit, dude.
I figured you couldn't see. Yeah, because.
Brother, his dog is right there. You know what I mean? That should give you. Wait, I think that might be the. No, it's not. That's not the guy either. Never mind.
Him and sitting him down. We do not have any independent confirmation that this is the suspect related
That's
to
not.
this
He didn't
case.
change his pants.
We're only working with what we can see simply right now. We are watching Fox 11 in the background right now. They are in the progress of their 5 o'clock news. If they turn back to this story, we will tap into their feed and we will bring you their coverage in real time because they're going to be getting the details. They're going to be monitoring the police scanners. What we're working with right now is their chopper shot. So we work with what we can see. And right now what we see is one man.
No, that's a different
being
guy.
detained.
Also,
It did
stop
appear
snitching, Chad. What
that
if the
when
cops are
suspect
watching?
got out of that pickup truck, it did appear to be a male. We don't have any confirmation that an arrest has been made.
That lady didn't seem to care. It seems like a safe assumption that she told the cop it was him. They probably know who is in a part of their camp. What are you talking about? They were just like walking side by side. I don't think that she
Also
said
had a
to the
relaxed
cop that
posture,
that was the
appearing
guy.
to give the woman next to him a kiss goodbye as
Yeah.
he was being sat down.
Yeah, she gave him a kiss. You think that? Why are you writing this fan fiction? No, it's more likely that they're fucking homeless, so they know how cops are, and she's just like, yeah, see you later. Mwah, give it a little kissy poo. The hobo
Really,
kiss
the
of death.
suspect drove over a wash until his vehicle almost looked like it was forced to stop as it made its way over some pretty rugged terrain, eventually coming to a stop in the wash area where you see police investigating right now. I'm going to mute myself for a minute here. I'm going to work behind the scenes to see if we can find out any
He's gonna
more
say
details
slurs.
about this
Like,
situation.
I'm muting myself to say
We'll
some
keep watching.
slurs real quick. I gotta get it out of my system.
Does
It's
look
so
like our
insane.
friends at Fox 11 are back on this pursuit. Let's listen into what their anchors are saying.
They try to, as a precaution, detain people, and they turn out to not be the suspect.
Yeah, as a
It looks
precaution,
like
you got to do
there,
that.
This person is being detained. When they first got out of the vehicle, they were in a white T-shirt. We don't know if they were able to grab a black sweatshirt.
That's friend
or
of the
something
show,
from
Alex
the vehicle. It was kind of hard
Michelson,
to tell when it first happened.
saying these things right now.
So is this their guy, or is this just a guy who happens to be nearby?
By the way, Alex, I think it was Alex who told me that like the helicopter guy is a fan. They know we watch his content. No, not Alex. This one is Alex.
If it
with
is
an E.
the end, Christine, amazing that nobody got hurt.
That'd be amazing if they got this guy. Would love to know the backstory on this, and you have to wonder if the people that are in that encampment area, if they were helpful or not in this situation. And also, there were homeowners. Home was right behind the encampment as well, so a scary situation.
Wait,
This
Alex
person
Hasan,
could
I've
have
had, bro,
fled
I've
anywhere.
went on his show to debate
This person that
motherfuckers
was
a
driving
lot.
the car, the suspect did have dark hair, did appear to have blue jeans on. We talked about that white shirt. Don't know where this black jacket might have come from, but obviously police want to talk to this person.
Okay, so we're going to try to get more information about what happened there. In the meantime, there is other news tonight and still ahead here on the Fox 11 News.
No!
Fox 11 moving away from this pursuit again. Austin Westfall back with you on live now. We are going to keep with this. We still have their chopper feed coming into our newsroom live in real time. So we're going to
They're just...
And you know, we're really working with the same stuff that they're working with. We saw a man being detained, and that's really the extent of what we
Cops
know so
just
far. We
always
don't know
dicking
if
around.
That man is the man that was being chased by police and driving so radically through the streets of Whittier and other places around southern Orange County, which is located in Southern California, not too far away from Los Angeles. We still see the police chopper. That's a police chopper right there. And we can simply work with what we're looking at right now. And I'll mute my mic one more time because we are working our sources behind the
He's
scenes.
going to keep saying slurs.
to see
He's
if we
saying
can
so
find
many
out any more
slurs.
details about
He's
this
like, I have
chase.
to keep muting my mic to
Again,
say
though, just
all
to
of the
reset
mean
for
things I
anybody
want to
who
say.
may be joining now. There was a very erratic driver making his way through the streets of Southern California, driving on the wrong side of the road at very, very fast, dangerous speeds, coming very, very close to some catastrophic head-on collisions. Thankfully, it appeared that any sort of major collision was avoided, even though this driver was driving quite erratically throughout the extent of this chase. Once the driver made his way off of the freeway, he started driving on a wash, and he started driving on very uneven ground, some very rocky areas where we saw him driving through grass, rocks. It looked like the car was not made for the terrain that it was driving on. And eventually the vehicle came to a stop. At that point we saw, and I should mention, by the way, that vehicle came to a stop underneath this freeway overpass. That's why we're so fixated on this area, and we haven't shown the vehicle, at least our chopper hasn't gotten eyes on that vehicle in a while here, but there is a dark colored pickup truck that was left by the suspect parked underneath that freeway overpass. And then after that, we did see the suspect get out of the car. He was wearing a white shirt. He made his way underneath the overpass, and that's when we lost sight of him. After that, it became apparent that this immediate vicinity that he stopped in also happened to be an area where a homeless encampment was. So that further complicated things. Police, encompassing the scene, we have seen one person being detained so far. The person was wearing a black sweatshirt. He's not wearing a white shirt like we saw the suspect wearing who got out of the car. That is not to say that it was not the suspect, though. We need to make it plainly obvious that there was a good amount of time that passed between the last time we saw the suspect and when we saw that detainment being made. There's no telling if the suspect may have changed clothes, been given a black hoodie to wear. There's no telling if the person that was detained is even the suspect. As Alex Michelson was saying, the Fox 11 Los Angeles anchor who was just speaking, as he was saying, we simply don't know. But clearly,
they arrested a dude with different pants and different shoes. He was just a homeless guy. To be honest, if he was a theater kid, he could have pulled out the quick change. No, man. Either the guy is homeless himself and he knew the encampment was there and just like fucking ducked in there and now he's safe. And different hair, by the way. Or he just lucked out and struck out and is like long gone. And now this one random guy is like cooked for no reason.
To work with like we do right now. We just have to analyze sometimes the body language that
they know it's the wrong guy. They just stopped to complete a homeless side quest. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it doesn't really matter to them because the guy's homeless. You have no rights when you're homeless. So from the cop's perspective, it's like, well, he's definitely still a bad guy.
Or the person that was detained sitting on the ground there. It does look like there's a group of police walking to the area where the overpass is. I'm going to mute myself for a little bit. We're going to check in with our sources behind the scenes, see if any more details come about. But for now, let's keep this image up. Let's keep watching.
So many cops, not a single one's like, come on, bro, let this guy go. He's obviously not the guy. Bro, they got the whole police department. And not one guy is like, hey, maybe we should let this fucking random homeless person go. It's like, nah, dog, we got to show something. We got to show for all of our efforts, like we have to have something that we can demonstrate to the PD, you know? They aren't sure. What do you mean they aren't sure? We saw with our own two eyes, that's not the suspect. We know for a fact that that's not the suspect. What are you talking about? Not the same pants, not the same shoes, not the same hair, not the same top. His fucking girlfriend was right there. Gave him a little kissy poo. Not the same gait. Problem is, like, doesn't matter because, dude, you know what the guy did? The guy who actually evaded the authorities, you know what he did? It's basically the equivalent of like a smoke grenade, okay? He knows the cops, they have a short attention span. Folks, for those of you who don't know, police have a very short attention span. A couple things for you to know. One, their kryptonite is fentanyl, okay? If you even say you have fentanyl in your pockets, a cop will immediately perish, okay? They can't be around fentanyl. They'll die. The other thing is cops love beating the shit out of homeless people, okay? So basically, or donuts. This is basically the second best thing. Unless you can get to like a Krispy Kreme, okay?
and get and make sure the cops get their attention, like, and just kite them to a Krispy Kreme, they're not going to chase you any further. This is the second best thing you can do, is instead of a donut shop, you take them to a homeless encampment. All of a sudden, they're like so focused on all the homeless people around them that they want to beat up. They get like really excited that they lose sight of you. It's a taunt, not a smoke grenade. Fair. Yeah, that's basically what they did. The guy basically kited them into a homeless encampment, knowing full well that they were just gonna turn around and like look at all the dogs there that they can shoot, right? Or another one is obviously like a shelter, like a pet shelter. If you kite cops into a pet shelter, they will also lose aggro immediately, because like there's so many dogs that they can shoot and kill that they lose their minds and start opening up fire on random dogs instead. They let him go. There it is. They freed my mans. Finally. Maybe it was the motorcycle. Did he just fist bump him for the detainment? Dude, I think these guys basically are so used to being apprehended by cops for dumbass shit all the time that they don't give a fuck. It's just like a normal part of their existence at this point. Need four more cop cars. These guys back up now. Dude, when I see stuff like this, I am reminded of how much more funding the cops need. Okay? Because, like, think about it. There's, like, around, 4 squad cars back to back. Okay? There's, like, 2 more up there on the other side in the neighborhood, in the residential part of the neighborhood. There's 3 bikes in total for one fucking dude that drove around recklessly after stealing an old-ass Toyota. Tell me if this ain't the best use of funds. Oh, and also, who could forget multiple choppers, too? There's always choppers.
All right, so we're seeing a development there. It looked like that man in the black hoodie, black sweatshirt, I should say, is being released by officers. So we saw him being detained. We were questioning whether or not that was, in fact, the suspect. We should mention the suspect was wearing a white T-shirt, but there was some speculation as to, did the suspect have enough time to change clothes? There is this homeless community right next to this immediate area, so there were questions over, could this be the suspect?
Yeah,
Could this
fun
not be the
fact,
suspect?
quick reminder that the
We haven't
operating
heard any
budget, the daily
confirmation
operating
from
budget of the
police
Los
sources,
Angeles
but
Police
just
Department is
from what we're
$8
seeing on the
million.
ground there, them releasing him, indicative of the fact that that's not their guy.
$8 million, ladies and gentlemen.
Looking for them. As we've been mentioning,
a day.
All we have to work with sometimes is
one
the
day
body language of officers when we're watching these situations
per
unfold
day
in real time. And right now, these officers
right.
really just hanging around. Doesn't look like there's any immediate threat in the area.
And guess what, dude? They need $10 million a day. If anything, think about that. Think about how much of a necessity $10 million a day is. These cops, with all of the resources they have, they still can't catch a homeless guy. Clearly, they need more money. Okay?
Into this when you mix in the fact that there is a small homeless community in this area, not only in this cluster that you just saw on your screen, but there were several others. If the camera had been to pan more to the right, there are several more encampments in this area. So you got to imagine.
This is why I don't feel as bad watching this kind of shit, because I'm like, well, I paid for it.
Conversation.
I paid for it. Might as well make content out of it. You know what I mean?
Area.
Fucking assholes.
From what we're able to see from the sky, doesn't look like they have their suspect in custody. This suspect that was driving so dangerously through the streets of Southern California. We saw a lot of this chase happening through the community of Whittier, which is in the northern part of Orange County, basically, southeast.
I do want to watch the 21 Savage video, actually. You know what? Speaking of crime, let's get to 21 Savage, who actually scammed Aiden Ross the other day. I don't know if Oompaville will get into like all the nitty gritty of it or not, but you know what? I'll actually just play it straight up for you. I'll give you the actual nitty gritty. So I saw this on my timeline. 21 Savage has been making the rounds. Okay. Not on my stream for some reason, but he went on Kai Cenat's stream where he gambled with Kai, where there was a wager. I believe it was around $300,000. Oompa hates you, bro. No, he doesn't. Shut the fuck up. Suck my dick. Why does everybody always say that? Like, why is it that, like, whenever I fucking look at any content creator, someone immediately goes, oh, dude, like, this guy fucking hates you, dog. Why? You guys were saying that about the other the dude yesterday who literally was like, they just want to trigger you. Oh, okay. Anyway, 21 won't visit you because you don't like music. I like his music. Anyway, he was in the chat. He was in a video that was drama farming. Oh, he was? Whatever. I don't give a shit. I still like him. So 21 Savage, name 21 songs right now. 21 and 22. 21 won't visit you because he disliked England. I defended him when everybody was saying he's an illegal immigrant. Okay. So yeah, I did it. I named 2. So 21 Savage was on Kai Cenat's stream, where they played like, I think Madden, and they also played Madden, and I believe they also played another game, right? 2K maybe. Okay. And that was one thing. It was like in the news even that Kai lost like 300K. They played 2K and Madden, and basically what ended up happening is like Kai Cenat lost to 21 Savage in a barn burner. Okay. Kai won the first Madden game. 21 won the 2K game. And then the last game as a tiebreaker was supposed to be a coin flip. Coin flip gave the coin flip was Madden, which Kai got really excited about. But it turns out it didn't matter because 21 Savage beat Kai anyway, leading to XQC winning 100K from the bet. I think XQC bet 100K. I don't know how much he made, and many other people, including like I think Travis Scott and whatnot. Like a lot of people were like betting on the game. Kai lost $300,000. Okay, then 21 Savage went on. Then he went on Aiden Ross's stream. Okay, that was last night. So the score was 2-1. Yes, 21. On the Aiden Ross stream, they were doing whatever the fuck. I don't know what the fuck they were doing, but apparently they also played some card games. This isn't the only video though. I want to know. There was way more. There was like a comprehensive breakdown of this on Twitter. I want to see that. Wonder if he'll post it here. Let's.
Why would he need to hand off the cards? Well, I don't see what you mean, dude. You're tripping. And then when it gets proven, he's just shocked and says, "That's crazy." Right there, there's a mark on that. He wasn't a part of it though, was he, guys? Even though we already showed footage of him choosing the deck of cards, it was just a mix-up in decks, probably.
21 Savage showing the fans the dangers of gambling. I know. This like kind of sucks. Hold on, I want to show you the full video because basically what ends up happening is like.
Then Jesus entered his pre.
The fuck is this, bro? Why did you fucking link me this? I'm gonna fucking get on a rocket ship away from this community. Okay, I'm getting on the fucking rocket ship every time I ask for a specific fucking video. Every time I ask for a specific fucking video, motherfuckers will turn around and literally send like the dumbest clip you've ever goddamn seen. Okay, no, this is not show and tell time for you. Okay, fuck. And this isn't even the one I'm looking for. Aphex Twizzy, shut the fuck up. Take a day off. Oh my God, everyone's doing the thing. Everyone's doing the thing. Everyone's doing the fucking thing. Everyone's doing the fucking thing that I said, please don't do. And now everyone is doing it. There is no cooperation in this community. We've lost it. I want to die. We've lost it. We've lost the sauce. We used to have the sauce. There was a back and forth. There was a synchronicity. Okay. The problem is like it's gone. Everyone now works in an antagonistic way. Oh my God. It just sucks. It sucks. Maybe you changed, babe? No, I didn't change. Okay, whatever. Let's just
most likely. Well, no,
whatever. I just wanted to fucking see what was going on. Aiden Ross and
today will be
21 Savage, they gamble, okay? 21 Savage uses marked cards in the gambling situation where I believe he basically went from like being down 400,000 to winning by being up by like 200,000 or something like that. And then Aiden Ross, because of his audience, also noticing that like 21 Savage is being suspicious, looks at the cards, checks the cards. I think this is like one of those moments where this is the whole video. Thank you.
He's smiling?
Nope.
He was smiling?
No.
Yeah. You got a fucking ace, bro.
No, I don't. See, now watch him get ace. Nah, I know this shit, bro. Show it first, because I showed it first last time. Don't be weird. He seems confident. Don't be weird. You show it first.
I can't lose.
Cool.
Say dada.
Huh?
Say dada. Come on, put me in. Say dada.
Dada. Fuck!
What you had?
Let me see. That's some bullshit, bro. I don't think you would do that, bro. Nah, they're scratched, bro.
Yeah?
Yeah. These cards are both scratched. Look, I'll show you. Get the other face cards up. I'm gonna show you right here. Watch. Right there's a little scratch.
Back onto.
They're marked, bro.
Back onto what?
These are marked. Look. Look, you see?
It's so fucking awkward, dude. I watched this. It is the most awkward fucking shit you've ever seen. Okay, it's so goddamn awkward when he like starts pulling when he starts like being like, oh, these cards are scratched.
Right there's a scratch. Right there's a scratch. Am I tripping? I don't know. Wait, let me see the other cards. I don't think you do that, bro. I know you wouldn't do that shit to me, but I don't know why the fuck. Hold on, let me see this shit real quick.
He says, I know you wouldn't do that shit to me.
This one doesn't have it,
dude.
The queen has it. See, look. See the 6.
And this is 22 signaling to his team about the cards. 21 Savage was also seen signaling his team to take the marked deck of cards before Aiden Ross looked through them. Wait, what? What the fuck? Yo, there was like a full-blown breakdown I saw. There was a full-blown breakdown. I saw. Why do you think he was gonna get away with this?
See, bro. Huh? What you want to do? Just get my bet back in 2K. Yeah. Wait, what is this shit?
Never trust the British man.
Nah, we're gonna bet the back in 2K, bro. Listen, I'm gonna be honest, chat. It's not his cards. I know he's not gonna do that to me.
Dude, he looks so uncomfortable. What the fuck? Oh, here, he takes out a fresh deck of cards. Okay.
Circle. Like a little circle of a table. Yeah. Here. He's gonna put a table right here. So just right here.
You gotta play at least 1,000.
Alright, I'm gonna learn it, bro. I don't give a fuck. You're gonna lose more, so it's fine. High card, yeah.
I think it's totally just to steal from Aiden. That's all I'm gonna say. 21 should do it again. Call it reparations.
It is? Show it first, because I showed it first last time. Don't be weird.
So, yeah, they catch him. The question, I guess, in this situation is like, was he in on it or not? Okay? Was he in on it or not? He's a millionaire rapper, even though Aiden's a loser. This is not a good look. I know. I don't know if the Instagram story was real or not. People posted like a 21 Savage Instagram story where he like calls him a rat. But I don't know if that's like real or not. I just never know it with that sort of thing. I think it's probably fake, right? What do you mean it's not a good look? Stealing from Aiden is always a good look. I kind of agree. I think scamming him is a good look if you can get away with it. Scamming him is a bad look if you can't get away with it and he catches you and then you sit there looking like, you know, you fucked up. You're at the principal's office.
Look. Right, look, watch. They have it on each card. That one right there is a scratch. That one right there is a scratch. Am I tripping? Yes. I don't know. Wait, let me see the other cards. I don't think you do that, bro. I know you wouldn't do that shit to me. But I don't know why the fuck it. Hold on, let me see this shit real quick. Yeah, this one doesn't have it.
You tripping.
The queen has it. See? Look. See the 6? See, bro.
Yeah. And then he got like real awkward and he wanted to leave.
Bro, that's fucking wild. Yeah, that's wild, bro. I'm sticking to 2K wagers only from now on. I learned my lesson, chat.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He didn't get those cards from Vons, bro.
What happened? Oh, Mini F? Yeah, my Wi-Fi got scammed. Wait, is it still effing? What the fuck? My internet is fine on my end. I don't know what's happening. I think it might have been like a EUF or something. Anyway, listen. Not gonna lie, I'm torn between my hatred for Aiden Ross and my hatred for magicians. Honestly, I think it's not that he's a magician, because magicians are cool. It's that he's British.
It's all good, Savage. Wow.
What we agreed upon?
250, but I'm not gonna have you pay me 250, bro. You good?
Bro.
The mods posted a link to buy the cards. That's crazy.
That's on my face. Whoever bought the cards, that's on my face.
All right, we'll figure it out, bro. Appreciate you though. Thank you for trying to make it right, bro. Appreciate you.
It's funny because like he can't do anything about it because he's like so cucked. I mean, 21 Savage is a star, and like he needs to maintain a positive relationship with him. So he's just like sitting there like awkwardly trying to figure out a way to like right this wrong, I guess. And like because this is Aiden Ross, I immediately assume this is like fake, right? It's got to be. Everything he does is fake. But while it does look scripted, the question is like, why the fuck would 21 Savage like be on board with this? That's number one. Because if he was on board with it, like why would he? It just like makes him look so bad. And then and I think last but not least, like he's not that good of an actor, right? Like, I don't think 21 Savage is that good of an actor. And it looked like they both look super awkward.
I got you.
He looks like he's ashamed. He looks like he's ashamed for calling him out. 21 Savage looks like he felt awkward when he got called out.
And send me your sister's number so I can get her the car, bro. I'm gonna get her the car still, shit. All right, bro. I'll see you later. All right, bro. Damn, whose cars were those, Chad? Nah, W Savage on God, Chad. We're gonna make it right. I appreciate that a lot. All right, bro. Nice to meet you. You have a good one.
I can't lose.
Cool.
Say Dada.
Huh?
Say Dada. Come on, put me in. Say Dada.
Dada.
Fuck! I don't know, man. His attitude changed so badly. His attitude shifted dramatically. He looks like the guy in the high school locker room who stole the phone, but is trying to help you find it too. Like,
see, look. See the 6. See?
because like this is way more humiliating for 21 Savage, who is like a famous rapper, who I assume is like rich.
This new family comes in, and I'm pretty sure you probably had an accent.
Yeah.
Okay. So now you're on the east side of Atlanta.
Yeah.
You got an accent. How receptive were the kids to you?
They used to I got in a fight on the first day of school. Oh God.
From the jump?
Yeah, they used to tease me.
Okay.
Like I went to.
I would agree, but it's Aiden Ross, dude. I feel like if he's gonna do some scripted shit, he would much rather do it with like Kai Cenat than Aiden Ross. You know what I mean? Why would he do a fucking scripted thing with Aiden Ross where he got like called out and looks bad? He's rich, but even rappers don't play with crypto numbers that wildly, except for Drake.
Donnell Elementary. That was the first elementary school I went to.
Okay.
So I get on the bus or whatever. They start talking to me. So they making fun of me on the way to school.
Okay.
So we get on the bus to go home. They making fun of me on the way home.
Okay.
So we get out the bus. Like one of the older dudes, like his little brother was the main one. So the older brother was said something.
21's brand is stealing and robbing. This won't look bad except to the normies. No, dude. It's just like it. No, I think you're wrong. Like there's a difference between like actually robbing someone and just like scamming someone and getting caught and then not doing anything. You're wrong. Yeah. It's absolutely not humiliating for 21. I grew up as a dorky, scrawny kid who sold weed. I used to let people walk all over me. This doesn't feel scripted or anything. 21 finessed Aiden, and Aiden got bitched and didn't stick up for himself. No, I think you guys are letting your anti-Aiden bias and your pro 21 Savage bias, which I have as well, for the record, make you think that the situation played out in a way that that was like beneficial or something. Like, I mean, here, this is what Kai said.
Whether it was somebody on his team, whatever it was him, whether it was whoever, bro. Let me go ahead and say something real quick. It's unfortunate because Aiden is a good fucking dude, man. You feel me? Whoever had negative intent on this, bro.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Whether it was the team nigga, whether it was a random nigga that was with him, you feel me? Aiden is a good fucking dude, bro. So that's unfortunate. You know what I mean? So is he paying the money back? Damn.
Okay.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Why, Aiden? I'm gonna give it a stat, bro. That's why you can't go, bro. Do games, nigga. 2K Madden, bro. You feel me? You win that, you move on, gang. You feel me? I ain't gonna lie. Whether it was somebody on his team, whatever it was him.
Yeah, no. I don't agree. If it was 21's team, how would 21 not be a part of the scam? No, I think he definitely was. Kai is saying that because he doesn't want to fucking ruin his relationship by shitting on 21 Savage. And the same goes for Aiden. Why do you think? You think if it wasn't 21 Savage that did that, and if it was like, I don't know, that fucking nerdy Indian kid that they shit on all the time over there at Kick, you think Aiden wouldn't be like beating his ass or some shit? 100%. Yeah, no, every single person in this situation is just trying to manage through the conflict because they just don't want to offend. Nobody wants to offend Aiden, and nobody wants to offend from the outside, I mean, and nobody wants to offend 21 Savage. It's just clout. Yeah, and no, Kai and Aiden are still good friends. I don't think it was, I think he didn't think, I think 21 Savage thought that he could get away with it. Like, thought that he could, like, do it, which, for the record, I'm on board with him, I'm not gonna lie. Okay? He tried to scam a scammer.
What's 21 Savage gonna do? Shoot him? What? No. What do you mean? I love that you said it's not racist to talk about rappers, chat, and then immediately says I'm racist ass shit. Like, nobody fucking said that. What are you talking about? We're talking about clout, dude. What? There's no shooting anybody in this circumstance. He was playing by British rules, big mistake. Yeah, I think the real winners here are those who don't gamble. I think 21 Savage was trying to show the dangers of gambling to a young Aiden Ross who is impressionable by saying, listen, when you gamble, Chatter thinks he's in the 90s. Yeah, you don't gamble. The point is, you don't gamble because you'll always lose. And he was just trying to demonstrate to Aiden Ross, the young Aiden Ross, that like, if you gamble, you will lose, you know? Guy double dick riding, fucking wild. Listen, brother. One's his friend and fellow content creator. The other person is like a super clouded up celebrity rapper. You don't want to fuck up those relationships. It totally makes sense. Especially because he's on the outside. Why the fuck would he? Why would he? I get why he would say this. You know what I mean? Why would he? What is he going to do? What do you want him to do? Be like, yeah, 21 Savage sucks. Yeah, he scammed Aiden. How is Aiden a friend when he hangs out with Nazis? Well, I don't know if you know this, but he works for a website that has a lot of money, okay? And gives a lot of money to other streamers and content creators. So I would be like thoughts and prayers too if I were Kai. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, 21 Savage is innocent.
And, you know, finesse this car.
Yeah, it was someone in the crew. Yeah, 21 Savage just happened to be really good at picking cards. It must have been someone else. Why is this even an issue, law? Goddamn. Honestly, it's just funny. I don't really give a shit. I think it's just funny. Overall, I think like obviously the reason why they're doing this, like I said, is just the cleanup so that he doesn't. It's just to make 21 Savage not look bad, right? Like because he automatically looks bad in this situation. Because he got caught. You know what I mean? He got caught. If he hadn't gotten caught and they found out after the fact, then that's funny and it's great. But when you get caught and kind of like have to sit there next to Aiden Ross, it's just real bad. So the only thing, yeah, I just what was it that I actually did? He used marked cards. He used marked cards. Here, hold on.
And bro, you know the
What?
And
Yeah, also the only reason why he did get caught is because of chat, and I'm pretty sure chat pointed it out. There's apparently the second thing too. Apparently the dice was rigged too.
He crap. Remember, we stopped playing because he crap. 7. Hold on. I got 12. Nah, I'll do that. 7. What the fuck? 10. 7. Oh nah. Oh nah. Wait, y'all can't see the camera. Wait.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know if it was like a loaded dice or not, but I think 21 may have finessed Kai as well by pretending to be bad at Madden at first and then clutching on the second game, perhaps. But like I said, it's funny. It's funny to try and scam Aiden Ross because he's a scammer, okay? But when you get caught, it's just like it feels. This all seems like scripted drama, like he often does. Why is no one skeptical? Because it just doesn't make 21 Savage look good. Why the fuck would he join in on this? That's what I'm saying. The reason why I don't think it's like scripted drama is literally because it makes 21 Savage look bad, and it would look like it ruins his image. Like he's not gonna take an L like this for Aiden fucking Ross. You know what I mean? Also, neither Aiden nor 21 Savage is that neither Aiden nor 21 Savage is that good at acting. That's all I'm saying. It was real awkward. That's it. Did 21 get the money? No, I think he like gave it back or something. But anyway, you know, it's still funny, and obviously it's like not really, it's not gonna really go anywhere. But if it does, it'd be funny as well. It'd be like a little bit more drama, I suspect. The Dark Side of Christianity. It's got 8 views, man. Yeah, he got a little bit, and I don't know if the Instagram post where he calls like Aiden Ross out and like calls him a rat and stuff. Like I don't think that's real. I don't know if it's real or not. It's probably I suspect it's fake. Unlike the top of the hour, which is real. There is a real top of the hour ad break coming, unless you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Also, like I said, where people that are being like, oh, why are these like relationships being heldly tied together? I'm sure there's like real, real familiarity and like friendliness, but also I think a lot of people discount the money aspect of it. and the cloud aspect of it as well. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Oh shit, we were gonna do Vagrant Holiday train hopping. We have 60 animated emo slots. Earn your subs. True.
Welcome back to Vagrant Holiday.
Ranking.
I like
Riz?
reading.
What's your favorite last book that you read?
It's like a. Do you know what smut is?
Smut?
Like, okay, it's like a book, but it's like.
Who sent this? Why? This is fire. I love Ranking Riz. And she's cute. This is perfect. Great video. We'll do the train one after.
Okay, guys, don't be nervous. I'm super easy, and you're gonna be fine. You're gonna be great. You guys all look like master Rizzlers. Just a bunch of Rizzly Bear energy in front of me. So I'm super excited. My name is Deb. I'm 21. I'm from Ontario, Canada. I'm currently in my 3rd year of nursing school, and I also make YouTube videos sometimes. How do you feel? I'm terrified. I'm terrified, but also I'm trying to be grateful because I'm like, when am I ever gonna get this opportunity again to have 6 strangers just come up to me and rizz me? Trying to be positive. I've never been rizzed on, so. sorry, not.
Oh! Okay. See, chat was like, don't watch this. It's already great.
We're making a heart, okay? This is, okay. There's some contact there. That wasn't bad. I kind of like a little physical touch. Oh, did you bring me something? Oh, did you write a love letter?
Whack. Too much work.
You seem nice. Oh,
Too much. No.
Thank you. Or I don't know why I'm yelling. Thank you.
No.
It was cute. You know what? I think
They have to do nonverbal Riz first, chat. And the first guy cooked it. The first guy cooked the books. They're doing nonverbal Riz first. Shut the fuck up. They're doing nonverbal Riz. Unspoken Riz. Unspoken Riz. Round 1. Oh my God. Everyone's like, are they deaf? Are they deaf? Is this ableist? Fuck! Unspoken Riz equals assault, it seems. Yes. Holding someone's hand is a sexual assault. You're right. In that situation, there's no way to contextually make that appropriate. I will not elaborate. Thank you. I am fucking losing my mind. Oh my God. Oh my God. We will never be able to have fun. We just like this community does not deserve fun. We don't deserve fun. You don't deserve fun. You deserve only pain and anger all the time. Oh my Lord. Jesus Christ, dude. How do we become such puritanical little monsters?
think in my head, I'm thinking like, okay, I'm at a coffee shop, I'm studying.
I need to get my energy out. I'm gonna walk.
And, like,
I
somebody,
can't. I
like,
can't do
passes
this.
me a note. It was cute. It was like wholesome. Oh, we're hugging. Okay.
Oh,
This is
more unwanted touch,
wonderful.
dude. What the
Okay,
fuck?
nice warm bear hug. Yeah. Is there more? Do I get more than a hug or? Thanks. Oh, are you Christian too? Or oh, sorry. Nice firm handshake. Okay. I feel like we're just miming. Okay. Oh, okay. That was pretty good. That's good miming. Oh. Okay. No, that's fine. I played along because it was fun. He's.
You had 1,000 miles there for a second when you were reminded how brain broken leftist switch shatters are. It's just like, I sometimes feel like it's a substitute for a personality for a lot of people online to just be like incredibly fucking annoying. There's only 2 methods here. You either make a joke that's humorous, a humorous quip, and that's quite difficult, okay? So then like streamer will laugh and everybody else will enjoy it, or you just become like the most annoying person. Or sometimes Chad is making a joke and I'm the one who doesn't understand the joke. That's also fair. Okay? That happens too.
He's a great mimer, but I'm like, am I supposed to feel something? Because I just felt very dry. Like, I'm like, okay, what else is next? Is this for me? Wait, I just got proposed to. I mean, yeah, I accept. I do. Yeah.
First guy cooked it. He was too good.
Oh, we got the. Are you looking for something or? Oh, okay. A little puppy dog. Okay, I guess. Okay, that wasn't bad. I personally am like a physical touch person. I don't know if everybody else is. So on me, that worked. Okay, I'm gonna put you 3. Because yours was cute.
First guy also has the being hot buff. Yeah, it's huge. The being hot definitely plays a big role here. Let's be real. There's no reason to lie about that.
Letter, but it wasn't really Riz. But it was adorable. It was like wholesome. So I think that's like a good median. You mimed. Are you from Paris? Is this like a French thing, like the miming? Okay, but last. The proposal. Cute. Is it Riz though? Or did you just get on one knee? I don't even know either. I'm gonna put you fourth. It was still so cute. You gave me the hug, right? I'll put you two. Because the hug was nice. It was like a nice little like friendly thing. Actually, no, I'm gonna put you further down. Because I'm realizing like if I didn't know you and you just came up to me and hugged me, I would call the nearest police station. Because it was still like friendly and you give great hugs. You two switch. Love letter can go here.
Come on.
Heart can go here.
Come on.
The hand kiss, it was cute. It was cute. Come on. It was
Okay. The real unspoken Riz is how attracted she is to every individual here. Because the other guy's also hot, but the first guy cooked it. The first guy absolutely did a better job. Okay? But she seemingly likes the guy at the tippy top that she put as number one more than the other guy. But it has nothing to do with the actual actions in and of itself.
It was cute. It was the most like contact-ish I got. And it was very like wholesome. It was giving like 1950s when they'd be like, oh, mademoiselle. So, but I think this is good. Paris, proposal, bear hug, letter, heart, hand gestures, kiss on the hand. I think it's pretty good, right? Oh, hey, my love print is RIEG, which is lavender. Oh, you don't know what that is? Then you better download the Nectar.
Oh yeah, download this app.
Hi.
Hi,
Okay,
what's up? I'm Moose.
Nice to meet you,
It's so
Moose.
nice to meet you. It's a pleasure. Your smile is like just brightening my day. Like this room is right, but you brighten my day with that
Thank
smile.
you.
So I actually
Okay, Moose.
have a little secret that I have to tell you.
What's the secret?
Which it's that actually I came all the way here from a place that you might know just to get some time with you, which is Toronto.
Oh, that really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Look, they said if he wanted to, he would.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's so Jover. It's so Jover. She touched him back. He's so in. Oh my God. A name like Moose too. He's got a cool ass name. It's nutty.
And I did so I could. I went all the way on a flight just to come here and spend some time with you.
Wow, are you from Toronto?
Yeah, where are you from?
Toronto.
Are you? Oh my God.
Well, I live like a few cities.
You said Ontario, Canada, so I know that's not the 6.
No, I'm from Durham, but like nobody knows what that
yeah,
is.
no one's gonna say
First-
Durham region out here.
Yeah, I'm
I
like-
feel you.
yeah.
Okay, what do you do for fun? How do you enjoy your life? What do you do to enjoy your life?
I like reading.
Okay,
I like playing piano.
that's very nice.
I want to learn guitar though.
We could do some piano, and I could sing some vocals for you. Like,
Okay,
you
you
know,
sing?
Yeah, I can sing a little bit.
You can sing now?
Oh, I
Don't
can't
do it,
sing
don't do
on
it,
a
don't do
first
it.
date like this. That's like.
Yeah, you
something-
can.
You
Oh,
want, you want me
good
to sing
call.
for you right now? I mean, I don't know if I could do all
If
that.
you wanted to, he would.
Oh damn, it's like that.
It's like that.
Okay, well, what song? Well, but okay, how about we end this with the song? But I want to do. You speak any other languages? Tu parles en français?
Oui, je parle français.
Oh ouais, je parle
Did
français.
you like Central
Non, j'étudie les langues à.
Oh, à l'école.
No, by myself.
Duolingo?
I'm learning. No, I learn by myself.
Oh,
yeah.
it's yeah, your French is good.
It's not bad. I speak Arabic too, you know. Like,
Okay.
I got multiple languages. نقدر نحكي معك عربي نقول لك
Oh, you're speaking it
يعني.
now.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I'm not
I can tell
following.
you my eyes and the other.
He deflected. He's shifting the attention away. He's doing an expert job. This is expert level shit. He deflected. He shifted the attention away. It's now about like how he can speak like other languages. He doesn't have to sing. I've always told you it's awkward. Don't sing. Don't dance in these situations.
Other thing that I can speak is your love languages. So I gotta know what those is. I know you like physical touch.
Yeah,
That's
physical touch is
evident.
pretty good.
Mhm.
This is where we find out his name is not Moose because he's Canadian, but it's because it's short for Mustafa, by the way. I
You're gonna be in
assume.
Toronto, so I'm gonna see you there.
Are you actually from Toronto?
I swear to God. I told you I flew all the way out here just to meet you.
Hi, Deb. I'm Danny.
Hi, Danny.
Nice to meet you. Okay, you didn't like my letter?
Okay, I'm sorry, but after that dude, Danny's got nothing. Like, I don't know what Danny can do. I don't know what Danny can do after Mustafa, because like he just cleaned it up. Danny's a one-trick pony, it seems, with a notebook. He's just like, he pulled it out again. He's like, this is what I got. I got a prop. He's like a prop comic.
I loved it. It was.
Well, he does have height going for him. So let's see.
It seemed like you hated my letter.
It was okay, but it wasn't like it didn't make me feel anything.
Okay, fine. Well, I have more things written down. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a chance that I riz you, right?
Mhm.
And then we fall in love, and we get
Yes.
married, and then you
Yes.
turn out to be like a monster,
Okay.
Right?
Following.
right? Has that ever happened to you?
Sure. Yeah.
Have
I
you guys
mean.
ever dated someone who turned out to be a monster?
Oh, yeah. Debatably.
Yeah? Everyone?
Strong.
So I don't want that to happen again,
No,
right?
never.
So I put together a pre-riz interview exam. Can you put that here? Pre-riz interview exam?
I didn't study it.
Okay, what prescription medications are you on?
What the fuck? Bro, stop. You're not, stop while you're ahead. You've lost the plot. Oh my God. He must be, what is he cooking? He's cooking poison right now. That's what he's cooking. Stop cooking.
Guys, it's a joke. It's a joke. The pry can't be funny, too. The proctor can't make a joke. It's fine. Okay, real questions. You ready? What's your favorite thing about yourself?
That was not a haha, I'm laughing my ass off joke. That was a ha, I'm awkward. I'm feeling very awkward and nervous joke. Are you going to kill me joke?
I think I'm pretty open-minded.
It's good quality.
Yeah.
You guys think good quality?
I hope that's good.
I'm rocking with that. I'm with you. Hey, do you guys mind?
He keeps asking the dudes. He keeps looking for feedback from the dudes. She's going to think that I'm supposed to be the center of attention. And instead, you're like, you know, you're paying too much attention to the dudes. It's making her also not feel great.
Okay, last time you cried and why?
Okay, I cried this morning.
You cried this morning?
Yeah.
Because you were nervous for this? Why did you actually cry this morning?
I got my period.
Okay, I feel like that's worthy of
Yeah,
crying.
and I was like, ugh, I wanted to wait till like next week, but it came early, and I'm like,
You can never choose.
You can't choose.
From what I understand, you can never choose.
Exactly, you would know because you get it all the time, right?
Well, you know, I hear things.
Me too.
Through the grapevine, and I listen. That's my best quality. Why'd your last relationship end?
I've never been in a relationship.
Whoa, why do you think that is? Because you're a monster?
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, I've got big fangs, and no, I'm kidding.
Oh,
I think
it's so
I just
bad.
never really had the chance, I guess. I don't know.
Did you just never had the chance or never had the interest in a person?
Nobody's really asked me out or anything, so
Really?
I guess that's a chance.
I guess that leads me to my Riz moment.
Okay.
Would you like to go on a date with me?
Sure, where are we going?
Whoa. I haven't decided yet. I didn't know if you were going to say yes.
But do I need to do a test too? Because what if you're the monster?
That's a great point.
Okay, so give
Do we
me
have more
this.
time?
Now I don't know. You could be the monster. Yeah, I didn't really get the approach. Like, I get it was an exam. Maybe I just didn't study enough for it, but he's cute, I guess. Sorry,
Flub.
sorry, I don't know. I felt bad. I'm like, you're cute though.
Well, quick preface.
Bro, being tall is so OP. Chat. Being tall is, I mean, you know this already, but being tall is so OP. That's insane. He just tanked all of that. She said that was cute. That's insane, dude. That is such a cheat code. Oh my fucking God. It's so fucked. It is so fucked that he literally, like, a dude that's like 5'8" that does that. This guy does that. He's going to jail. Okay? She's calling the motherfucking authorities. You do what he did right there while 5'7", you're going to jail. You're getting pepper sprayed in jail. The other criminals in jail are going to pepper spray you. They're going to be like, you're a short man. Fuck you. How dare you do some serial killer shit like that? It's fucked up.
This for the fellas. This is not for the faint of heart or the best way to riz a girl. You should probably just get to know her. But I'm going to freestyle a little something for you.
Okay, period, do it.
I don't usually freestyle this close or like serenade.
Like, get closer?
Yeah, let's do it. Okay.
Just look at
Damn, Deb, you way too fine, yeah. Damn, Deb, you way too fine, nah, yeah, damn, Deb, you way too fine. You ain't no damn nah, you a fucking damn diamond. So tell me what you like, yeah. Tell me what you like.
I like reading books.
Yeah, she like
About
reading books.
romance novels.
Romance and novels. So I'm here, man, you know I'm going full throttle in the Camry, in the whip, man, you know she a model, got the model bottle body. I would have to tell Shadi that you looking too fine for me to ever.
Oh, I'm spinning. We spun.
Yeah, you looking damn lovely. And tell me, do you like that bubbly?
I love that bubbly.
Yeah, and you know that I love how bubbly.
Bro, this is criminal. This is criminal. This is criminal. You should go. I take it back. You should go to jail. Not because you're short and doing this, but just in general. There is no height that can tank what he's doing right now. He could be 6'10". He does this shit is Jover. Yeah. In order to tank that, you'd have to be like fucking 7'3", okay? It's so
bubbly
bad.
she is, and she got them lips, and she got them eyes, man, I'd love to give her a kiss, but I don't know if I got all the riz, but is, cause you know I gotta be up in this bitch.
Yeah. That was really good. That was really good. I'm sorry about the romance now. I didn't know how.
She is literally the nicest person on the planet. She is, I don't know how they found her. I don't understand. Like, the fact that she's still standing and has not perished too kind. Actually, I'll say it like this. She's so kind that I think is a detriment because a guy like this needs to be told not to do this because you're giving reinforcement to his behavior, which means that he's going to do it again. So you're technically creating a ticking time bomb here with how nice you are.
How to rap? I'm not good.
Romance novel is totally better than calling the cops on me. But do you have any siblings? Right? What? I want to get to know them, bro. These are the real questions, bro. I'm done with the memes.
That was really good. No, that was really good. For a freestyle, I was like, yeah. Oh, was I allowed to do that?
Yeah, you're all good. Thank you. My ball rolled over here. Hi, my name's Aye.
Hi.
What's your name?
I'm Deb.
Nice to meet you, Deb. You have gorgeous eyes, by the way.
Thank you.
That's crazy that he rizzed up the producers, bro. Ayamere rizzed up the producers first so they would let him have a prop like it's a meet cute. Like he's pulling a fucking straight 90s rom-com motherfucking meet cute. That's crazy.
Thank you.
Not to be that guy. Where'd you get your earrings? Those are really nice.
Claire's.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I got my ears pierced there when I was a kid.
From Claire's?
Yes.
Only have one piercing?
No, both.
Oh, wow.
So where are you from?
From Ontario, Canada. Wait, where are you from? I didn't.
I'm from Cali. I'm from the Bay. But I actually was visiting the Midwest just recently.
Come see me.
Girl, I got you. So am I coming to Ontario? Because you got a storm right now.
Yeah, you coming to Ontario.
Okay.
We fly in that storm.
So what's your favorite activity?
I like reading.
What's
You
your-
should
what's
come
your
to me.
favorite
It's
last book that you read?
It's like it's a romance. It's kind of like a Wattpad.
Are you believing I would know the book?
Yeah, but it's like.
Yeah,
Do you know what
Wattpad?
smut?
Wattpad?
No, like
Smut?
Like
What the
okay.
fuck?
Do you, okay? It's like a book, but it's like a spicy book. Like the Bible. It was the Bible.
No, you can't do that now.
Hello.
Hey.
Okay, so the proposal thing was a little bit much, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I didn't know you. Like, why are you
I
proposing?
know, but maybe it's foreshadowing.
Oh.
For sure. So, how long are you in town for?
I'm leaving in 6 hours.
Well, well, after this will be done in like 2 hours. Then are you one of those people that gets to the airport like early, or you like the chance?
I like the chance. I like
That's
the
what
thrill
I'm-
of almost missing my flight.
That is what I'm talking about. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking, right? We wrap this thing up. These guys are great.
Yeah.
But like, you should pick me for sure.
For sure.
I figure we go out, we have some drinks. Do you drink?
I do.
Oh wait, can you?
No swearing.
Fantastic, that's amazing. So I say we go get some drinks somewhere in Hollywood, and then we'll like hit a few spots, gradually getting closer to the airport.
Oh my god. Okay.
See? It's pre-planning,
Yeah,
right?
I like this. You're organized.
And we'll get to know each other without cameras in the room, so then we
Okay.
can get like serious. We can say profanity.
Ooh, like what?
Like shit, damn shit, damn. Ooh, that's a bad one. I'm sorry.
That was a bad one.
I'm sorry.
That's a lot to be about. Sorry, sorry, editors.
No, but we keep.
What the fuck did he say? What did he say? Oh my God. Did he say the F slur? What did he say? It's not, he didn't say the N word, obviously, but what, like maybe cunt? Is she, because he must have said a slur. She is not into it. This is pre-Ozempic Jonah Hill, by the way. This is like peak Jonah Hill. This Jonah Hill is not telling you that you're not allowed to be seen around other sexy dudes surfing and shit. You know what I mean? This is the Jonah Hill that's like joking around.
We do that. We have some drinks. We have a great time. I drop you off at your flight. You go there. You're like, damn, I had so much fun. You're gonna be like, I missed my flight, and then we continue to drink and have a great day. Enjoy
Okay.
the rest of the day.
I mean, yeah, and then you book my next flight because
Sure, why not?
you made me miss this one.
I can
so.
do that. That's not a problem.
Okay, and
What
then
do you say?
you proposed to me, I guess, the day after. Or?
No. I don't like to move that fast.
Okay.
We could start with like making out or something.
Oh, okay.
Like nice and light.
Yeah.
No, not
Making
too
out,
much tongue.
He's very confident.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
Good job. I just thought he was funny.
He has a charm that is like disarming in a positive way. He's very confident, and I think like honestly, like if he was better looking, he would have the best riz, I think. No, I'm serious. He's very funny. You think he goes above the tall guy now? No.
I'm a big banter person, so the fact that he was able to like go off of me really well, I was into it.
Wow, I love this white void we're in right now. Jack, nice to meet you.
I know. Nice to meet you, Jack.
You know, fun fact, you're actually not.
This guy, he's got a serial killer, Riz.
is allowed to like greet me if you're on a plane.
Why?
Because if like someone walks up to me and says hijack, everyone on the plane's gonna start like freaking out.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, I'll make sure.
I could go by Paris though.
Paris? Why
You're
Paris?
saying I was doing the mime thing.
Okay, you know what?
called me
You
Paris.
look like a Paris.
I look like a Paris?
Yes.
Have you been to Paris?
No, I haven't.
Okay, I've never been out of the country. I don't even have a passport. I mean, maybe I need to like
Yeah,
broaden my horizons. I need to start reading smut though, honestly.
Oh my god.
What was the last smut thing you read?
Okay, well.
Was it like a your name kind of thing?
Yeah, like YN?
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, what do you know about book? Like,
I know things.
you read smut.
No, I don't
You read
smut.
Wattpad smut.
No, I used to. Okay.
Oh.
When I was like 14, I was like really into Sonic the Hedgehog, and I'll just leave it at that.
Leave it at that.
Yeah.
Bro, that's the type of information the CIA in a black site is not revealing and getting out of me after torturing me and then calling up Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia to make sure that the torture is sanctioned and called enhanced interrogation. That's bullshit. That's crazy.
Does this do anything? Is this doing anything right now?
What? What is this?
Sonic the Hedgehog fan fiction?
Yeah, it's doing a lot for me. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot of, yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, smut. Nah, you keep it running. I got it.
Okay, okay.
Do you like movies?
I do like movies,
That's
yes.
great. And the time's out right now, so I'm gonna step back over there.
Shucks.
Really nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you. That was.
And that's
Oh my God. It's like, it's so bad. He kept going. What the fuck? Hassan, you voluntarily said that you jerked off the boobs you drew. You absolutely would say that? No.
how you do it, gentlemen. That's how you do it.
Have you watched Horton Hears a Who?
Are you saying I look like JoJo
Yes,
from Horton Hears a Who?
okay, sorry. I've been wanting to
fair.
say it for the last like hour. It's a compliment though.
No, I've done it before. I'm here for it.
The real question is, do you find JoJo attractive?
That dude needs to grow facial hair immediately, okay? Just something. Like maybe get a haircut, grow facial hair, bump his stats up. He can't be looking like that and talking like that, okay? Tall buff doesn't cover that much. You know what I mean? Look at their reaction. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they're both like, dude, what the fuck are we doing here? This is like, bro, it's like they're literally like, they're like Jokic and LeBron playing against like kindergartners, okay? That's what's happening here. Like the other dudes are playing at a kindergartner level of basketball.
Yeah, I had a crush on him when I was younger.
Bro, that's what I'm saying.
But
Let's go.
I was kind of distracted since he looked like Horton Hears a Who. And I was like, can you please sing for me? Like, I need you to start singing so you can relive my childhood memories. All right.
What's up?
Yay. First of all, good job, guys. I'm gonna start with last place, just because this one stuck out to me as like a clear last place. No offense, all impressive, but Joe Goldberg,
Whoa!
What was, sorry, what
That's you. That's from you. Have you never
have you
watched
seen you?
He's a serial killer.
Have you seen
Oh, cool.
I'll put you
Over there?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Guys,
honestly,
good luck.
you seem sweet, and you're very good looking. So, like,
Thank
you
you
know,
very much.
it was the exam quiz.
That's fine.
No tall buff, dude. No tall buff. No tall buff. No tall buff. See, you have a shot. Everybody, you have a shot. Incels. Incels saved. Okay? Think about it like this. Think about it like this. He really, really fucked it up. Tall people exposed. Yeah, it turns out, actually, let me tell you, being tall doesn't save you all that much, it seems.
I think I gotta protect my own, who I raise, and I don't think you can ever be too careful.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with this.
I'm gonna be honest.
This feels like you protecting yourself from being a monster.
Oh my god.
And
No.
you're projecting your serial killer-isms onto me. I was focused on my questions and I was focused on my evaluation. And
Dude, that's so bad. He's also not, oh God. He's not also taking this like a man. You know what I mean? He's not taking it like a champ.
And I think I got the answers I was looking for. Guys, good luck to you. I'm proud of all of you.
I'm gonna let you stay there for fifth.
That's okay.
It was cute, but I didn't really feel any riz, and I didn't feel like you asked me any.
Damn, bro. It's a Holocaust. What the fuck? What is happening? She chopping him down, dude. Listen, no tall buff for him either. Okay. Well, to be fair, this is she's cutting the tall trees. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. These are not our best hauls. Yeah, dude, it's short King Spring, baby. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I got to know you well though. If I was like interviewing you for the job, I would have definitely hired you.
Nah, bro, you got that corporate riz, bro.
Got that corporate riz.
Yes.
Yeah, haircut and a stubble. That guy's like immediately elevated to like an 8. Okay.
Like you got that LinkedIn riz. Yeah. I feel like
insult to injury.
a lot of people won't agree with me, but I'm gonna get you two to switch.
Wait, what do you mean? I don't think a lot of people agree with me. He had swag. I told you guys. He literally had swag. This guy was corny as hell. He actually was like, this is a valid choice.
I loved the rap. It was so impressive.
I like the last 4 don't matter. It's the top 2, okay? It's the top 2 anyway. He was definitely a strong contender for 3rd place though, because like he actually kicked it. He actually kicked it back. I'm telling you, pre-Ozempic Jonah Hill.
It's too gimmicky. Like, I'd
honestly,
rather just get to know you.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of like where I was going. But like, if I was like Simon Cowell on like America's Got Talent, I would definitely hit.
It matters to us, man. What do you mean? No, this was never a competition. It was Moose and it was IA. Okay, the rest is just there as seasoning. From the moment that I saw both of those motherfuckers, both in the looks department and in the Riz department, it was so Jover for anybody else. I walk up to that stage, I see those 2 dudes, I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore. Okay? It's a filler episode. My relationship is a filler episode. I'm not there to like actually make any gains. Okay? It's so done. It's so Jover.
The golden buzzer, but I didn't feel any like buzz inside.
That dude hit her with 3 fucking languages, dude. Are you kidding me? Like, there's no coming back from that. He's hot. He's dressed well. And he hit the trilingual, dude. Are you kidding me? Are you joking? And he's from Canada too. Get the fuck out of here. It's over. And they both did phenomenally well in the physical touch department too.
Side of me, like there's a better way to word that. There's definitely a better way to word like that sentence. And the rap is insane. I'm probably gonna like you gotta record
And he's
that.
black. No, that doesn't mean it. That doesn't mean that much in this situation.
Because I need some ego boost.
Ain't no way I'm gonna finish a song for 4th place, bro. Smoking, dude. Hell no.
It was good.
Make a whole song and record it.
It was good. I would love that on like the 3rd date, you know? But
All right.
immediate Riz, I was like, oh, I didn't really.
Ain't gonna be a 3rd date.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Landon.
Yes.
I think I'm gonna leave you there. I thought you were really funny, and that's kind of just like my type in people.
Completely fine. Are we still getting drinks after this though?
Yeah, are you gonna buy my flight after you make me miss it?
Sure, that's completely fine with me. You know, I'm okay.
He's fucking swagged out, dude. Yo, he is like, he's swaggy as hell, dude. He is my man, my fucking man. What a G. Oh my God. Dude, big boys on top, baby. Let's fucking go. Okay, this one's for the big boys. This one's for the thick boys, dude.
Okay with that, you know. I'm in the middle, kind of. Plus, those 2 that were next to me, they were some good-looking fellows, all right? And I operate off personality.
I'm not good at this.
By the way, one part of Landon's situation, wait, could he be a 7? Fuck yes. Are you kidding me? He's already locked down the hair, okay? Don't know if a beer would serve him better, but his outfit is also very good. Like, he has a really good fit going. Like, you don't even notice that he's got a Canadian tux situation going on. It's a really nice polo denim shirt. Can't go wrong with that. Well-fitting jeans, well-fitting shirt, cool hat is like kind of funny, but also kind of cool. It's like Fat Boy Surf Club. Definitely great glasses as well. He looks great.
I thought you were really funny. You're gonna buy my flight after you make me miss it?
Sure, that's completely fine with me. You know, I'm okay.
Is the fat debuff that bad? I mean, it's entirely dependent on the competition there, okay? No undershirt, chest hair.
Okay with that, you know. I'm in the middle, kind of. Plus, those 2 that were next to me, they were some good-looking fellows, all right? And I operate off personality.
I'm not good at this.
He's got nice shoes too.
I like both of you guys. I like the soccer ball, like hey, you got my ball. It was very like wholesome and it was casual. And I feel like I was like immediately comfortable with you, but you made like such insane eye contact. Like it just felt like I was actually like, I don't know. It was very intense, but like I loved the approach for you, but I liked how like you incorporated, I don't know how to explain it. So I don't really.
This is actually a tough choice. They're both nuts. She's going to go with Canada, I suspect, because, you know, Toronto, T-Dot. I'm just saying proximity matters here. It's like, but they're both hot and they were rizzed out the wazoo.
Stop looking at me. Wait, can they
What you want me to do?
Sorry.
Go with where your heart wants. Go with what your heart wants.
I think I'm gonna.
He's hotter.
I think I'm gonna go with
Yeah.
you, IA, for first place.
He's just hotter. Tall buff. Tall buff matters. And he's hotter. IA's hotter. I told you from the jump.
Hey, listen, 3 languages, second place, okay? That's cool with me. I'm still at the top of the ladder.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Tall buff.
I put him second only because it started to feel forced halfway through. It kind of felt like he searched up like how to raise a girl, Google WikiHow, and then did that on me. But it was so wholesome. Both of you guys are so like wholesome, but yours just felt so like natural and like.
Yeah. Second place just means first place loser, if you know what I mean. Fucking got him.
Comfortable.
Yeah.
So you're my first place for this episode, I guess.
Appreciate that.
Mwah.
You can't say he's wearing skinny jeans, bro. When he looks like that, it doesn't matter. I didn't even notice that he had skinny jeans on. Plus, his legs are fucking pylons, okay? So any kind of, he could be wearing boot cut and that shit would still look skinny. Do you feel me? Dude, come on. He's got even the cross earring and shit. It's just so Jover. He is so sick.
Amazing feeling. I mean, it's a little shocking, I won't lie. I mean, you know, between a rapper, Notepad, I mean, it was stiff competition.
Unspoken Riz ranking? Yeah. This guy opened up his mouth and the tall buff went away. This guy, tall buff doesn't work on him. Sounds like you want to fuck him? So what, dude? Yeah, what if I do want to fuck him? Okay, what is your dad gonna get jealous? I could fuck your dad and him if I want to. How about that? Anyway, that was good. That was actually really good, honestly. Okay, we got 2 options here. We can do Vagrant Holiday train hopping, but if we do that, I feel like we're not gonna have time if we do Vagrant Holiday train hopping. We're not gonna have time for like gaming and also okay buddy. You said next trains, don't lie to me again. Sure, we can do trains.
The channel that has shown you the splendors of Paris, the wonders of Rome, and the electric sights of Tokyo. And now, dear viewer, I ask that you relax as I magically transport you to the
suburbs of Seattle. So here I am in the fucking suburbs of Seattle because I didn't buy a plane ticket anywhere cool, and this is where I live. So what can I tell you about Seattle? Well, we got Amazon, Microsoft, Starbucks, which people here should really cut back on because they're way too fucking woke. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this place, so I'm gonna get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I hate how woke Starbucks is.
But to make it interesting, there's a freight train yard up ahead, and that's where I'm going. Freight train hopping is not something I've really done before, so.
My opinion on Seattle, fucking too rainy. Seattle is like kind of the OG homeless city, which is kind of interesting because like everybody always thinks like, oh, Los Angeles, like there's so many homeless people. Like, bro, Seattle has been like Los Angeles for years, I would say. Before Los Angeles ever got like there's a lot of homeless people in Los Angeles narrative. Like Seattle always was like that, but I guess nobody gives a shit. No, they just look homeless. No, like, I mean, yes and no. No one employed lives in Seattle. Yeah, Seattle's cool. They got that Pacific Northwest heroin vibe has been here forever. Yeah, every city looks. What has happened with like homelessness and like the fentanyl opiate crisis in America is that every city basically now looks like Pacific Northwest cities. But it's weird because like nobody ever really talked about the Pacific Northwestern cities having this crisis when it was like a way of existence for them for the longest time. So I guess it's kind of the vibes there. You know what I mean? Yeah, Seattle and Portland, I feel like is unironically like the way that people think Los Angeles is.
What I mean by this is like, you know how people think like, oh, there's homeless people everywhere. Like in Los Angeles, like it's not everywhere. It's just like certain places, right? I feel like in Seattle and Portland is everywhere. Seattle got the houseless riz, yes. Our conservative influencers won't shut the fuck up about it, yeah. Except they're fucking conservative influencers in Seattle, so no one cares. You know what I mean? Portland is the cutting edge in homeless tech, yes. Portland is the only place where I think people are voluntarily homeless. Like in normal circumstances, like I always maintain the position that like homelessness is like economic violence, is class violence, like people actually, nobody actually like fucking voluntarily consents to being homeless. Like they just kind of have to be. Portland is the one exception to that rule where I do feel like, you sound like my right-wing grandpa right now. Portland, I feel like, is the only place where people are like consenting to be homeless. They're like, no, actually, I have a trust fund. I just like living in the street. Like, I just like, it's boho chic, you know? Portland has an extreme history of redlining and horrible amounts of discrimination. Portland is much better than San Francisco. Portland has an extreme history of redlining. Brother, what redlining are you talking about? Oregon as a state was like, we're not even going to do redlining because we don't want any black people in here until like 1994. The fucking state charter dictated that like slavery was not allowed because that would imply that there would be black people next to the white people. They literally are the one state that's so racist that they were like, we don't, it was like illegal for black people to legally own a home until like, until not that long ago. The laws were repealed almost a century ago. The racist language in Oregon's constitution wasn't removed by voters until 2002. I'm not joking. That's why Portland is so white. Seattle, on the other hand, is definitely less white, I would say. I mean, here, let's look at Portland's demographics. Portland demographics, U.S. Census Bureau, Portland City, Oregon. Okay. Yeah, black or African American or African descent, the percentage is 5.9%, is 72% white. And it's not only 72% white, but it's 68% white alone. Okay, so white. Do you understand? Like Portland, Oregon's white percentage is higher than America's white percentage with a Hispanic population incorporated into it. That's how fucking white that shit is. And that's Portland. That is the most diverse part. Okay? Yeah, we're talking white. Okay? We're not talking like no Latino white is no Hispanic or Latino white is 68%. That's white. Okay? This is just Portland. This is the most diverse part of Oregon. We're not doing state demographics. Now let's look at Seattle. Let's see. I feel like Seattle is definitely more diverse, but I might be wrong. U.S. Census Bureau, quick facts. Where is it? Yeah, white alone, 63, which is still pretty fucking white, obviously. But white alone, not Hispanic, 61%, 6.7% black, and 16.8% Asian. And two or more races is 10%. So was it 30% homeless? Yeah, okay, dude. A lot of smaller but big surrounding cities in the Seattle area, though. Now, this doesn't mean, for the record, this does not mean that like Seattle itself is like, or Washington is like diverse. The Pacific Northwest is like low key, high key, a white supremacist enclave. Okay. This is what a lot of people don't understand. The Pacific Northwest, okay, is literally way whiter than the South. People think like, oh, the South's so racist. No, dog. That's where all the black people live. Okay. Like, yes, they are racist. Yes, there's phenomenal amounts of segregation in the South. That's where the fucking real redlining and shit occurred. Okay. But like, that's also where black people live. The Pacific Northwest, on the other hand, is just like, it's just white. It's cool though. I mean, there's like a lot of, it's beautiful. There's a lot of nature if you're into that sort of thing. Okay. Like, don't misunderstand me. I'm not like super shitting on it. I think it's better than the Midwest for sure. Right. Neo-Nazis have planned to make it a white ethno state, Northwest territorial imperative. Yeah. The other part about it is that even though it's like white, it still doesn't mean that like, I mean, it's also like kind of liberal too. Like all the dense populated areas are like very liberal. It's weird. All the rural areas are, but all the densely populated, Hassan, you've literally never even been to the Midwest. This is true. I refuse to go. The Pacific Northwest was against slavery, not because of the morality of it, but because they didn't want black people to come over to the area. Well, Oregon, 100%. I'm from
Bellevue, a suburb 50 minutes from Seattle, and the city literally pays for homeless people to be bussed out to Seattle. Mostly East Asian people live in Seattle. We literally have Northern California and Southern Oregon trying to annex themselves. Come to Detroit, pussy. Black Midwesterner here. What's worse about it? What do you mean? The train enjoyers are starving? Okay, well. I live in Humboldt County, and there was hella KKK motherfuckers near our diverse school, 76% white. I just think, I mean, I don't know. The Pacific North, gaming is dead. Chat, I've gamed every day for the past 2 days. What are you talking about? Like, the fuck do you mean gaming is dead? I didn't game one fucking day. It's like, it's dead now? It's over? I gamed for the past 2 nights. I'm from Yakima, where the majority of the population is Hispanic Native American and is just as racist / conservative as rural Oregon. Let's go, baby. That's the American way. My aunt, who lives just south of Portland, calls burgers made with lettuce under the meat a B-word burger. Wait, what? A Mexican slur? Jesus Christ. All right, let's do this.
All right, so first step of train hopping is to actually get up to a train. I managed to infiltrate the yard. I see several strings of train cars. On the other side of these train cars, I can see a van parked over there, and it looks like there might be somebody in it, so I should avoid that. Now, to figure out which one of these fucking things I want to get on, or if I want to get on it at all, maybe I should just wait. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm fucking doing. I'm just kind of winging this. Oh yeah, and I'll also be able to listen to their communications with this radio scanner. Hopefully that gives me a leg up on this. I think I'm going to move toward that direction along the tree line, try to stay as stealth as possible, get a better vantage point on this yard. Doesn't seem to be a whole lot going on, nothing ready to pull out anyway. I should have time to take a nap. All right, well, I just spent 4 hours.
You said this is fucked and not safe? What do you mean? This is how, like, this is literally what we were talking about with the hobo code, the creed, the hobo
Sleeping
creed.
here, occasionally running back up there to check things out. There's some passing trains, but nothing I saw that I wanted to get on. For someone who's seriously trying to hop a train for the first time, getting out of a city like Seattle is definitely confusing because you don't really know what train is going where, how far it's going, or if you're even in the right yard. There's like 3-4 fucking yards around here. Well, I've been watching these guys for a minute, and it looks like they're loading a train with cargo. I think this is gonna be my train. Now I just gotta wait for them to load this thing up, all these guys to fuck off so I can go over there and...
This is kind of crazy because, like I wonder if, like, you don't know what this is carrying. You know what I mean? You just, like, break into one of the compartments and it's just, like, filled to the brim with chlorine and, like, toxic pollutants or some shit.
Identify which car I'm gonna ride on. All right. Well, after I watched them load the train and walk away, went ahead and grabbed a ride. I'm under some sort of semi-trailer with these plastic things on the sides. Should keep me from being visible. But the train went forward and then it went backward a little bit, so I'm not really sure what's going on. All right, well, I have a feeling that I'm going somewhere. Not back into the yard, that's for sure. That's good. But I can't exactly say what I know what I'm fucking talking about. Trains are weird, man.
This guy shits
Adios,
on
Seattle.
everything I like. He shit on Japan. He shit on trains. What the fuck? The one thing he hasn't shit on is the top of the hour ad break, which is the other thing I like, which you might also like as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the ad break now. Vagrant Holiday, last seen in Palestine, Ohio.
I didn't really like you that much anyway. So I think I'm gonna lay down and try to get a couple hours of sleep. Good thing I brought an Airplex. 6 noisier than a fucking Japanese pachinko parlor.
Huh. That part is true. That is love.
I know where I am. Oh shit.
That's
nice.
sick.
I just woke up somewhere out in the mountains. It's pretty fucking cold up here. Beautiful scenery though. It's kind of hard to sleep on this fucking thing. And it's noisy as hell. Fuck. God damn. Around these curves, it's like 1,000 nails on 1,000 chalkboards. It sounds like shit, but what can you do? Alright, now we're just kind of stopped here. Beginning to realize there's a couple of pros and cons with this car I'm riding on. Can't easily get on or off of this thing because there's no ladder to do that. There's one over there, but it's kind of a bitch to climb around. I'm not going to climb around all that. But the pros, that's got a roof. Shields me from the rain. That's good. And these things keeps me hidden from various intersections we've crossed. Gotta keep it as stealth as possible. That way I don't get fucking arrested or whatever. I'm not even sure what the fuck they're gonna do to me. If I do get arrested, I think it always depends on whatever town you get pulled off in. How many assholes are in charge or whatever.
He sounds more like Sam Silek than he does Andrew Callahan.
This is fucking beautiful. Never mind. Well, the train has just entered a tunnel. I hear these could be very long and difficult to breathe in because the engine up front is pumping out diesel fumes and we're stuck in here with them. If I turn off this light, it's pitch black in here. You can't see a fucking thing. Kind of reminds me of those haunted house rides as a kid. But yeah, I've heard train riders pour water on a bandana and breathe right through the tunnels. I'm not really making any attempt to do that. So we'll see if I'm dead or alive at the end of this thing. Well, I've been in this tunnel a long fucking time, and I'm still not dead.
Yeah, isn't this how you die of carbon monoxide poisoning? Am I crazy? I feel like this is how you die of carbon monoxide poisoning. This is like, you ever have intrusive thoughts and think you could live in those thick woods? Fuck no. Are you kidding me? I don't like nature at all. No, that is not an intrusive thought. I don't even have intrusive thoughts, really. All my thoughts are external, perhaps too much. I just like let it out.
Not even coming close to killing me. What a fucking disappointment that is. Survived the whole tunnel. Didn't kill me. What do you know? I kind of liked it. It was warmer in there. Oh well. Yeah, it stopped again. Every time we stop like this, it makes me a little paranoid. Somebody saw me. Sometimes there's dudes on the sides of the tracks just looking at the train. So you always got to be ready to duck right back under here in a second's notice. I don't think anybody saw me. I take this opportunity to prepare a fine meal of peanut butter and bread. I never realized how American peanut butter was until I went to other countries. It's kind of weird.
Bro has Justin's peanut butter. Like, he went to a Whole Foods to get that.
We're the only ones that eat peanut butter. I didn't realize how dirty I was. Can't really do much about that.
15.5.
Alright, we've been sitting here for a while, and according to the people on the scanner, something wrong with the train. Hopefully they can get this thing fixed so we can get out of here. Shit. Guy just got on the car right behind mine. That's not good. Hi. Fuck, he saw me. I don't know if he cares or what.
What the fuck?
Fuck. Fuck. I gotta get off this thing. Fuck. I gotta fucking do something. I'm in the middle of nowhere. I don't want to get stranded out here. Maybe I'll continue on down the train. Get on somewhere else. Fuck, I don't fucking know. Alright. I decided to get back on the train. Looks like the guy is checking out the car I was on. Maybe he'll notice I'm not on it anymore, and he'll just let it be. My fucking luck, man. Something goes wrong with the train, and he has to fuck with the car right behind mine. Of course he fucking saw me. Well, the guy walked by my original car a few times. I'm sure he noticed I was no longer there anymore. And then he walked by this one, and he did not see me. Alright, now we're starting to move again. I'm actually not sure what's gonna happen. What's the protocol for getting caught on a fucking train? Who fucking...
Dude, this guy is no wonder they love him on 4chan, dude. This is peak white guy. Okay? This is like, in every sense of the word, from like shitting on everything, constantly being like, and it's like, fuck, I kind of hate this, and to like, all the way to just like doing this. Let us white guys have a win for once. No, this is the white guy W all day.
Alright. I evaded capture. What a fucking shit that was. I couldn't film this because of the circumstances. I was listening to the scanner, and they said they were going to do a slow roll of the train. They're going to look underneath every one of these things. They also said they were going to have a guy on either side, so it didn't matter which side I jumped off on. So I was like, fuck, how am I going to get out of this? Well, I did the only thing I could think of. I put all my stuff up above these axles here and crammed myself up there as well. And goddamn, that was probably the most uncomfortable 30 to 40 minutes of my fucking life. But it worked. Eventually, they said the train was clear, picked up speed, and now we're on our way.
Well, I mean, he's like totally cooked if he gets off, right? Because it's not a guarantee that another train is gonna stop there. It's not a guarantee that like the train that stops there is gonna be like long enough. You know what I mean? How the fuck is he gonna sneak back onto another train? It's just like, how can you see this and say you hate nature? Dude, are you kidding me? I don't want to fucking be... There's no internet. I like nice things. Like, you're crazy. I like nice things. I like the internet. I like luxury. Y'all are nutty.
We're coming out of the more arid part of Washington. I think we're rolling through Wenatchee. We're coming into the yard. Hopefully they're not on high alert since I got caught on this fucking thing. Shit. Fucking stopped. I don't know what that means. Alright, well, the train is blocking that intersection over there. And I believe there's a legal limit to how long they can actually do that for us. So if we don't get going soon, they're gonna rack up a lot of fines. Come on, let's get going here. They just released the brakes. Should be able to get out of here now.
Like, the only way I would do shit like this is if like Starlink was reliable, you know what I mean? If Starlink was reliable, maybe then I would think about it.
And we are slowly on our way. They must think they left me back in those mountains.
Hassan sees nature's bounty and says that can be fixed 100%. Delay your mic, why?
All right, after about 13 hours, finally coming into Spokane. Hopefully, there's no fucking problems here. I hear this railroad cop tries to catch riders.
Which is absolutely true because he fucking saw me, so I had to jump off the train, climb up that slope to the left, and then I dived into the brush. Didn't get to film that part, but this is what happened.
They didn't see me get off, that's good. The guy raced up in his SUV up to the yard where the train is going. That gives me some time to get out of here before he figures out I'm not actually on the damn train. Another train's coming. Fuck. Gotta fucking hide.
I suspect that a major reason as to why they have to be this careful about train hoppers is that, like, it's not because it's like free transportation, chat. It's because, like, you know, if you're a murderer, this is like how you, I mean, obviously there's insurance, but there's also like, there's liability. You can very easily die. I'm sure plenty of people die all the time. But then beyond that, there's also literally like you're straight up, you don't know who the fuck's on the train. Ain't nobody that train hops is doing it for a fucking YouTube video. Most people that train hop are doing it because they're like, who knows? Who knows what the fuck they've done? It's like moving in secrecy. Is this true? What is this? Man jailed in Turkey for 20 days just because he looked gay. I don't think this is true, but it's funny anyway.
From everything. All right, evaded that fucking train. Evaded the cop. Here's a fence. It's only got some barbed wire on it. Oh, the fence doesn't go that far. Get the fuck out of here. Looks like they got everything stopped. Looking for me, I guess. But I'm not gonna be there. Assholes. Well, I got my sleeping bag stashed in that bush so I don't have to carry it around. It's pretty fucking heavy. I didn't even have time to react to that cop. I was laying down there on the car. Next thing I know, I see this cop running towards his SUV off the side of the tracks. And I was like, yeah, he fucking saw me. But I got away.
I was at rehab with someone who lost both their legs jumping off a train while train hopping whilst homeless. Another person who lost one leg.
Unfortunately, I
Jesus
didn't
Christ.
have enough time to film that. I barely had enough time to react to get off the fucking train. First thing I threw off was my gallon jug of water, and that just busted everywhere. This is intense, man. This is 2 close calls in one day. If this is how the rest of the trip is gonna go, it's fucking rough. I should find some water before I get back on any trains. Well, this place kind of sucks. Used car lots and pawn shops, but that's the United States for you. All kind of looks the same. I just washed my face and hands in that McDonald's, and I think there's a Walmart down the street. I can probably pick up some water and some food. Went to Walmart, got this gallon of water. I'm back in this retarded part of Spokane. Left my sleeping bag in that bush over there. Let's check this fucking thing out. Make sure it's not full of crack pipes and needles. In Europe, it's shit. In the US, it's crack pipes and needles. There's some trash. Pretty harmless trash anyway. Alright, I'm gonna get some sleep.
Alright, well, after walking around this morning, I'm beginning to lose the feeling in my left arm. Because this backpack has absolutely no hip support, and it's complete shit for carrying a lot of weight. I usually use it for foreign travel and mostly urban environments, but for train hopping, it just doesn't fucking cut it, man. You gotta carry all your food and water for several days, and the sleeping bag isn't exactly light either.
Afghanistan.
I think we're gonna head back to Seattle and sort of reevaluate this situation.
Spokompton. Why are there fucking Lime scooters in Spokompton?
I don't feel like I can make a train hopping video without at least touching on the safety aspects of it. And this is just stuff I've gathered from old workers training videos and books. First thing is to always look both ways before crossing tracks. Cars don't always have to be hooked up to power to move, so it could be coming through completely silently. So don't get rammed from behind. And if you're climbing around on a train car, always have 3 points of contact like this sticker says. That means 2 hands and 1 foot, or 2 foots and 1 hand. Just be sure to have a firm grip. Because if the engine starts moving way up the line, it's going to take a while for the slack to catch up to your car. These things can jerk around pretty suddenly. So if you're standing here without 3 points of contact, the train will jerk you off. Also, if you're riding a moving train and you've got something dangling off of you, like a strap to a backpack or a sleeping bag, don't let it dangle down there, because then it'll just get caught on something, and if you're attached to that thing, it's gonna suck you off. Keep everything inside the train car at all times, all heads, legs, feet, dicks, and everything else, because if you're out here doing some I'm the king of the world bullshit, it could be a post or a tree branch you don't see that could just bang into you. And whatever you do, do not end up under these wheels, because they will chop your ass in half, man. Usually happens when someone is trying to catch a train going way too fast. They'll grab the ladder, the train will jerk them off their feet, then swing them under here, or they'll end up as lubricant for the rails. Just imagine this piece of wood wearing Carhartts, drinking Steel Reserve, and going by a stupid rodent name like Squirrel or Rat or Puke or something like that.
Oi, I've been riding suicide while shooting smack since I was 5 years old. I only hop on the fly at no less than 50 miles per hour. I ain't no fucking Oogle, man.
Yeah, I think you get the idea. If you end up under there, consider yourself fucked. So yeah, train hopping is pretty dangerous, and I'm sure there's a lot more things I could go into on the safety aspect, but that's just some of the more obvious things I learned about. So a quick recap of that: don't get rammed from behind, jerked off, sucked off, banged, or fucked. I think they teach something similar in Sunday school. Not that I would know. Oh, and also there's the legal aspect of it, but that involves handcuffs and domination. It can get pretty weird. Alright, somewhere outside of Tacoma, hanging out in the woods at night, looking for more trains. Some shitty weather is happening out east, making the nights below freezing, so I decided I'm gonna go south instead. I got a new pack, can't really see it, it's dark, and a new sleeping bag, which is also lighter, so now all I gotta
His
do is
humor
sit
is
here,
hard to
wait,
ignore.
watch, if something slows down.
He's just like an angry white guy, man. I think he's like using his, I'll say it like this. I think he's a peak white guy, okay? Very Reddit. I think instead of like being angry at the world and becoming a school shooter, he's just like using all of his energy and all of his anger to go and you know, do this kind of shit instead. So I think that's way more positive. That's why he's so hostile all the time. Like he's so unreasonably hostile to everything and everyone around him, okay?
I might jump on. Been waiting out here for about half an hour. Something's coming my way. I don't know what the fuck this train is doing. Back and forth, back and forth. Make up your fucking mind, you fucking train. Shit. There's a truck that just drove up right past the tracks where I was standing. So I dived in here and I laid down.
It is pretty funny though to think that like everyone's always like, oh, go and touch grass. And this motherfucker is so Reddit while in the process of touching grass. Like he hasn't stopped being Reddit while simultaneously very much touching grass. So turns out you guys were wrong. Everybody that says touch grass, maybe y'all were wrong, okay?
And this train started going past. I don't know what the deal was with the truck. I don't know if that was a cop or what, but if it is, that's not fucking good. That's not good at all. Ah, shit, looks like he's driving around again. I just turned off his fucking lights. Who the fuck is this guy? Well, that truck driving around down there is kind of bugging me out. I don't know if he's a cop or what, but he's driving pretty aggressively for some weird reason. Anyway, I think I'm gonna head in that direction down the track, find a better place to wait. Alright, well I relocated further into Tacoma, and it looks like a lot of trains converge on this point, so I'm gonna wait here and see what shows up. None of this stuff is going my direction, but if anything goes the other way, I might have to jump on it. So this has been pretty shitty. I've been out here for like 5 hours watching all this crap move around. Doesn't seem to be anything going my way. I'm gonna walk further into Tacoma and check out another spot. Well, I'm hanging out in this park somewhere in downtown Tacoma. Got a bunch of tracks behind me. And what do you know, there's a train coming through them right now. Nice. Alright, something finally rolled through, so I got on. Hopefully I'm going somewhere. Looks like we're stopping. Fuck, why are we stopping? Great. Alright, going forward a little bit more. I'll make it to California 1 inch at a time. Stopped again.
I was getting a snack. Watching him go through these conditions made me hungry.
Fred number. They must be putting on the Fred to this thing. The Fred is the fucking rear end device. That's what it stands for, I think. According to the people on the
I think this dude is masking. Okay? Ain't nobody that knows this much about trains is not even a little bit autistic, okay? I'm sorry. He's like, oh, I actually hate trains. He's like, come on, dog. Oh, do you? Do you really? You hate trains, dude? You've literally, you know as much about trains as a motherfucking dude that works on the train tracks, okay? Like, yeah, I bet you hate trains totally.
scanner. There's some complications with hooking up the Fred device. Apparently, they put a faulty one on, and now they gotta switch it out or some fucking thing. I don't know. I'm beginning to notice with trains there's always fucking problems. 4-3. Sounds like they got another one on there. Hopefully it fucking works this time. I gotta say, if it wasn't 2:30 in the morning, I'd be a lot more sketched out about sitting on this fucking thing in the middle of downtown Tacoma, but it's fucking deserted.
Do you need me to push the button or anything? No, for some reason it just said Arbit.
These guys don't know shit about fuck. But while I'm sitting here waiting for this fucking thing, what can I tell you about Tacoma? Well, they got a glass museum. I've never been there. Defiance Point, that's a good park. Hang out there sometimes. Tacoma Narrows Bridge. I used to be able to climb it, but I think they put cameras on it, so that's no good.
Wow. Maybe it's third time's the charm. Yeah, let's go 42802.
Third time's a charm, they said. Fucking great. Well, looks like the brakes are releasing. That's a good sign. Wonder how long it takes to get to Portland on this fucking thing. 3 days? 3 years?
Who do you think deserves more money, teachers or The Rock? The Rock, duh. Next question. Actually, we should take more money from the teachers just to give to The Rock.
Got a couple hours of sleep on this thing somehow. And then we pulled into this yard. I'm thinking they just disconnected the power because the air brakes just went. I think I'm gonna get off of this thing and take a look around. Where the fuck is this?
You probably have teachers in chat. Yeah, of course I have teachers in chat. I'm fucking joking.
Oh, great. Yeah, it's just as I thought. Fucking nothing hooked up here. That means I don't know what the fuck to do. Alright, well, I've been standing around thinking about this situation, and I've decided that it sucks. And I'm really fucking tired. So, I'm gonna find a place to sleep, and I'll sort it out when I
The
wake
Rock
up.
is in the
Found
chat
this
too, though.
Area. I'm gonna sleep here. And I just woke up. The train I rode in on is still sitting over there. No power on it. So here's a pro tip. If you're gonna hop a train, don't fucking end up here. Anyway, this is the gear I brought. Same bivvy I usually use. Got this bag online. Wasn't too expensive, and it's not fucking neon orange. That's good. I usually use the vintage ICW military bag. This is basically the modern version of that. Anyway, I'm gonna pack this stuff up, get the fuck out of here. Maybe I'll try some hitchhiking. I'm not that far from Portland after all. I just spent about an hour in that Panera charging up the camera. Now I'm gonna try to hitchhike to Portland. Hopefully I don't have any problems doing this. Hitchhiking in the US isn't what it used to be. Now they got a fucking sign that prohibits this. I'll just pretend I didn't see that. Come on, pick me up. I'm not a murderer. Some of my best friends are alive. Alright, I just got dropped off by that car over there. And what the fuck, man? Dude dropped me off on the fucking side of the highway. And then I start walking this way.
Dude, there ain't no way. Come on, dog. They dropped you off on the side of the highway? Your vibes have to be so abysmal for that. He brought it upon himself. There's no way. I've seen the way he handles himself in other situations too. I think it's the vibes. His vibes are so fucked.
And he takes the fucking exit. Son of a bitch. Whatever, man. It gave me a free ride, so I guess I can't complain too much. Alright. I am in Vancouver, Washington. Well, the rest of the day is not going to be too interesting.
Yeah, he tried to debate the guy on how shitty Japan is. Or he tried to debate the guy on like fucking, you know, how shitty this neighborhood is or something directly to his face.
Taking a series of buses to the train yard. Hanging out here in the park in Portland, Oregon at night, eating some food. Something very frustrating happened earlier today. I got to the train yard, a very good looking double stacked train going south, pulled out of the yard and just stopped there right in front of me, and I didn't have any water, so I had to let it go. But I took the time to get situated. The train yard's over there to the right. It's a bush against a fence that I'm probably gonna sleep in, and further down.
Yeah, no, he's dude, he said very good looking double stacked train. He's so autistic.
On the fence, I stashed a gallon jug of water. Alright, just woke up, slept back here between this bush and this fence. I'm gonna pack this stuff up and get out of here. Grab my gallon of water in my pack, waiting for the train. Tracks are just down there. If I see anything going this way that looks good, I'm gonna get on it. Probably gonna be waiting here all fucking day, so it's gonna be pretty boring. Doesn't look like I'm the only one to catch out of here either. A lot of graffiti from people over many years who have chosen to mark this spot. Honestly, don't know why you fucking do that, because it's just gonna bring attention to the spot and they're gonna
cunt muffin
lock it down more. But train riders don't seem like the smartest people. I know I feel pretty stupid doing this. There's a hole in the fence down there, so when the train comes, I'll just run down there, go through the hole, get on the train. So I guess I'll just sit here and wait. It'll be a long, boring day. But that's like 95% of train hopping, so you take the good with the bad, I guess. Really hope no other train riders show up. A few times I've met one, it's never been a positive experience. Seems like most of them are drunk or into drugs or who knows what else. Honestly, don't even know how you would fucking do this on drugs. Seems like a real safety hazard. You gotta take care of your health. Ah, that feels better. Alright, so I was waiting up there. Train came through, just stopped. Gotta find something rideable. All this sucks because it doesn't have a floor. Let's see if there's something up ahead.
I ran up the whole thing. I didn't see anything rideable. By the time I got up to something that looked rideable, I was so fucking winded. I could barely fucking get a hold of it before the train picked up speed. Son of a bitch.
Alright, back here again, doing another long wait. Well, this is the less glamorous side of train hopping. Sometimes you miss the train. We'll see about the next one. Gonna be fucking sitting here all day. Alright, something pulled up and stopped, so I just got on it. I didn't even want to fucking stop the film. Alright, we're moving. somewhere. Not a whole lot of room to hide on this fucking thing. Alright, well, I've been sitting here for like an hour and a half. There's fucking nothing going on. It's gonna get dark pretty soon. I don't know what we're doing here. Not that I ever do. Alright, it's like 2.5 hours later and we're finally moving. Not sure how much sleep we're gonna get, but I'm gonna try. About 4 in the morning, I think I'm somewhere outside of Eugene. It's way too cold to sleep, so I'm just sitting here in my sleeping bag, trying to conserve as much heat as possible. It was so cold it woke me up. Couldn't sleep through it. The night can only last so long before the sun rises, so I guess I'll just sit here and wait for that. Finally starting to move again. A train just passed by. It looked just like this one, but I guess this one has pretty shitty priority, so I guess it's stopped for everything. Alright, it's morning. Stopped again. Been here for at least an hour as far as I can tell. We're somewhere on the mountains inside of a cloud, and it's cold as shit. Still freezing my ass off. It's only gonna get warmer from here. At least that's what I keep telling myself anyway. Oh, fuck.
It's so funny that he keeps putting himself in like horrible situations, but he has the vibes of a person who's like being forced to do this. That's beautiful. I would never do it. This is my favorite type of chatter who keeps promoting this video, and he does it in like such a good way where like it makes me want to click it every time. Another crazy ass urban explorer vid. Why did they even build this thing? Like you, the fact that he put that extra emphasis on there, like, why did they even build this thing? Like, you're doing clickbait for some random YouTuber, so I watch it. And it's sick. You're like, this guy's a professional linker, okay? Yeah, you're punching it up. I need this kind of energy from the rest of you in the chat. Like, it's not just like, here, watch this. Or fucking like, oh, guess what? It's like this ad on a celebrity gossip site. Yeah, you won't believe what happens next, ass clickbaiter, dude.
Shit. Fell asleep. Fucking stopped again. I don't know what for. Just in the middle of nowhere. Looks like we're stopped somewhere outside of Dunsmuir. Alright, been sitting here for a while. Nothing's going on. Well, maybe I can just take a nap to pass the time. I don't know. Or I could piss into this hole again. But I don't really need to do that right now, and it's kind of lost its novelty anyway. Or I can take all these dead flies and shove them down into this hole like I've been doing. But it looks like I got most of them, so can't really do that for too long. Yeah, I think train hopping is good every now and then, but if you do this too often, you're gonna end up duller than a box of kindergarten crayons. With maybe a few missing for good measure. Anyway, I'm just gonna fucking take a nap. Alright, good, we're moving again. I guess we just had to wait for this shit to pass. Took them long enough to get here, though. Pulling into Dunsmuir Town Center. Hopefully there's no bullshit here. Train police or whatever. Once we get out of here, I think I'll roll up my sleeping bag and get some sleep. Fuck, put on some earplugs first. I fell asleep in my bag, but we're approaching Sacramento.
Oh, God, the worst place that he's been to so far.
I'm gonna pack up in case I need to bail. Alright, well, after stopping outside of the yard, we're creeping into it. Hopefully no problems. Looks like they're in their car right next to my fucking... That's not good. Alright, well, the train has bypassed Sacramento. We're headed toward the Central Valley, the asshole of California. Nothing to see there, so I'm going back to sleep.
He's right.
Ugh. Oh, shit. Okay, there's a highway right behind me. I have no idea where I am, but it smells like shit out here. Alright, it looks like I'm just outside of Bakersfield. This highway is really busy. Covered a lot.
Why do I hate Sacramento? I live in Los Angeles. What kind of question is that? Fuck do you mean? I barely like San Diego, and at least there's shit in San Diego.
A lot of ground when I was asleep. Just sped right through California. Oregon was such a fucking drag. I thought it was gonna take me a week to get through this, but fuck. It was over in about a night. Though we are taking our time getting through Bakersfield, so maybe this is where the bullshit starts. It's slowly creeping into Bakersfield after a long wait. Shit.
Yeah, motherfuckers be like, why don't you like Sacramento? I don't know. I spent $2.7 million to not live in Sacramento.
Slowing down. Looks like we're stopping again. Alright, been waiting here for like an hour and a half to 2 hours. Just been laying here to avoid being seen. I'm not sure if they're roasting marshmallows or jerking each other off up there, but either way it's gonna be a sticky situation, and this train doesn't need to be any more fucking stuck, man. I'm so close to just bailing off of this thing and hitching to Los Angeles, but I know if I just sit on here long enough, it'll eventually just start moving. Alright, finally moving again. We were stopped there for like 2 fucking hours. Before that, a couple miles down the track, we were stopped there for another 2 hours. So, total of 4 hours stopped outside of Bakersfield. It seems a little bit excessive, honestly. Ah, fuck, we're slowing down. For fuck's sake, why are we here? This world would be a much better place if this town didn't fucking exist. I wouldn't be stopped here for hours and hours. I wouldn't have to listen to the new metal music of Korn, and that's it. That's the only thing this town is famous for, is
hates
fucking Korn. Fuck this town. Fuck this fucking town. Let's get the fuck out of here already. Yeah, we're finally getting out of here. Fuck you, Bakersfield. Shit, I think there's a cop up there. We're stopped out here in the middle of the desert. I just saw a black van drive up there. The guy stopped, got out, and looked at the train. Then he got back in and drove off. So I'm not really sure what that's about. It's making me paranoid as shit, though. I can't.
To be fair, Bakersfield is valid to be that angry towards, you know?
I gotta get into the shade. Well, there's nothing going on over the scan.
I'd rather be in Sacramento than Bakersfield. That's not saying much.
Everything fucking freaks me out. Hope we're not out here long. I don't have a whole lot
The
of water
fuck
left.
do you mean?
Oh, shit, my train's starting to move again.
There's not many places on the planet that are worse than Bakersfield, okay?
Why the fuck did we stop? I better get ready to bail. Alright, we're stopped again. I got off. I saw the van ahead. He was stopped on the side of the tracks. I'm not sure what he's doing. Looks like a guy with a camera. I'm starting to think he's not a cop. I'm starting to think he's a fucking photographer. One of those rail fan assholes. In which case, I probably don't have anything to worry about. I'm gonna check it out, though. They got their van facing me and both their doors are open. I think they're probably waiting for this train to pass so they can take a photo of it. I gotta stay in the shade as much as possible. It's way too fucking hot out here. If that was a cop, they'd be on this side. Because they would know
He's
damn
like,
well there was a
like, I
train
fucking hate these assholes with the cameras, man. Fucking pieces of shit. Running around with their fucking dumbass cameras. Shitting up the place. How dare they?
passing on the other side. Yeah, this is fucking rail fan bullshit.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's a great take. Birmingham, the only place worse than Bakersfield. Oh God, Birmingham. Fuck, man. Literally just a city that God forgot about. You know what I mean? Fuck.
The train passed and we're still sitting here. Fucking mosquito. It's 2 o'clock. It's October. Sunset's at what, 6 o'clock?
Birmingham.
4 more
Fucking
hours.
no.
It should cool down after that.
Roomy, bro.
It's gonna take a whole day to go from Bakersfield to Los Angeles. I gotta say, if I ever became a major shipper of cargo, never using the railroad. Another passing train. All right, looks like we're moving again after that last train. Those assholes still over there? Yeah, they are. Okay. All right, time to switch sides. Shade's moved over there. That's all my water, man. I hope that gets me through this fucking desert. It looks like the rail fans have moved. Yeah, that's them down there. I can see them. Chasing my train. Great, another rail fan or something. There's a car perched on a hill over here. All right, fuck. What do I do here? Okay, that's
Apparently, as a chatter said, they're called foamers. That's what railheads are called.
hit in. How many more of these rail fan bastards are out here?
Wait, what the fuck? What? Why are there so many? They're called Autistic Hassan? Yeah, he's just doing autism on autism hate for no reason.
It's another rail fan. Actually, it's the same one as last time. Okay, he's up on top of that hill. I'm pretty sure he can't see me from down here. That's good. Why do these assholes like this train so damn much?
Someone said, wait, really? Wait, hold on. They weren't cool enough to watch planes take off is all they have? Cajun passed the big railhead jerk-off zone. Probably something unique about that consist, although who knows? I've seen them lined up for the most random of trains. Wait, really? Like, this is like a... Is there something rare about this, like, line or something? What the fuck? It's the scenery? No, I don't think it's scenic. He's so mad. Yeah. The train loop in Tehachapi. You're a fake rail fan? I'm not. I'm not that much of a fucking railhead.
All right, I haven't seen those assholes in a while. I think I'm good.
If there's like a sharp curve or a steep grade and you can get a lot of the train in one shot, that's usually a big spot for foamers. Wait, no fucking way. Like, they literally, what? They want to get the whole train? That's what it is?
Like they lose their minds. They're like, fuck yeah, it's the whole train. Oh, the Tehachapi Loop. Rising at a steady 2% grade, the track gains 77 feet in elevation and makes a 1,210-foot diameter circle. Any train that is more than 3,800 feet long, about 56 boxcars, passes over itself going around the loop. Oh my God. They want the holy grail, the full body shot, dude. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Look at that, dude. Tehachapi. What? Get it all in there, no matter how big it is. Oh, hell yeah. It's got all the carts.
All right, well, as usual, we've been sitting here for fucking ever. I have no idea what they're fucking doing up there. First thing I do when I get into Los Angeles is buy a big-ass, cool gallon of water and a burrito. 2 hours and 40 minutes.
I mean, you're in the cars. What's the difference? You think I'm in the cars? What are you, crazy? I'm not in the cars at all, dude. What the fuck?
Daylight left. 2 hours and 40 minutes of desert heat to contend with. I can do that. I just gotta stay in the shade. We've been stuck here for so long that I'm beginning to worry.
I am not a car guy.
This can't be right, man. There's something wrong about this.
I literally have a fake vehicle. It's not even a real vehicle. It's just like...
All right. Guess I'll just start hiking. Out of water. And middle of nowhere. Survival never goes out of style. Okay. Words of
Why the
wisdom,
fuck do I have a Porsche?
All right, I wasn't too far
I have
from this
literally the
highway,
most
so I'm
like...
gonna walk down it and keep my thumb out. Hopefully somebody gives me a ride. Found some buildings here.
I have the most non... This is where you get murdered. This is 100% where you get murdered. When you hitchhike at this part of California, you're just asking to be murdered, okay? Straight up. I have a Taycan, dude. It's literally the most like... It's like an RC car, brother. What are you talking about?
Take a look. Oh, the property's for sale. Just gonna jump over this fence here. Hopefully they have running water. Doesn't look like this has been used in ages. Come on. Come on, you fucking thing. Oh, there's another one over there. Maybe that one will work. Come on, give me some water. Yes. Yes. Fuck yeah. All right, got some water. Time to get the hell out of here. Ah, someone up there stopped. Might get right out of here. All right, just got dropped off by those nice people in this little town called Lamont, which is somewhere outside of Bakersfield. There's a McDonald's over there. I think I'm gonna go in there and dirty up their restroom. I'm back in civilization now, and I gotta look presentable. I probably look like a fucking wreck. Holy shit, did I need to go in there? I looked at myself in the mirror, and my whole face was just covered in grime. It looked like I'd been through a fucking war. I got most of it off, I think. I look halfway presentable. All right, so I'm back in Bakersfield. But I'm not planning on sticking around. I just bought a bus ticket at this Greyhound station back to Seattle. I discovered that it's a lot cheaper than flying, and I also don't have to go to Los Angeles to do the bus station to Union Station Walk of Despair through Skid Row, which I've done many times in the past. It's never fucking fun. And I hear they got some new strains of the bubonic plague popping up over there. I don't really know what to fucking deal with that, so I'm just gonna leave from here and go back to Seattle.
Dude, dude, you can't be shit talking Skid Row when you just train hopped from fucking Seattle to Los Angeles, okay? Motherfucker, the homeless people at Skid Row are looking at you going, damn, dog, get a fucking shower. Like, you know what I mean? They look at you, they're afraid of you, okay? You can't be the most grimy dude on Skid Row talking about Skid Row having bubonic plague.
Well, turns out that train was fucked, and this is why.
What?
Major derailment down the line. And maybe the whole industry is in the shitter according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. But does train hopping live up to the hype? Well, it's a lot of waiting around for something to happen.
To be fair, there's like 3 a day. So the likelihood that he would be in a train that derailed is fairly high. I mean, not like super high, but there's 3 a day. It is very common. Not to that degree though. Oftentimes, like a lot of the train derailments are not like that crazy. They're minor. Yeah, 3 a day, but that can just be one car hopping off the tracks in a yard. Yeah, his train didn't derail. It was another train up the track. Yeah, that was a big one. Well, we had 2 derailments in New York City already this year. No, 2 derailments that you know of that happened in New York City this year. It's probably more frequently than that, and not all of them are that big. Another thing that I found out that happens way more frequently than you would think, and I don't know if this is an old wives' tale or not. I know I have some like rail some foamers in the chat, but also some like people that work on the railroads in the chat. Maybe they will confirm this, but apparently people kill themselves in front of trains way more frequently than you would think. like a lot more common than you would suspect it to be. And like half the time when there's like a big ass, like when your train is not derailed, when you're on a passenger rail, on a passenger commute, and there's a holdup, more often than not, from what I understand, is someone that jumped in front of the train and got killed. 2 people in my town stepped in front of a train within like 3 years. Yeah, my friend's dad is a train engineer, and he said every engineer experiences at least one suicide in their career. Brightline is the deadliest train in America because of that. Wait, Brightline? Didn't that just open? Isn't that the one that just opened in Florida? The only America's only high-speed rail? The rail, by the way, between Windsor and Toronto is called Suicide Alley. I've been through 3 deaths on my Caltrain commute. Heard the bones crack one time. Jesus Christ. No, Brightline is technically supposed to be high speed, even though it's like slower than Japan's like first ever high speed rail. Hold on. Let's see. How many people commit suicide by train a year in the U.S.? Oh my God. The U.S. Federal Railroad Administration reports that there are 300 to 500 suicides by train each year. At least like one a day. What the fuck? Oh my God. Brightline is the new one. What the fuck? Wait, no. Yeah, on November 8, 2021, the higher speed train, which by the way, higher speed train, not high speed rail, okay, which runs from West Palm Beach to Miami, slammed into a woman and her grandchild driving across the railroad tracks in Pompano Beach. The Brightline is so new in South Florida. The traffic isn't adjusted to knowing what the fuck a train is. It's not because of suicide. I like that they're like, it's quick, but it's not fast. Is this why we can't have high-speed rail? It's also private, so there's that as well. I guess since it's faster and the safeguards haven't been modernized, we literally make jokes in South Florida about how the train wants to feed. That's crazy. Okay, let's look up Japanese suicide numbers. Japan yearly. I'm betting it's lower than America. Japan yearly suicide by train numbers. Holy fuck, never mind. I was wrong. Oh my God. It is 2,000. They account for 6% of suicides nationwide. Holy moly. Japan has bad suicide rates? No, it's not worse than America. America has a higher suicide rate than Japan. A lot of you motherfuckers didn't know that. I didn't know that either because of the memes. No, the Japanese, yes, Japan has a higher suicide rate than other OECD nations. But everybody always thinks like, oh, Japan has the highest suicide. No, that number is actually Korea, first of all. Okay? No, the highest suicide rate is in Korea. That's number one, which is not that surprising. And two, okay, the Japanese suicide rate is actually lower than the American one. Yes, per capita. You're boring as fuck, my boy. Yo, bro, it's 8 p.m. What the fuck you doing? Play some games or something. You're boring as fuck, my boy. The fuck? Japan has 17 per 100K. US has 14 per 100K. Wait, really? No, I thought the US suicide rate was higher than Japan. I remember looking it up. Suicide by train happens all the time. I'm an engineer, and my 2 most recent fatalities within the last year were suicides. I work with guys who are well into the double digits. Is fucked up. Yeah, I thought the Japanese suicide numbers were lower per capita than the United States. Yeah, U.S. is 14.5 per 100,000. Where's Japan? South Korea is 21.2. Japan is 12.2. But that's from 2019 though. But yeah, see? Japan is 12.2 per 100K. The United States is pretty high up there, 14.5, and then South Korea is 21.2, and then Russia is 21.6. But you have to remember, a big part of the reason why the American suicide rate is so high is because of guns. The fuck? What year is this from, chatter? What the hell? It's from 2005, dude. Yeah, see, I told you, South Korea has a high suicide rate among OECD countries. The website. Yeah. America's suicide rates are so high because of guns. That's it. Brightline is killing so many people because it's not grade separated. Cali High-Speed Rail and Brightline West will be much more safe and efficient because it will be completely grade separated. Wait, why does it say 17.5 suicides per 100,000 inhabitants for Japan? It might have gone up. This is from 2019. Why is South Korea so high? The same reasons as to why Japan's is so high or was so high. Anyway, didn't want to end it on a dark note like that, but you know, the 3-minute ad break is upon us. So our suicide by train is also pretty high, but you don't care. What is it, Germany? Yeah, okay, my bad, dude. Why are you flexing? Why is everybody flexing this shit? Yes, okay, buddy, tomorrow. Also, Jenilyn Miari is going to be in the building tomorrow. I don't know what to do with her still. I wanted to like figure out how to do some kind of like IRL situation, but okay. Bro, you go into these React tunnels and ignore everything else. Not cool. We'll do TikTok tomorrow. Maybe I'll show her all the fucking silly ass TikToks that my community thought were really funny, and some gaming too. It's Saturday fun day tomorrow. All right. No Joe Rogan reacts. All right, everybody. I love you all. Oops, wrong one. Here we go. Your ass is not gaming. Don't do that to us. What do you mean? I've been gaming. I finished a game yesterday. What the fuck are you guys talking about? You just don't watch. Anyway, love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. All right, everybody. Bye-bye.
People hate sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There is again a begun. There is again a sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There is again, her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments. Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. System you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again, her sun is streaming. Her sun